Rosalind Landor. Chapter 1. Glaun Morriston, Scotland, 1453. Deirdre MacIntyre leaned back against the tent pole and tried to take 10 slow, steady breaths, a trick taught to her by her old nursemaid, but nothing worked to calm the panic and dread welling up inside her. His eyes. She pressed her fist to her lips to stop their trembling, and again peeked around the tent flap into the crowded market. The man she'd been watching for the last 10 minutes had disappeared. She broadened her search, casting her eyes over the groups of people milling around the square. The spring gathering of the Western clans brought everyone together for selling wool, livestock, and other Highland wares, like the fine plaids in the tent in which she'd taken refuge. Her husband had insisted she come to the gathering this year, feeling guilty, perhaps, for all the time he'd spent away from her and Ewan the past few years. She hadn't wanted to go. Her stomach had been tied in knots for weeks, imagining the crowds and the mistakes she might make and be judged for. But worse than that, he'd also insisted she leave Ewan behind. Now she was glad her son had stayed home. She scanned the crowd, not seeing her target. He couldn't just blend in. He was possibly the biggest man she'd ever seen. It was an unusually warm day, and he'd rolled up his linen sleeves, the tie at his neck undone. The material had hung open, revealing muscles that rippled and bulged in his arms and chest. Developed wielding the huge broadsword that hung down his spine, no doubt. The muscles weren't what frightened her the most, nor the sword. It was the grim intensity in his face and eyes that promised retribution, eyes that were the exact same colour as her son's. That scared the life out of her. "Where are you?" she whispered, hearing the desperation in her voice, the fear that howled like a wounded animal through her body. "I'm right behind you, lass, and wondering why the wife of Lewis MacIntyre, son and heir of the ruthless Laird MacIntyre, almost ran me down in the middle of the market, and has been unable to keep her gaze off me since. You're a lovely lass for sure, but you do na stare at me with lust in your eyes. 'Tis not a swiving you're after." Deirdre's stomach clenched, and she would have run, like a mouse, never the lion she wanted to be. But his hand landed on the swell of her hip. The pressure of his palm silently ordered her to turn around. She did, and when she stumbled, his fingers tightened on her body and steadied her. He watched her with narrowed eyes, his gaze landing on the pulse that she could feel beating wildly in her neck and on her trembling lips. She knew that luminous stare, the bright, dazzling blue that verged on crystalline sea green. But the eyes she'd been staring into for the past 2 years looked back at her lovingly, adoringly, not with suspicion and barely hidden enmity. For him, she stiffened her spine, for the sake of her son. "Let go of me. I do not need your help." The man's gaze flicked to hers, and she saw a growing interest. Speculation. He withdrew his hand and took a step back. She stared up at him, this time trying to look past those familiar eyes and see what other similarities she could find in his frightening countenance. The same long, thick lashes fringed his piercing gaze. The same shallow dent marked his chin. His hair formed a downward peak in the middle of his forehead, the same as her son's. Except Ewan's hair was longer and lighter, almost a white blonde. This man had hacked his blonde hair short, so it looked darker, and stood up in ragged bristles. Her eyes drifted down to his mouth. He had lips like her son's too, but while Ewan's was soft and childlike, his had firmed with age, while still keeping their full shape. That's where the similarities ended. Her son's welcoming smile was nowhere to be seen. Nay, this man looked grim and possibly cruel. It was there in the twist of his lips, the harshness of his countenance, the quickness with which he was ready to condemn her. He expected betrayal, and she suspected he'd even welcome it, because then he could punish whoever had crossed him. Aye, a cruel man indeed. "Is your husband here, Lady McIntyre?" "He's here, somewhere." Just where, she had no idea. Truth be told, she didn't expect to see him for days yet, if not weeks, which made his insistence that she accompany him to the festival even more surprising. "You know a great deal about me, but I am at a disadvantage. Who are you?" she blurted out. "I'm Gavin McKinnon, Laird of Clan McKinnon. Did you come here looking for me, lass? Is there something you want to tell me? Some information you want to share?" The last words sounded almost hopeful, eager, and that disturbed her as much as the colour of his eyes. Hope implied faith and dreams. Cruel men did not dream, and she wanted him to be cruel. Aye, if he was a Blackheart, she could turn away and never look back. "Nay," she said abruptly, her panic rising again. What information was he looking for? "And you're mistaken. I wasn't looking at you. I was just looking." The eagerness faded from his eyes, replaced by disappointment and frustration, even bitterness. It caused an unexpected pang in her heart. She didn't like that she'd somehow hurt him and put that bleakness back into his gaze. "Aye, you stared at me for a long while. Did you like what you saw? I'm a big man. Some women mistake that to mean the same as rough. Is that what you were hoping for, lass? A hard topping? Did I misunderstand your interest?" His tone was harsh, the words callous. Shock flooded her senses, especially as she could see he didn't mean what he said. He was deliberately trying to hurt her, to diminish her, and it worked. As much as she tried to fight it, shame and fear invaded her body. As quick as that, she was back to being 5 or 10 or 13 and at the mercy of her mother and siblings. No one but her family had ever tried to wound her deliberately. Marrying Lewis and coming to the McIntyres, despite her young age, had turned into a blessing. Her husband was distant but not unkind, and his clan was respectful. They'd even become friendly since she'd been given Ewan. Her son's laughter and love had opened everyone's hearts. "I do not wish that from you, sir. I do not wish anything from you other than to be left alone."
"Everyone wants something, Lady McIntyre, and eventually I'll discover what you want too."
He nodded once, a curt dip of his head, then moved past her into the gathering. She held her breath and closed her eyes, making herself stay still, no matter how much she wanted to turn around and watch him leave. Her throat tightened, and she felt the pressure of tears building behind her eyelids. She would not let them fall. She'd promised herself she'd never cry again over the hurtful words of cruel men, and women too. Aye, her mother and siblings had been experts at saying hurtful things. But this was different. This was about Ewan.
"God almighty, Lewis, what have you done?"
The panic she'd been trying to hold at bay rose without warning and threatened to strangle her. With a desperate sob, she darted to the back of the weaver's tent and slipped out an opening, then ran through the crowd. She passed pens of goats and pigs, a tanner stall filled with sheets of leather, and a tinker's cart covered in metal pots and pans. At any minute, she expected a hand to land on her shoulder and wrench her back. A harsh voice demand she tell him where to find Ewan. Her heart pounded in her chest, and her breath soared through her lungs, not from exertion, but from fear. She couldn't do it. Ewan was her son. Maybe her husband had lied to her. Maybe Ewan was not his. But all children deserved a happy home with a loving parent, and that's what she provided. Ewan was worthy of every happiness she could bestow upon him, not a cruel father who would beat him down. She would break the chain of abuse she'd been subject to. She would teach her son to hold his head high and know he was worth everything. When she reached the outskirts of the gathering, she wove her way through several campsites before spotting her own. Harold, the guard who protected the camp, appeared to be sleeping, and she yelled at him as she ran past.
"Bring the wagon around, Harold! We're leaving!"
His eyes popped open, and he staggered in alarm. Harold couldn't protect her from a fly that had drunk its way out of a mug of ale. It was a joke she even had a guard. She might be the wife of Laird MacIntyre's only son, but her husband stayed as far from his father as he could, and sometimes, she thought, as far away from her as he could. No one paid any attention to Deirdre or Lewis in their small keep on the edge of MacIntyre land, which suited both of them just fine. Harold hurried after her as she darted into her tent. She didn't wait for Magda to appear and help her pack. She opened her wooden chest with the shell inlay on the top instead, and began throwing clothes inside after just a cursory folding.
"My lady, we canna leave yet. Your husband isna back,"
Harold said, his eyes wide and concerned. She could understand his confusion. Deirdre had never been one to raise a fuss or make important decisions unless pressed, nor did she ever raise her voice or dart around in a panic like a bee had flown under her skirts. Nay, she didn't like the attention any of that brought, especially if she made a mistake. Although the last 2 years with Ewan had taught her a lot about standing her ground, when it came to her son's well-being, she'd found she could become a lion in the blink of an eye. She'd even gone against the nursemaid's wishes when it came to how much affection she showered on him, and almost every night Deirdre allowed him to crawl into bed with her after everyone had fallen asleep. Deirdre didn't mind. She liked pulling him close for a cuddle, and it wasn't as though Lewis ever appeared to stake his claim to her bed. Her mouth tightened, and she stopped to stare directly at Harold, fighting that innate need to drop her eyes.
"Then why dinna you tell me where he is, and I'll go tell him we're leaving? I'm sure he willna mind me showing up and disturbing whatever it is he does when he's away from me."
Colour washed up Harold's cheeks, and he was the one to drop his eyes. She felt a moment of triumph, but also relief that her insolence hadn't been punished. For Ewan's safety, she would face all the fears her family had instilled in her.
"That will not be necessary. Did something happen at the gathering to frighten you?"
This time she dropped her eyes and closed them for an instant. Aye, something had happened. Her whole world had been pushed to the brink, and she was facing a great chasm filled with heartbreak and despair.
"'Tis naught to worry you, Harold. I just wish to leave. My husband can follow on his own when he's done."
She turned away and moved to the makeshift bed in the corner, which was covered by a soft wool blanket in the familiar colours of her old clan, the only thing she had left from her time as a McCall. She'd become a MacIntyre at just 15 years old, sent to marry a man she'd never met, with only her nursemaid and lady's maid as company. Deirdre'd loved both women dearly, but they'd left her now. Her nursemaid to the grave nearly 5 years ago, and Arlene, her maid, to marry a lowlander she'd met at another gathering last summer. Deirdre had attended the wedding with Ewan, and she'd wished Arlene the very best. She knew better than most that marriages and families were not always what they seemed. A wooden toy horse sat on her pillow, given to her by Ewan when she'd left, to make sure she wouldn't get lonely. She picked it up and squeezed it tight. Thank goodness she'd be able to return it to him soon. Finally, a tear did slip through. She wiped it away and breathed deeply to restore her equilibrium. She'd heard of the McKinnon clan and Gavin McKinnon. Everyone had. He was one of 5 lads fostered by the great Gregor MacLeod. The fostering had intended to bring the 5 boys together to become brothers and allies and bring peace to the Highlands. Although the last thing Gavin had made her feel today was peaceful, she was probably overreacting. She had no idea if Laird Mackinnon was Ewan's father or not. Aye, they looked alike, which indicated some shared ancestry, but she knew that Gavin had a sister. Maybe she'd birthed Ewan out of wedlock, or one of Gavin's cousins had done so. It wasn't unheard of for a laird's daughter or niece to carry a bastard. Still, she couldn't imagine her quiet, unassuming husband as one to inspire Gavin's sister Isabel, a renowned beauty, to invite him into her bed without the benefit of marriage, or imagine him even going to her bed at all. Deirdre did have the benefit of marriage, and he still wouldn't come.
"My lady."
Deirdre turned to see her maid Magda standing at the tent's entrance, looking worried. She dredged up a reassuring smile.
"Naught has happened. I just wish to return home. I dunna know why my husband insisted I come when he wouldn't be here himself. The gathering is smaller than I imagined, and I confess I feel a wee bit under the weather. I'll help you to pack so we can be home in time to put Ewan to bed. If not tonight, then tomorrow night."
Magda curtsied and smiled.
"I thought it might be so. I'll finish up in here, and Harold has brought the cart around. He's laid out the pillows and blankets for you, so you can have a rest as you travel. We'll leave Geordie behind to wait for your husband."
Deirdre dipped her head.
"Aye, thank you. I think I will go and crawl under the blankets,"
and hide her head like the little mouse she was, so Gavin Mackinnon wouldn't see her leaving. She couldn't help darting across the campsite to the wagon, instead of walking calmly, looking over her shoulder as she climbed on board. Despite the swaying of the wagon and the warm spring sunshine, she knew she wouldn't sleep on the way home. Nay, she wouldn't be able to sleep until they were over her drawbridge, the portcullis locked and her bedchamber barred, with her child on the inside. She doubted she'd sleep soundly again until she knew Gavin Mackinnon wasn't ever coming for her son. Gavin raised one disbelieving brow at the tanner trying to sell him a so-called cow's hide that certainly was not from a cow. He ran his fingers over the leather. Aye, definitely a goat.
"I didn't know you were a magician. 'Tis an amazing feat you've accomplished, turning one animal into another. Can you turn water into wine too? Verily, you'll be most welcome at my table if you can do that."
The tips of the tanner's ears turned red, but other than that, he hid his emotions well.
"You're mistaken, sir. 'Tis a new breed of cow from the continent. A smaller beast with a tough hide and tanned in the Roman way. A favourite of the Italian women."
Gavin just resisted rolling his eyes. Did he look like a man who could be persuaded by the whims of women? As a young man, aye, but certainly not since his terrible marriage. He reached behind his shoulder, slowly pulled his giant blade from its scabbard, and cradled it in his arms. The weight was nothing for a man of his strength and size, and he no more felt the strain of it than a woman lifting a brush to her hair. An image filled his head at the slightest prompt. Silky strands sliding through the bristles, soft blue-grey eyes watching him, full breasts pressing against a linen shift. He stilled at the direction his thoughts had taken, at the scene he'd envisioned as clearly as the loch on a bright summer's day, the same scene he'd dreamed about last night, causing him to wake up hard and wanting. He'd been thinking of Deirdre McIntyre, again.
"God's blood!"
he cursed, loud and hard. The tanner blanched and pulled a tough cowhide from beneath the table. But it was too late. Gavin was no longer interested. He resheathed his sword and turned away with a scowl, something he'd been doing constantly, ever since he'd noticed Lady McIntyre crossing the market yesterday morning. He'd stopped to watch her, not so much because of her beauty, although that was considerable. Fair skin, dark hair, lush red lips, but because she looked so vulnerable, and when she'd glanced up and he'd seen those soulful eyes, her expression had hinted at an uncertainty that made his heart squeeze. He'd wanted to tuck her into the crook of his arm and fight off all her enemies, especially those who'd made her doubt herself. And more basic than that, he'd wanted to lose himself in her body, bring those rounded breasts to his mouth and suckle them as he tupped her. Which really was utter shite. That woman was hiding something, and Gavin was a right bastard who didn't want anything from a lass, not even a hot mouth or a busy hand. Not any more, at least. And she didn't have to be beautiful. His wife, Crystal, had been beautiful, and she'd ruined his life. Ewan's too. She'd taken his almost 2-year-old son to the fall festival 2 years ago, against Gavin's express orders, and she'd lost him. If she hadn't died from the plague, Gavin would have thrown her into his dungeon. He'd spoken to her maid, the only surviving member of her attendants, who said Crystal had wanted to show Ewan off to some other high-born lasses, and wouldn't let the boy's nursemaid accompany them. He'd been missing for hours before she'd told anyone. They'd looked for him, but by then, people, including Crystal, had started falling ill. Gavin had searched the burned remains of the dead bodies afterward, ankle-deep in ash. Thankfully, he hadn't seen any signs of a child. So he'd offered a substantial reward and run down leads for over a year before those had dried up. He'd sent men to every corner of Scotland, looking for a boy with his blonde hair and blue-green eyes. He'd even had an artist paint Ewan's likeness and distributed the pictures across the land. Reports had come in about sightings from as far away as the Orkney Islands. Gavin was here now because of one such report. He was to meet the woman at the festival this afternoon. For a moment, yesterday, when Deirdre McIntyre had stared at him for so long and so hard, he'd thought perhaps she was the informant he was supposed to meet, the one to give him back his son. He'd felt a flare of hope as she'd studied his face, but at her denials, that crushing blackness had swamped him once again. He'd been short with her, and crude. He shouldn't have said the things he'd said, but he didn't have the self-control and decorum he once had. Anger and worry, along with years of barely sleeping, had eroded his courtesy and goodwill. He was trapped in a nightmare, and he couldn't get out. Ewan had to be alive. Gavin refused to believe otherwise.
And to think, the lasses used to swarm to see your smiling face.
Gavin turned his head in the direction of the speaker, whose tone had been so deep and blunt. He realized he was still scowling, seemingly his permanent expression now, and grunted in acknowledgement.
They may have flocked to me at one time, but they run from your frightening face always.
Caer McAllister, Laird of Clan McAllister, grinned, holding the reins of his huge black stallion in one hand. With the other, he pulled Gavin into a bear hug, an animal Gavin swore his foster brother just might be related to. As big as Gavin was, Caer was even bigger, with eyes and hair as dark as Gavin's were fair. The long, thick strands of that dark hair had been secured in a leather thong at his nape and fell past his massive shoulders. The bleakness began to lift, as hope and lightness filled Gavin's soul once more, as light as he could be, not knowing if his son was hurt or scared or dying.
"'Tis good to see you, brother,"
he said roughly.
"Aye. It's been a long winter not having your bonny face across the table from me, or hearing your sister's agreeable, dulcet tones.
Gavin barked out a laugh. Calling Gavin sweet and Isabel agreeable was like calling their foster father, Gregor, dull-witted.
"She missed you too," he said, although she would ne'er admit it. "'Tis high time you find a way to convince her to marry you. I desire cousins for Ewan to play with when we finally get him back." "You'll get him back long before then," Kerr said. "And I hear from Darach that cousins are already on their way. Caitlin is with Bern."
A smile cracked Gavin's face, and he felt more optimistic than he had since he'd said goodbye to his foster family last fall.
What a blessing for them, and for all of us. Knowing Caitlin, she'll give Darach a daughter. Several daughters. Every one of them as fair and sweet as she, and just as much trouble.
Kerr laughed.
"I can hardly wait. Best we find Ewan soon, so he can start training to keep them safe."
The breath caught in Gavin's throat, and he had to remind himself to breathe, slow and deep. Still, his voice rasped with emotion when he spoke.
"Aye, best we find him soon."
Kerr clapped him on the shoulder, and they began walking toward Gavin's small campsite. Glancing back, Gavin looked for Kerr's men.
"You're alone, then?"
he asked when he couldn't spot anyone.
"Nay, I have Sortley and Greer with me. I sent them on ahead. Told them to look for the campsite in the best defensive position."
Gavin laughed.
"Aye, Gregor taught us well. You said in your letter you were meeting someone here with news of Ewan. Has that changed?"
Kerr asked.
"Nay, she should arrive some time today. She told my man Lorne that she saw a young lad fitting Ewan's description at a recent wedding, but she was nervous and wouldn't say any more."
His teeth ground together as he thought about the next part of her letter.
"She said it was too dangerous."
Kerr's brows rose.
"In what way?" "I dunna know, but Lorne stuck near her, just in case. He didn't want her to get scared and run, or be put in a grave before she could pass on the information." "And he couldn't entice her?"
"I'm sure he tried.
Yesterday, I thought maybe—"
Gavin trailed off and scratched his hand through the scruff on his jaw, surprised by his reluctance to tell Kerr about Deirdre.
"Maybe what?"
Kerr prompted.
"Do you know Lewis McIntyre, son of Laird McIntyre? I met him a few times when we were younger. He's quiet, but not disagreeable. A better man than his da, that's for sure. His father and my father were friends, if you could call it that, before I killed him."
Gavin knew Kerr referred to his own father. Laird McAllister had been a degenerate man, and when Kerr was just 17, he had killed him. To save his own life, yes, but also to stop the abuse of men, women and children at Clan McAllister, and anywhere else his father could find them. Gregor MacLeod, Kerr and Gavin's foster father, had known that some day McAllister would make an attempt on his son's life. Gregor had trained Kerr hard to prepare him, even harder than he'd trained the other lads, so Kerr would survive. Each year at harvest time, when the lads returned to their own homes, they'd said goodbye to Kerr with heavy hearts, not knowing if that would be the year he wouldn't return.
"I met his wife, Deirdre, yesterday. She was watching me,"
Gavin said. Kerr raised his brow and gave him a look.
"How exactly was she watching you?" "Not like that. Although what?"
Gavin shrugged. He took a moment to control his heart rate as he dodged a cart in the crowded market.
"'Tis nothing. She's married. I was just going to say she's a lovely lass, but she seems a wee bit broken, and I wondered if Lewis might be the cause. I ne'er sensed that in him. His father, for sure, but not him."
Kerr furrowed his brow, and Gavin could see he was trying to remember something.
"Now that you mention her, I think Deirdre's great-grandmother may have been a McAllister. That would make Deirdre my cousin. Many times removed, of course. Truly. Her hair is dark like yours, but she's fair-skinned with light eyes, a grey-blue colour with a dark grey rim, and her lips are red, like the inner petals of a young rose.
Kerr stopped in the middle of the crowd and stared at him, his brow raised high and his eyes wide. Gavin could practically see the gears turning in his head, and heat washed up his cheeks.
"'Tis not what you're thinking. Inner petals, young rose. I've been pining after Isabel for 5 years, and I've ne'er once compared her to a flower. Maybe that's your problem. There's no romance in your soul. And there is in yours."
Gavin grinned suddenly.
"Apparently."
Kerr shook his head and resumed walking.
"Did you romance her, then? Married or not, you obviously wanted to."
Shame flooded Gavin, and he scrubbed his fingers through his beard again.
"Nay, I was rude to her. I may have used the word swiving. And tupping, too. Why, what did she do? She'd been watching me from a distance, and then staring at me like she recognised me. I thought perhaps she knew something about Ewan, and I was already thrown because of her petal lips."
Gavin sighed.
"I'll ne'er live that down, will I?" "Nay, and you'll tell Darach, Lachlan and Callum, no doubt." "Of course, and Gregor too."
"God's blood," he muttered, just loud enough for Kerr to hear.
"'Tis no wonder Cain murdered Abel, if his brother was as annoying as you."
Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kerr smile.
"I was thrown, because it's been a long time since I've been so drawn to a woman, and I dunna mean just physically. But at the same time, her behaviour made no sense. I'd swear on my life, on Ewan's life, that she knows something about his disappearance." "Then we'll speak to her immediately. I dunna need to drop off my bags at your camp. Where is her tent located?" "I didn't ask. I was afraid I'd become the one watching her from a distance. After my talk of tupping, she would have felt unsafe." "She would have felt unsafe anyway. Have you looked in Isabel's mirror lately? You're a prosperous laird, for Christ's sake. Have someone else trim your hair and whiskers."
Gavin shoved his hands through the short, choppy strands, and then scratched over his jaw and under his chin. It felt good. There had been a time, before Ewan was taken, that he ne'er would have had whiskers if he could help it. Now, the most upkeep he did was taking a sharp knife to it every few weeks or so. He didn't want to look like the Gavin of old. He wanted to stay rough and raw until he got his son back. And maybe that was what had bothered him so much about Lady MacIntyre. She tempted him to want warm and soft things again.
"Laird McKinnon!"
Gavin looked over and saw Lorne, a man slightly younger than him, with a bulbous nose and heavy brow, which hid a quick mind, no matter what some might think. He also had a fair and loyal heart. Gavin quickly stepped forward, and they clasped forearms in the way of warriors.
"Well met, Lorne. 'Tis good to see you. And you, Laird."
Glancing behind Lorne, he saw a no-nonsense-looking woman in her middle years, standing with her arms crossed at her waist. Hope rose in his chest. She didn't look like the type of woman to come forward just for the reward. She would want to do right by his son.
"I'll have my money before I say a word,"
she said, when she saw Gavin watching her. He barely held back a surprised laugh. So much for his keen sense of observation.
"I cannot give you the money until I verify your information,"
he said. She looked around the market with suspicious eyes, and both Gavin and Kerr did the same, moving automatically into better fighting positions lest they be attacked.
"Would you prefer somewhere more private?"
Gavin asked.
"Aye, over by that tree."
She pointed to a tall Scots pine near the edge of the market. Gavin met Care's eyes. Was it an ambush?
"Nay, come have a meal with us at our camp. It's the least I can do after your long journey."
The woman nodded curtly. Gavin took the lead, while Care brought up the rear of their group. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but he didn't want to take any chances. After arriving at camp and settling the woman on one of the logs around the fire with a hot bowl of cooked oats, Gavin sat down beside her. He couldn't wait any longer. He braced himself for disappointment, knowing that the chances this woman knew anything were slim. Nevertheless, he couldn't stop the hope and eagerness that bloomed in his chest. It reminded him of how he'd felt when he'd spoken to Deirdre in the tent yesterday, right before she'd said she didn't know anything. No matter. If this woman's information was good, he ne'er had to think about Deirdre McIntyre again.
"Can you tell me now?"
he asked.
"Where have you seen my son?"
At a wedding I attended last summer. The lad you search for was there with his mother."
"His mother is dead."
"That may be, but the young laddie called her Mamma, and she called him Ewan. She certainly watched over him like a mother hen. He's the spitting image of you. Are you sure you didn't get the lass pregnant and not know it? I've heard rumours that her husband is rarely in their bed."
"In whose bed?"
Gavin asked, his impatience and frustration making his voice sharp.
"Lewis McIntyre's, son and heir of Laird McIntyre. 'Tis Lewis's wife, Deirdre, that you seek. I swear on my grave that Deirdre McIntyre has your son."
Chapter 2. Gavin rode Thor, his huge grey stallion, across the hard-packed trail as fast as he could, despite the late hour and only moonlight for guidance. Care rode alongside him with 5 of their men, 3 McKinnons and 2 McAllisters, trailing behind them on their horses. The moon was full and the night sky clear, but it still didn't brighten their trail enough to show all the ridges, holes, and debris on the road, especially at the speed he'd set. And not a single one of the men had protested. They'd wasted time earlier looking for Deirdre's campsite, before learning that she'd packed up yesterday. The woman had headed home shortly after she'd spoken to Gavin.
"After she knew Ewan was my son."
She'd looked him in the eye, seen the resemblance, the spitting image of Ewan in his face, and run as fast as a thieving fox back to her keep. He might never have known his child was within a day's ride if the other woman hadn't come forward. Fury swelled within him again, turning his anger as hot as the blacksmith's forge. The McIntyres and McKinnons were now at war, and if any harm had come to his son, whoever was responsible would pay with a sword in their belly. Deirdre's husband and father-in-law couldn't save her now, nor could her brother Boyd.
"Gavin!"
Care yelled at him, his cry barely discernible over the pounding of the horses' hooves. Gavin heard his foster-brother, but kept moving. He knew what Care was going to say, and he didn't want to hear it. The big bear of a man lunged forward and grabbed Gavin's reins, slowing his horse. The others skidded to a halt behind them. Gavin rounded on him, his blood hot, his face tight with anger.
"Imagine if Isabel were in that castle. Would you be stopping right now? If it were Isabel, then I hope you'd be riding with me, urging me to be cautious, so we didn't ruin our chances of saving her. That woman has had Ewan for 2.5 years. She will not have him for 1 more minute. That woman is my cousin, and she may well be innocent. We will let her explain herself before we do anything that canna be undone. I do not need her explanations. She saw me. She knew who I was, and she ran. She is not innocent. You're either on my side in this, or you're against me, brother. Shut it, you wee ablach. Of course I'm on your side. But for the sake of your son, for my nephew, we will go in with a plan, and we will go in carefully. Do I need to bloody well fight you on this? Getting us caught or killed will not save Ewan."
They were leaning toward each other across their saddles, almost nose to nose. A red haze of anger clouded Gavin's vision, and he almost smashed his fist into Care's face. And Care would smash his fist right back. That was for certain. It wouldn't be the first time, or the last, most likely. And where would that get them? Rolling around in the dirt, while Ewan stayed trapped in the McIntyre keep. Gavin ground his teeth together, then looked to the rear of the group and locked eyes with Clyde, his second in command. Clyde was a short, stocky man, with the strength of Goliath and hands the size of dinner trenchers. For a moment, Gavin couldn't decide whether to ask Clyde for his opinion or order him to kick Care in the arse. Not that Care wouldn't have kicked the man's arse right back. Clyde moved to the front of the group to stand his horse beside Gavin's.
"Laird,"
he asked, his voice gruff,
"what do you know about the McIntyre Southern Keep? I've ne'er been there before. It didn't sound like Deirdre McIntyre had a large guard with her. Maybe the keep isn't part of their line of defence. I know that it's the oldest of the keeps. The castle is small, built on a parapet with a moat dug around it. That moat will be filled with a spring runoff now. From what I've heard, Lewis is not in his father's good graces. The laird has married several times since Lewis's mother died, trying for another son. He's been blessed with one daughter since."
Clyde had 8 children, all girls on whom he doted, and it offended him when anyone suggested, by word or by deed, that a daughter was less valuable than a son. He pointed toward a mountain in the distance.
"The castle is not far. It may be another hour, and we'll need to breach it without alerting them to our presence. The hill and the moat will make that more difficult. I agree with Laird McAllister that we should take care, and we do not know how many men are in the castle,"
Care said.
"You need to clear your head and your heart, Gavin. Think strategically. We haven't alerted Gregor or the lads to our plan. If we're caught, not only will we lose our chance to get Ewan back, but our allies will not be riding to our rescue."
Gavin pressed the heel of his hand into his forehead. He was so close to Ewan he could almost feel the warmth and weight of him in his arms, the tiny puffs of air against his neck as his son slept on his shoulder. The lad would be different now, over 2 years older. 2 years that Gavin would never get back. He rolled his head and tried to loosen the tension from his shoulders.
"We'll ride until we spot the castle. Then we'll plan. I need to see the keep and know that someone isn't leaving with my boy."
Deirdre woke with a start, her heart racing, her eyes wide as she listened for whatever had woken her. The fire in her bedchamber had burned down to barely glowing embers, leaving the air cool and the room dark, but she was warm under the covers. Ewan slept soundly in her arms, and he put off enough heat to warm their small keep. She'd just started to think it had only been another nightmare that had woken her, all of them about Gavin McKinnon coming to steal her son, when she heard a loud crash outside her window in the bailey. The noise was followed by a man's yell, abruptly cut off. Untangling herself from her son, she slipped quickly out of bed and darted across the bare, cold floor to the window. She yanked on the shutters to get them unstuck, just one of many ways the keep was falling apart around them, and wedged her shoulders through the small opening to see what was happening. The air outside was brisk. Usually one torch was left burning in the bailey below, but tonight the light was doused. The moon was out, but without that extra light, Deirdre had a hard time distinguishing shapes. There! She peered into the night at the shadow she was sure had moved. Was that a man? Or a rain barrel? An owl hooted. Seconds later, another returned its call. She heard what sounded like a grunt, but that could have been anything, including the horses. And then she saw it, the flash of metal in the dark. God help her. Gavin McKinnon was coming for her son. Panic engulfed her, and she raced back to her bed, the air rasping through her lungs. She felt for her plaid, found it, and then threw the length around her linen shift. Leaning over Ewan, she gently lifted him into her arms. Soft, whispered words formed on her lips, and he snuggled closer, still asleep. His head rested on her shoulder, and he wrapped warm arms around her neck. She'd left her shoes by the chair and started across the floor for them, but then remembered Ewan had been playing with them. She'd never find them in the dark. She couldn't outrun the devil anyway. She had to find a place for them to hide.
"Gavin, wait!"
A man yelled outside, just as the door to the great hall banged shut, one level down from her. She jumped with a fearful squeak, her eyes filling with frightened tears. Stretching out her free arm, she rushed for her bedchamber door, not stopping until her palm hit the smooth surface. With one hand, she dragged the bar back, cringing as it scraped noisily through the metal loops.
"Ewan!"
A voice cried out from inside her home. His call echoed hauntingly in the dark, empty keep. But this was no ghost. She knew who it was. Laird Gavin McKinnon. She wrenched open the door and ran in the opposite direction toward a circular staircase at the end of the hall. It led upward to another level of bedchambers, the Laird's solar and the nursery. When she reached the first step, she looked back. Light from a flickering torch shone on the wall, growing bigger as the torchbearer neared the top of the staircase. Swallowing her sobs, she climbed to the uppermost level, dragging her fingertips along the stone to orient herself as she raced forward. But to where? Where could she hide that Gavin McKinnon wouldn't find her?
"Ewan, I'm coming for you, son!"
The disembodied voice thundered and threatened from behind her. Deirdre wanted to wail, terror thick in her throat. He would take her child. And then what? Would he hurt him? Neglect him? Change him into an unloving man who didn't remember her? God help her. They needed somewhere to hide.
"Gavin, slow down! Where are you?"
Another male voice cried out.
"She's not in her bedchamber,"
Gavin yelled back, his voice echoing.
"The bed is still warm. I'm going up to the third level. Ewan, where are you, lad?"
Deirdre stumbled in the dark and almost dropped her son. He woke with a confused whimper.
"Mama? Hush, baby, I have you. You must be quiet."
She entered the nursery just as the light from the torch grew brighter again behind her. Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. Her arms shook so badly she could barely hold on to Ewan any more, and he began to slide down.
"Mama, it's too dark. Lift me up."
"Ewan!"
Gavin yelled. Feet pounded down the hallway toward them. A second set followed behind the first. She hauled Ewan into her arms and raced blindly forward, but she stepped on something hard in her bare feet and yelped.
"Mama, it's all right."
She'd intended to soothe him, but she'd whimpered as she said it. She could hear the heartbreak in her voice, feel the sharp pain of it in her chest. Fear weakened her, sickened her. How could she protect him? The door crashed open behind her, hitting the stone wall. She crouched down and pulled the wool blanket from her shoulders, covered her son, then rose to face the fury of his father. If Gavin was going to run his blade through her breast, soak her white linen shift with her blood, she did not want her beloved child to see it. Gavin raged forward, his huge sword held out in one hand, the flaring, smoking torch in the other. The room came into view, the long, dancing shadows turning the nursery she'd lovingly decorated for Ewan into a house of horrors. Which was fitting, seeing as she was about to die in it. His lips pulled back in a tormented grimace, his eyes as they landed on her wide and feral. She had no doubt her death would be violent and bloody.
"Where's my son?"
He roared. She couldn't speak. All she could do was shake her head and pray Ewan stayed hidden under the blanket behind her. Gavin swept the torch in a circle, scanning the room. When he didn't see Ewan, he advanced on her, every step a drumbeat marching her closer to death. She swayed as her knees buckled, and she grasped the back of a chair with one hand for support. She'd been a mouse most of her life, but now she would stay standing as she defended her son, be the lion she'd always wished to be. He swung the torch close to her, and the heat washed over her face. She gasped in pain and horror. Would he burn her instead? What if the blanket behind her caught fire and Ewan was killed? "No, please!" she cried.
"Gavin, step away from her!"
A voice roared from the doorway. The McKinnon laird didn't move, just stared at her with death in his eyes, his jaw as tight as a vice, and his eyes filled with hatred. No, more than that, filled with pain at losing his son.
"You have him,"
he croaked, his lips barely moving.
"Please,"
he continued,
"tell me where he is."
His tone scraped at her heart, her soul. The desperation in his voice shredded her. But then a small, warm hand grasped her ankle from behind, giving her courage. "My sweet boy," she prayed, "please stay hidden." "I do not have him," she said.
"I heard him."
"Maybe 'twas me you heard. I was frightened. My voice squeaked." The other man now stood behind Gavin. Two massive warriors, armed and deadly, staring down at her. The other man was dark like her, his long hair tied behind his shoulders. She tilted her chin up, forced herself to meet their gazes. She couldn't help but notice Gavin's identical eye colour to Ewan's, but the shine of love and laughter was missing.
"Give me the torch, brother,"
the other warrior said, as he grasped the long handle.
"And put away your sword. This is no way to find your son."
Her lips parted on a silent sob. "My son," she whispered bleakly, pain roiling through her. Ewan would never again sleep in her arms, never come running to tell her about his latest adventure, never sit quietly with her after dinner and ask her all his questions. She almost collapsed. The ache in her body was so intense. But Gavin McKinnon stepped forward, the rage rolling off him in waves. He grabbed her upper arm with one hand and raised his sword with the other.
"You have one chance to live, Deirdre McIntyre. One chance to tell me. Where is my son?"
The hand on her ankle rose higher, and then a small, soft body leaned against her leg from behind. Ewan wrapped his arms around her thigh and pressed his head against her waist. Her hand dropped automatically, and she smoothed loving fingers over his silky hair. The dark man behind Gavin inhaled sharply and dragged down his brother's sword arm. Softly, he said,
"Gavin, look."
Gavin McKinnon dropped his gaze slowly, his pulse pounding in his throat. When his eyes finally fell on her son, his whole face changed, almost as if the tiny muscles that controlled his expression crumpled. His mouth jerked down at the corners, and his chin trembled. His brow furrowed inward as his eyes scrunched and watered over. When he blinked, tears ran down the hard planes of his cheeks. He blew out a trembling breath, then crouched down and stretched out a shaky hand to Ewan.
"Hello, laddie,"
he rasped.
"I've missed you, son."
Ewan glanced at Gavin's hand, and then at his father. A frown transformed his sweet face, and he looked even more like the hulking man before him. Suddenly, he stepped in front of Deirdre and pushed Gavin's hand away.
"You're a mean man. Stay away from my mother."
Gavin stared at his son, feeling like his heart might burst from his chest even as it broke into tiny pieces. His son, who used to toddle to Gavin whenever he saw him, raise his arms to be picked up and swung high into the air, had called him mean. Instead of laughter and adoration, Ewan was angry with him for hurting his... Gah! He would not acknowledge that woman as his son's mother. Gavin reached out again, wanting to pull his wee lad into his embrace, needing to feel the weight and warmth of his body in his arms. But Ewan pressed back against Deirdre, his face turning fearful. She crossed her hands over his chest and pulled him tighter against her legs. A spurt of anger surged through Gavin. She'd done this. She'd run away from him, tried to hide Ewan from him. He would never have put his sword to her throat or pushed the torch close to her if he'd known Ewan was there. His son might have been hurt or traumatized. He was traumatized. She'd ruined their relationship before they could even get reacquainted. But the terror on Deirdre's face, especially when he'd pushed the torch close, pricked at his conscience. Care held the torch now, almost as if he didn't trust Gavin with it. Gavin didn't blame him. He could control his sword, but fire was unpredictable, and he could have set her long locks on fire. What would have happened to Ewan then, hiding under the blanket behind her? I could have lost him all over again. He scrubbed his fingers through his short, bristly hair before making a fist and tugging on the strands. They were too short to get a good grip, which was why he'd chopped his hair off in the first place. Maybe he'd grow it back now that Ewan was no longer missing. He stilled as the words reverberated in his head. Not missing. He covered his mouth to hide the emotional joy and relief that coursed through him, overwhelmed him. Thank the angels he's here with me now. His son wore a light linen shift that came halfway down his thighs. It was similar to Deirdre's, except hers touched the floor. One reason neither Gavin nor Care had seen him. Gavin looked the boy over for signs of injury or neglect, but the lad appeared healthy and well treated. He was taller, leaner, stronger than before, and his hair was shorter and thicker. Those baby soft curls Gavin had wrapped around his fingers and kissed were gone. But it wasn't just how he looked that shocked Gavin. It was the words he'd spoken. When he'd been taken, he'd barely started to talk. Gavin had been worried the boy's speech was delayed, but the nursemaid had assured him Ewan would speak in his own time. She'd been right. The words he'd said had cut Gavin, but he'd still marvelled at the precise way his child talked. In the time he'd been missing, his bairn had become a wee lad. That ever-present anger surged again. Years he'd never get back. Everything he'd missed. "How long have you had him?" he asked coldly, without looking at Deirdre. Her hands clenched the front of Ewan's shift.
What do you mean?"
Her voice shook, and he could hear the lie in it. "When did you first meet my son?"
"When I gave birth to him, of course. And I think you've mistaken him."
She trailed off when Gavin raised his gaze to hers. He didn't say the word. He didn't need to. Liar. He looked back down at his son, smiled. "Do you remember coming here, Ewan? It would have been a long trip. Riding on a horse, or maybe you sat in a wagon."
"Nay,"
the lad answered, looking confused.
"But I've been in the wagon for our picnics. Mamma always puts lots of pillows down so it's soft. And next year I can start riding."
His voice picked up excitedly at the end. "Sooner than that, Ewan. It is Ewan, isn't it?"
"Aye."
Gavin couldn't help glancing at Deirdre again, knowing his enmity raged in his eyes. "You dinna have any other names, Ewan? Perhaps a second or third one?"
"People do not have so many names."
"Some do, and as sure as I'm looking at you right now,
I know that you have 3 more names.
I do.
Aye. Ewan Albert Gregor McKinnon.
The boy's brow furrowed in concentration, and he tried to repeat what Gavin had said.
Ewan Albert.
Albert Gregor McKinnon.
Gavin helped him say it. When he was done, Ewan asked Deirdre,
What about McIntyre?
Deirdre's lips trembled, but she smiled wanly at him.
"'Tis something new to think about, Ewan. I dunna know where McIntyre will go now." "For you too?"
he asked. Her smile slipped.
"Aye, perhaps."
Ewan frowned suddenly and returned his gaze to Gavin.
"I dunna want more names if Mama doesn't get any."
A hand squeezed Gavin's shoulder, care telling him to choose his words carefully.
"Maybe your mother has other names too," he said.
He certainly had a few choice ones for her. When he saw Ewan was about to ask Deirdre what they were, he quickly distracted him.
"Ewan, I know you said you had to wait a year before you started riding, but I was younger than you when I first learned. How would you like to ride on a horse with me right now?"
He put excitement into his voice and watched his son's eyes light up. But Deirdre gasped, a tormented sound, and Ewan looked at her. His excitement faded.
"Can my ma come? She doesn't know how to ride either."
Gavin stilled. He hadn't considered what would happen after he found Ewan, never imagined that his son might not want to come with him. He glanced around the nursery in the torchlight. It looked old, but was filled with enough wooden and stuffed toys to make any boy happy, and someone had taken the time to decorate the chamber with wall hangings to interest a child. In the corner sat a small table and 2 chairs. It seemed Ewan was happy here, and he wouldn't want to leave without the woman he thought was his mother. The last thing Gavin wanted to do was hurt his child, but was he willing to kidnap Deirdre the way Ewan had been kidnapped? Nay, it was not the same at all. No one knew where Ewan had been taken, whereas Gavin would make sure Deirdre's husband, laird, and father all knew he had her, and that he wanted them to come take her back with an army. Aye, until he knew better, Clan McKinnon and their allies were at war with Clan McIntyre. He looked over his shoulder at Care. He knew his brother would be thinking the same thing he was. Care nodded.
"Pack a few things for my son and yourself,"
Gavin said to Deirdre. He smiled again at Ewan, and finally he touched him, a brief tousle of his hair.
"Deirdre will be coming with us. We wouldn't want her to miss seeing you ride for the first time, would we? We're going to go back to my castle. We do not have a moat, but there's a huge loch where we can swim, and I can hardly wait for you to meet my sister, all my other brothers, and my foster father. He'll want you to call him Granda."
"Granda?"
"Aye, his name is Gregor MacLeod. He's the most powerful laird in all the Highlands, and you are his first grandson."
"Oh, I can hardly wait to tell old Mungo. He said he has 20 grandbairn, and if I wanted I could call him Granda too. I wouldn't have to if I have my own. But
"But what, Ewan?"
if he's my Granda, then who are you?"
Emotion welled in Gavin's chest again, and he had to swallow several times to loosen his throat before answering. Still, his voice rasped.
"My name is Gavin Owen Albert McKinnon. I haven't seen you since you were almost 2, lad, but I've thought about you every single day since then. You used to laugh when I tossed you in the air and pretended to drop you, and you'd always sit beside me when we supped."
He took a deep breath, gently grasped his son's hand, and looked him in his eyes.
"Ewan, you may not remember me, but I'm your da."
Chapter 3.
"Where are your shoes?"
Deirdre shifted her gaze to Gavin's as she hurried along the passageway to where he waited for her at the top of the stairs. She held a full leather satchel in one arm and Ewan in the other. She'd packed and dressed them both in record time, remembering to grab Ewan's favourite toy horse from where he'd left it on her bed, but not much else. Everything was a blur. Her hair hung loose, as she hadn't had time to braid it, and she hadn't remembered to take a ribbon to tie it back, let alone a hairbrush, or, apparently, her shoes. She glanced down at her bare toes poking out from beneath her arrowshead.
"Not on my feet."
He didn't smile, and she wanted to kick herself for speaking so inanely.
"I suggest you get them before we leave."
His words were clipped, the tone neutral, as if he was trying to manage his ire. For Ewan's sake, no doubt. Certainly not hers. He reached out suddenly, and she flinched. An automatic response. His eyes widened at her reaction, but instead of his hand landing across her cheek, he lifted her son effortlessly into his arms, tight, but not too tight, and stroked a hand up and down his back. Ewan looked startled, but he also settled into Gavin like he'd never forgotten him, as if his body and heart remembered how it felt to be in his Da's arms, even if his mind didn't. When Gavin pressed a kiss to his head, a lump formed in Deirdre's throat. She didn't know what had happened, or how Lewis had gotten Ewan, but she could see that Gavin had missed him. She could also see how angry he was, at her. She may yet find herself at the end of his sword, or thrown down a gully during their ride to his castle.
"Deirdre."
"Aye."
"Get your shoes. We'll wait for you."
She hesitated, afraid to let Ewan out of her sight for even 1 second. What if Gavin was lying, and he ran with her son once Deirdre was gone?
"He doesn't need to lie to me to do that. Go."
She sprinted back toward her room. Ewan cried out, and she heard Gavin calming him. A torch burned in the sconce on the wall in her bedchamber, but she still squinted as she searched for her shoes. She finally found them on opposite sides of the bed, where Ewan had been walking around in them. She grabbed one in each hand and was running out when she spotted her hairbrush, and quickly snagged it too. Gavin saw her coming and turned to go down to the great hall before she got there, but Ewan let out another shriek, reaching for her. The McKinnon laird stopped and waited until she was beside him, then wrapped his other hand firmly around her upper arm. Ewan stretched his hand across Gavin's shoulders and held tightly to a lock of Deirdre's hair. The strands tugged, and she winced, but she didn't pull away. She was glad her son wanted her close. Maybe Gavin McKinnon would show her mercy for Ewan's sake. They hurried down the stairs and across the open area toward the outside door. She felt immense relief to be going with them to Clan McKinnon. If Ewan had been taken from her tonight, she didn't know how she would have survived, and he would have been devastated. She would stay by his side as long as possible, despite the fear for her own safety. Maybe she could petition Gregor MacLeod to intervene in some way. Everyone said he was a good, just man, and she hadn't done anything wrong. All she'd done was love a boy she'd been told was her husband's son. Gavin shouldered open the door, and the brisk morning air washed over her face, making her realize her cheeks were wet. She scrubbed the tears away with the back of her hand, not wanting to upset Ewan further. The sun was just cresting the horizon, and not one cloud marked the brightening sky, promising a beautiful spring day. Once she was in the wagon, she would have time to think, to plan how she could win over Gregor MacLeod. And maybe Gavin McKinnon, too. If they kept her alive, she could stay at Clan McKinnon for as long as Ewan needed her. Her husband wouldn't care. Truth be told, if no one told him, it might take him months to notice she was gone. When he was at home, Lewis McIntyre was kind and respectful, and she enjoyed their games of chess. But their marriage wasn't a real marriage. Still, living with him was better than where she had grown up. For that she was grateful. And for Ewan too. Gavin tugged her down the stairs to the bailey, where 4 men, including the big dark-haired one named Caer McAllister, stood with the horses. In the distance, 2 men rode toward the raised portcullis and lowered drawbridge. How had they breached her home? She'd thought herself safe behind her walls, but obviously these warriors knew how to invade a castle, moat or not. Not that her small, crumbling keep could be called a castle. Caer looked up at Gavin.
"I've sent Sorley and Greer to Clan McLayne with the news that we found Ewan, and who had him. Callum will send riders out, and the lads and Gregor will arrive with their forces in no time."
"Forces?" Deirdre squeaked. "We're a small household. We've barely any guards. The men and women here are farmers and crafters."
Were her people going to suffer for her supposed sins as well?
"Nay, not here," Caer said. "At Clan McKinnon."
Then he took her bag and shoes and proceeded to transfer her belongings into his saddlebags, which were already full. When he came across Ewan's toy, Caer pranced it over to him, huffing and neighing like a horse. Her son laughed, and Deirdre couldn't help smiling too, albeit a watery smile, her first since she'd hugged Ewan yesterday upon her arrival. But then Caer pulled out her hairbrush from the bag. He tried several ways to fit it into his saddlebags. When it didn't work, he gave up and tossed the brush onto the steps. Her smile dropped.
"No room,"
he said.
"You can use one of Isabel's combs when you get there."
She stared at her brush, wanting to reach for it.
A strong woman would pick it up and find a way to shove it in his saddlebags, or elsewhere.
But she didn't move.
"What did you say?"
Gavin asked. She glanced up at him, startled.
"I said not."
Surely she hadn't spoken aloud.
"Aye, you did. I heard something." "Of course she did,"
Caer said with a grin.
"She's a McAllister. We ne'er keep our emotions to ourselves."
Deirdre stared at the huge man. He had slanting eyebrows and the fierce eyes of a hawk, although the colour was dark like a merlin. Surely he was daft.
"Did you not know that your great-grandmother was a McAllister?" he asked. "We're cousins, Deirdre. Several times removed, but still cousins."
"I've ne'er heard this, but I haven't seen my family in 7 years, other than one visit from my brother. We did not talk about our ancestry. But if—"
She trailed off, as she was prone to do. She'd learned as a girl it was safer to keep her impertinent thoughts to herself.
"If what?"
Caer asked, one eyebrow raising. She shook her head and felt the heat sweep up her cheeks. She'd been about to say,
"But if we had spoken about our relatives, we wouldn't have discussed the scoundrels and black sheep among them."
How could she have been so addle-pated? Men like Gavin McKinnon and Caer McAllister did not want to hear her opinions. Caer rested his hand on the back of his horse, and Gavin turned to face her.
"Oh, come now,"
Caer said.
"You canna start like that and then just stop. There are rules."
"Rules?"
she asked, her brow raising.
"Aye, rules of engagement, and I dinna speak of war. What were you going to say? I'll let you pack your hairbrush if you tell me."
She looked at the brush, a keen yearning for it almost breaking her silence. But nothing was worth being left behind, if by chance she offended him. She dropped her eyes.
"'Twas not. I only meant to say that if we had spoken about our relationship to Clan McAllister, it would have been with great respect and pleasure."
Gavin rolled his eyes as Caer snorted.
"A bad liar, too," Gavin said. "Also a trait of the McAllisters."
It was a jest, but Deirdre could hear the edge to his words. Aye, Gavin was only half teasing, and he wasn't speaking of his foster brother. Care laughed as he checked the straps of the saddlebags on his huge black stallion. She looked around for the wagon she and Ewan would ride in, but didn't see one. Alarm grew in her as Gavin put an excited Ewan on his stallion. He showed the lad how to pat the horse's neck and rub between his ears.
His name is Thor, after the Norse god of war. We're descended from the Vikings, who invaded these lands hundreds of years ago.
Where's the wagon?
She asked. Gavin looked over his shoulder at her.
You'll ride with Care. Ewan stays with me.
His words echoed in her ears.
He's only a wee boy.
Concern made her heart pound and warred with her need to placate the warrior.
But my son's near ridden. He doesn't know how. He could get hurt.
My son.
Gavin didn't raise the pitch or volume of his voice, but he spoke forcefully, and everyone, including Ewan, stopped what they were doing and looked at him.
Ewan will know how to ride soon enough, and he willna fall, because I'll have a hold of him.
Well, what about when he's tired?
Deirdre asked, unable to let it go, despite Gavin's glower.
And sore. Surely you canna mean to make a young boy ride for hours on end his first time.
When he's tired, we'll stop, or I'll hold him. The lad has more resilience than you think.
Mama, I can do it. Thor is a bonny horse.
The great grey beast looked at her, a stallion trained for war, and she shivered. Care mounted his black stallion and reached for her.
Come, cousin. A wagon isn't an option. 'Tis too slow. We need the speed and agility of horses.
I'm to go behind you?
She asked.
Aye, you'll hold on.
But how?
'Tis now or never, Deirdre,
Gavin said. She could hear his patience wearing thin. She placed her hand tentatively in Care's, expecting him to lift her gently, but he yanked her up toward the horse. She yelped in shock, her arms and legs flying, and the stallion shifted its weight from side to side in alarm. Terror gripped her, as old fears from her childhood surfaced. She was on her belly across the beast's arse, and Care kept pulling on the arm she was trying to wrap around the stallion so she wouldn't fall off.
Christ almighty! Hold on to me, not the bloody horse!
Care pulled her upward again, and this time she grabbed onto his waist as she began to fall over the other side.
Sit up, Deirdre. Swing your leg o'er his hindquarters.
His tail is in the way. He'll kick,
she wailed.
Aye, if you knee him in the bloody arsehole, he will.
Finally, she got her leg over and wrapped her arms around Care's waist in a stranglehold.
Thank the bloody saints,
he said, as he urged the horse toward the portcullis, catching up with the others, Gavin and Ewan on Thor, and 3 other men. Ewan watched them anxiously over Gavin's shoulder.
You haven't any imagination,
she said, speaking through gritted teeth as her bottom slid toward the back end of the horse with every step.
What does that mean?
Everything you say is bloody this and bloody that. Can't you think of anything other than gore and carnage?
Nay, I like gore and carnage.
Another trait of the bloody McAllisters, no doubt.
Aye, cousin.
Care laughed as they rode under the portcullis and over the rickety drawbridge. The horse picked up speed, racing for the field.
It's in our blood!
A high-pitched yelp, followed by Care's cursing, reached Gavin's ears as they galloped across the open field from Deirdre's keep. He looked over his shoulder, in time to see his foster brother rein in his stallion and try to catch Deirdre before she tumbled off the back of his horse. He failed miserably, and Deirdre hit the grass hard at an awkward angle, her ankle rolling beneath her. Gavin covered Ewan's ears, then whistled to his men. The 2 in front, Clyde and Lorne, took up defensive positions. His 3rd man, Seamus, positioned himself in the rear. Gavin didn't think they were in any danger from Deirdre's household. Not one of the men knew how to fight, but they were still within range of an archer.
"Mama!"
Ewan yelled, and he squirmed so fast that Gavin lost hold of him. The lad tumbled over the side of the big horse. Gavin tried to grab him, but missed, and Ewan almost got stepped on. Before he could blink, the boy was up and running toward Deirdre. When Gavin saw that Ewan was safely in her arms, he breathed a sigh of relief, and then couldn't help grinning.
"He's fearless,"
he said to Care. Care grinned back.
"Like a wee monkey."
Deirdre glared at them, obviously neither proud nor amused. She was as mad as a badger dug out from its den in the middle of the day. But he preferred her this way than when she dropped her eyes to the ground. He wanted to fight with her. Gavin dismounted, and after commanding his mount to wait, he strode toward Ewan and Deirdre.
"You said you'd hold him. You said he wouldn't fall,"
she yelled, eyes flashing.
"He was almost stopped by your great beast of a horse."
Gavin rubbed his hand across the back of his neck. On second thought, maybe a little meekness wouldn't be amiss.
"He's fast and slippery."
"He's a boy, not a fish."
She pushed herself to her bare feet, holding tight onto Ewan and favouring one foot. Gavin scowled.
"I know that."
He crouched on the ground and picked up the foot she'd twisted. She tried to pull it away, but he slid his hand to her calf and held tight, trying to ignore how soft her skin was. And cold. Why the hell wasn't she wearing her shoes?
"What are you doing?"
she asked, sounding a little breathless.
"Making sure it's not broken."
He rotated her foot and then squeezed down to her toes. She moaned softly, and he looked up to see she'd pressed her lips together as if to hold in any further sound.
"It'll heal,"
he pronounced, then yelled,
"Care!" "I'm right here,"
his foster brother said from behind him, sounding surprised. And no wonder. The first thing Gregor had taught them was always to be aware of their surroundings, including the positions of all the people. He repressed an irritated sigh.
"Can you bring her shoes?"
"Aye." Care's footsteps receded as he retreated to his horse.
"I can put them on myself,"
she said, trying to tug her foot away again.
"Apparently not, or you would have done so already."
"And when would that have been? When you were dragging me down the stairs? Or when—"
She stopped talking suddenly, and he jerked his chin up to see her lips were squeezed tight like before, but not from pain this time. Nay, she was desperately trying to swallow her words, and strangely enough, that irritated him too.
"You could have put them on in your bedchamber before you came out. I gave you my word we wouldn't leave without you, and I meant it. I will ne'er lie to you, Deirdre. You will not always like what I have to say, but will always be truthful."
One of her shoes landed beside him on the grass, then the other, Care tossing them from his horse. He saw Deirdre's eyes flash as a clod of dirt flew up from the impact and hit Ewan's cheek. Ewan ignored it, which pleased Gavin. The lad would be taught to lead, and he couldn't do that without learning to fight and getting hurt and dirty in the process. Gavin and his foster brothers were some of the best fighters in the Highlands. They hadn't achieved that level of skill by shying away from a little mud or pain. He pushed her sore foot into the boot and tied it tightly in place to help reduce the swelling. She never made a sound, even though it must have hurt.
"Keep that on for the next few days unless you're bathing. Cold water will be good for it."
When he rose, he lifted Ewan into his arms, the same position he'd always carried him in before. He loved how his son relaxed against his shoulder, unless Deirdre was out of sight or in distress. Then Ewan tensed and struggled to get down, which could be a problem. Once his son was comfortable in his true home, Gavin intended to return Deirdre to her family. She wasn't in danger while she was with the McKinnons, but she also wasn't an honoured guest.
"I'll put her in front this time,"
Care said, bringing his big stallion over. Something welled up within Gavin, resisting the notion of Care pressed up against Deirdre in the saddle, and he tensed.
"Nay, she'll ride with me. Ewan willna settle otherwise. Besides, there's no room for her with that big arse of yours in the way."
Her lips moved in response, but the words she'd spoken were so soft he couldn't hear them. He wouldn't have even noticed, except he stood so close to her. Ewan was even closer, leaning toward her to grab her hair like he had before.
"You said something, just like at the keep,"
Gavin said, his tone almost accusatory. Deirdre's eyes widened before she dropped her gaze and shook her head. Ewan laughed.
"You think my big arse is a jest?"
Care asked, pretending to stomp toward the lad and sticking his arse out behind him.
"God's blood, I forgot how much Care likes bairns."
Ewan laughed harder.
Aye, and then Mamma said, big arse, big head.
Colour washed up Deirdre's cheeks.
Ewan, hush.
But he didn't hush.
Big arse, big head, big arse, big head, big arse, big head.
Care clapped his hands over his heart.
"Cousin, you wound me."
Gavin couldn't help the amused twitch of his lips. He rolled his eyes and whistled for his horse. Thor came over immediately, but by the time he could take the stallion's reins in hand, Gavin's unexpected urge to smile had faded. Things were complicated enough without Care taking a liking to Deirdre, especially since they were distantly related. Care had killed many of his uncles and cousins after he became laird, and the other McAllister clans attacked him. He would be happy to find a decent, honourable relative, so long as that was what Deirdre was. It was obvious she loved Ewan and had taken good care of him, but she had run away from Gavin 2 days ago, all the while knowing he was Ewan's father. That he couldn't forgive. No matter what her story was, or how she'd gotten Ewan, Deirdre was not staying. He sat Ewan on Thor's back, close to the withers, so there was room behind for Gavin and Deirdre.
"Hold on to the mane and squeeze with your legs,"
he told the lad. Deirdre's eyes had widened, and her face blanched, seeing her son up there.
"You're next," he told her. "And if you panic this time, you'll knock Ewan off. Control your breathing, Deirdre, and you'll control your fear. If you control your fear, then you'll have control of your body. Do not flail about wildly. Just swing your leg over Thor's back. Grab the mane like Ewan is doing, and squeeze your legs around the stallion's flanks."
Care moved to Thor's other side, just in case, and Gavin bent over and linked his fingers together to make a stirrup. Deirdre put her foot in his hands and stepped up. Gavin raised her slowly, and she balanced on his shoulder, then swung her leg over Thor's back. After reaching around Ewan, she grasped Thor's mane tightly. Once she was settled, Care offered his hand from the other side, and Gavin quickly grasped it and jumped up. Then he wished he hadn't. She was warm against him, and soft. Her hair was silky wherever it touched his bare skin, and she smelled like honeyed lavender. And she fit perfectly between his thighs. Her plump arse cushioned his cock, and when he slipped his hands around her to grasp the reins, his arms brushed the undersides of her breasts. Their weight rested, full and yielding against his muscles. She inhaled jaggedly, and he couldn't help holding her just a wee bit closer to feel her breathing. She was well endowed up top and below, but narrow through her ribcage and waist. He dug his heels into Thor's sides to stop himself from imagining what she might look like naked. At the pressure on his flanks, the stallion jumped forward and straight into a gallop. Deirdre let out a terrified shriek, while Ewan yelled in delight. Gavin grinned again at his son's exuberance, but Deirdre was soon tilting to one side, and Gavin had to tighten his arms and legs just to keep them all in place.
"Close your eyes, Deirdre."
She stiffened and tilted again.
"What? Nay, I canna."
He pulled her upright once more.
"Aye, you can, or you're going to take us all down with you this time. Close your eyes, lean back against me and relax. Trust that I'll keep you and Ewan safe. Stop fighting me and let go."
"You're asking too much,"
she said, and he heard tears in her voice. He realized she wasn't talking about the stallion any more, and he felt a strange pressure in his chest. He wanted to wrap one arm all the way around her waist and rest her against his heart, absorb her uncertainty and heartache so she didn't hurt so much. But how could he do that when he planned to take Ewan away from her? He couldn't.
"I said I would ne'er lie to you, Deirdre. The only promise I can make right now is that I'll get you and Ewan safely to Clan McKinnon. Once I find out what happened to my son, I'll hunt down and punish those who took him. That I swear."
Chapter 4.
"Mum, look, a pattern,"
Ewan said, holding up a pine cone that he'd pulled off a tree. He had a growing collection of leaves, twigs, and flowers that he'd picked from the foliage as they'd ridden by. Having nowhere to put his treasures, he'd woven the various pieces into Thor's mane, so they wouldn't fall off. Deirdre wagered the stallion had never looked so bonny. Grasping her son's hand, she slowly turned the pine cone to see how the buds grew upward in a circular design from the stem.
"It is a pattern, one we often find in nature. Do you remember what it's called?" "Aye, it's a...
His brow furrowed as he tried to remember the name.
"It's the same as the snail's shell we found at the creek, and the seeds in the sunflower. It starts with an S," she said. Spiral. That's right. And the name of the mathematician who gave us a numerical sequence for the spiral. Fibonacci. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233.
He said it in a sing-song voice, which had helped him memorize the numbers and their order.
"I'm impressed," she said. "I think I was older than you when I learned the numbers."
"Who taught you that?"
Gavin asked.
"Mama. She drawed me a picture of all the different rectangles too, and then we put a line through them until we had a spiral. It works every time. When we stop, she can show you."
What did Gavin think of that? When Deirdre was growing up, her tutor had been her godsend. Spending time with him in the nursery, away from her family, had been long, happy, mostly uninterrupted hours, learning mathematical equations, music, language, history, and art. She'd begun teaching everything she knew to Ewan, as the cost of a tutor had been out of the question. Lewis might be the next laird of Clan MacIntyre, but until then his father was making sure he lived on as little money as possible. And truth be told, she didn't mind. She loved spending time with Ewan and educating him about the subjects she held most dear, especially geometry. It wasn't what her sisters had been interested in, and certainly not her mother, whom Deirdre would often watch outside riding her horse. But for Deirdre, inside with her quills, ink and books, she'd felt safe and happy. Ewan snagged another flower from the tree and weaved it into Thor's mane behind his ear. Gavin snorted behind her, and she couldn't help smiling.
"Such a bonny lad,"
she said to Ewan.
"Aye, I'm sure he feels pretty,"
Gavin replied. Now it was her turn to snort, and then she wished she hadn't. Who knew what might offend the laird behind her? Ewan settled down after that, and a few minutes later he yawned, which made her yawn in turn. She knew, though, it would be impossible for her to sleep. She'd never been in so much pain in her life. It was no wonder she'd rarely ever ridden a horse. Her whole body ached from the tip of her toes to the top of her head. They'd rested twice already, and she'd hobbled like an old woman when she'd dismounted. The second time, she'd fallen when her feet hit the ground. Only the fear of being left behind had made her get back in the saddle. She'd finally relaxed against Gavin and found that it had helped. At least she was no longer petrified of falling off. And, truth be told, she liked the feeling of his arms around her. A strange flutter had started in her belly, and his strength, controlling Thor and holding them all up, made her feel protected. All this, even though he was the one stealing her child and dragging her across the Highlands to an unknown future. It makes no sense. She'd never been this close to a man before. Never mind leaned her body against one. Well, other than that once, and that had been confusing, upsetting, and terrifying in the end. Another reason she'd been happy to escape to Clan MacIntyre, even though it meant leaving her beloved tutor behind.
"Mama, I'm tired,"
Ewan said as he squirmed around to face her. Fear shot through Deirdre, and she tipped to one side at the sudden imbalance, but Gavin's arms tightened around her until she was settled against his chest again. Safe. Ewan laid his head on her shoulder, and Gavin pulled her son's legs over either side of their legs. She winced at the jolting pain, but then Ewan settled and quickly drifted off. She slipped her hands beneath his bottom to keep him steady. Gavin brushed his fingers through his son's silky tresses, then leaned down and kissed Ewan's brow. Gavin's spiky hair tickled her ear, making her shiver. He tightened his arms around her for a moment, and her pulse sped up until she felt it drumming in her ears. That strange flutter had risen into her chest now, and she couldn't take a full breath. What was wrong with her? She'd never been attracted to a man in her life. Why, when it finally happened, did it have to be to a man who would ruin her? It wasn't as though he would return the attraction. Gavin McKinnon was tall and fair like the rest of her family. She was the dark, soft, unattractive outcast even her husband didn't want. But for just a moment, she thought about what it would be like if Gavin McKinnon was her husband instead of Lewis, and the son she held in her arms had come from her own body. What if Gavin held her tight like this because he loved her, and after kissing their son, he turned his head and kissed her, the side of her neck, the whorls in her ear? Aye, what would that feel like? The flutter in her chest turned into a flood of heat that saturated every inch of her and throbbed between her legs. The tips of her breasts hardened and sensitized, the soft underside rubbing against Gavin's arms with every sway of the horse. Is this how it would feel to be married to him, to want him, to welcome him into her body? Her experiences with men had not been pleasant so far, but she thought with Gavin McKinnon that could change.
"Were you at the summer festival when the pestilence hit?"
he asked, his words quiet yet clipped as if he was angry, and the heat in her body doused with cold. How could she have forgotten?
"Nay, I've ne'er been to a gathering other than the one a few days ago."
"That's hard to believe. You ne'er went with your family to any of the festivals near your castle?"
Heat rose up her cheeks again, but this time from embarrassment instead of desire. How could she tell him that her family had never wanted her with them, and the times she did spend with them was some of the most excruciating in her life, filled with fear and humiliation, but also with a desperate neediness to belong, to be loved? She shook her head. not wanting him to hear the shame in her voice.
"Then where did you find Ewan?" he asked. "And do not tell me you birthed him. We both know that's not true."
She had to unclench her jaw before she could talk, force the words past her lips. "I didn't find him anywhere, and he is my son. I know it, and Ewan knows it." He drummed his fingers on his leg, where his kilt had ridden up to reveal brawny thighs.
"So, if you didn't find him, someone gave him to you. Your husband, perhaps. Was he mistreated before you got him?"
"Nay."
"Nay, your husband didn't give him to you. Or nay, he wasn't mistreated."
"He's ne'er been mistreated in any way. I would ne'er hurt Ewan. I would give my life for my son."
"Not your son. Do you think people could believe for even one moment that you're his mother? You couldn't be more opposite."
"You wouldn't say that if you met my mother. She's as fair as Ewan. All my family is."
"And do they all have my eyes? And the same cowlick that Ewan and I share? The same dent in our chins? Does their hair peak downward in the middle of their brow like mine does? Like Ewan's?"
She stayed silent. This was a pointless discussion. She could agree, confess that Lewis had given Ewan to her, and told her he was the boy's father. But then what would Gavin do to him? Lewis wasn't a bad man, and she couldn't imagine he'd deliberately hurt a child in any way. Nay, she'd been 15 when she'd married him, and he'd treated her like the child she still was, instead of taking what was his by rights of marriage. Her life had vastly improved since she'd moved to Clan MacIntyre, and, if nothing else, she owed Lewis her loyalty.
"Do you not find it strange that they didn't change his name before they gave him to you?"
Gavin asked.
"Someone took him from the gathering before the pestilence hit. They knew his name, so he must have been targeted. And then they gave him to you to raise, to take him on picnics and teach him about spirals, and put your life before his, without even trying to hide who he was. Why?"
She shrugged, feeling helpless and confused, frightened. Her time with Ewan was almost at an end. She knew it. Gavin McKinnon would not want to keep her around. Her fantasies about them being a happy family were just that, fantasies. Tears pricked her eyes, and her lip trembled.
"I think whoever took him wanted to use him as leverage against me," Gavin continued. "But if that's true, why didn't they? Why give him to a lonely, barren woman to raise instead? To make him happy?"
She blinked, and the tears ran down her face. Aye, she had been lonely, and she'd done her very best to fill her son's days with love, laughter and learning, which had filled her own life too. A life which now loomed ahead of her as barren as Gavin had described. He pushed Ewan's hair back from his forehead with his fingers. A small scar marked the centre of his brow.
"Did you ever wonder how he got that?" he asked. "He fell off a chair in the nursery and hit a jagged edge on the stone wall. I had the mason come in the next day and sand down all the sharp edges on the walls, so my son wouldn't be hurt like that again. And this one on his palm."
He turned Ewan's hand over, so she could see, but she didn't need to. She knew the exact scar he referred to.
"He grabbed a knife I'd laid on the table. I was right there, watching him, and I only intended to put it down for a moment. I banned all daggers from the keep after that."
He rubbed Ewan's back, down low on the right side.
"He has a birthmark here in the shape of a rearing horse, and his wee toes are perfectly shaped, all 10 of them, which he did not get from me."
He rubbed his hand on Ewan's back again, soothing, but also strong and protective.
"I did everything I could think of to safeguard my son, and then someone stole him from me when I wasn't there, and I could do naught to stop it. All I could do was keep looking for him, keep believing he was alive. I never gave up the search."
Pain radiated off him, and he squeezed his arms more tightly around Ewan. He kissed his head once more, and then nuzzled his face in the boy's hair. Things that Deirdre had also done every day since he'd been given to her.
"He wasn't hurt, Laird McKinnon, or sad or unprotected. Take comfort in that. He is loved and happy."
She pressed her fingers over Gavin's and traced the outline of the birthmark that she knew by heart.
"We named the rearing horse on his back Dardu, a made-up name that he liked. And I also didn't let him around knives. He's fascinated by them. You'll have to teach him to use them responsibly soon."
She pushed his fingers back to Ewan's leg, where a more recent scar sat.
"A weasel bit him here. Ewan found it going after the chickens and chased it out of the coop. He fevered afterward and was sick for a few days. I ne'er left his side."
She trailed her fingers up to his knee.
"He's scraped and banged these too many times to count. His elbows too. I've held him until he stopped crying, and washed, bandaged, and kissed every cut and bruise. And I've kissed all 10 of his perfect toes."
She turned her head this time and nuzzled Ewan's hair.
"Aye, Gavin McKinnon. He's your son, but he's my son too."
Gavin led Thor across the wildflower-strewn field to the creek. The gloaming was upon them, and the sky was covered in waves of orange and pink. He crouched down at the stream's edge and drank deeply, as did Thor, then splashed water on his face. They would make camp here tonight, and hopefully cross into McKinnon land 2 days hence. He hated to admit it, but the ride had been tough on Ewan. Having to stay on Thor for so long was no easy thing, and Gavin had often wished they'd brought a wagon, as Deirdre had asked. The ride had been tough on her as well, but that wasn't his concern, no matter how many times he'd considered stopping early so she could rest. He looked back over his shoulder and saw Deirdre and Ewan walking toward the woods with Clyde, Gavin's most trusted man, at their heels. Deirdre moved awkwardly, in pain from the ride most likely, and Ewan stepped sedately beside her, carrying a linen that dragged on the ground. Not like the first few times they'd stopped, when he'd darted all over the place, exploring. Nay, they were both done in. Care approached the creek with his stallion and crouched beside Gavin for a drink. When he finished, he wiped his mouth on his linen sleeve and followed Gavin's gaze to where Deirdre and Ewan had disappeared into the forest.
"Are you expecting trouble?"
he asked.
"Not exactly. But you do not like Ewan out of your sight."
Gavin nodded.
"Especially if Deirdre is with him. She hardly seems capable of escaping, either by herself or with a child, let alone incapacitating Clyde first." "Aye, I know. It's not a rational fear." Care squeezed his shoulder. "But understandable. Did she tell you anything further?"
"She said that she did not find Ewan or steal him, which means someone gave him to her. Her husband, most likely."
"'Tis what the castle folk said when I questioned them.
I wouldn't have thought it in Lewis's nature to steal a child, so maybe he found Ewan. Lewis was a kind lad when I knew him, and reviled by his father in the same way I was reviled by mine, except he didn't have the stones to stand up to his da, like I did, or the support of all of you and Gregor. Do not rush to judgment, Gavin, until we have the full story." Gavin nodded, but his muscles tensed in resistance. Deirdre had known he was Ewan's father before she'd run from him at the spring gathering.
"What else did they say?" "That Lewis brought Ewan home after one of his absences, and said the boy was his son. Deirdre raised him after that."
"Absences?
'Tis an odd word choice. According to the groom, who was hushed by the housekeeper, Lewis only lived there periodically. Deirdre too. Nay, she was there the whole time. They said her trip to the gathering a few days ago was the first time she'd left. Ever. And according to her maid, she didn't want to go, especially not without Ewan. But Lewis insisted. So she wasn't trying to keep the lad hidden.
Gavin couldn't help imagining what would have happened if Ewan had been at the gathering, if Gavin had seen his son in the middle of the market. Then Deirdre wouldn't have run, and they'd already be home.
Where does Lewis go when he leaves? His father's keep, or some of the other defensive posts? No one could say for sure, and Laird McIntyre hasn't been there in years. As Clyde said earlier, his father is trying for another male heir, and doesn't seem to want anything to do with his firstborn. Well, Lewis obviously has Deirdre's loyalty. She wouldn't spill her husband's secrets, so he must not have treated her poorly. And by the looks of it, not your son either. Ewan's a happy and well-loved lad, Gavin. You can put that worry to rest.
Aye, he had. But how could he tell Kerr that even so he did not want Deirdre to have one extra minute with his son? She'd stolen time from him, whether she'd known it or not. Time with Ewan that he couldn't get back. If anything, he was more filled with anger than before. He thought he would be happy to find his son, and he was, overjoyed, but he was furious too, especially now that he had someone to focus that anger on. He didn't think Kerr would see it that way, and maybe he was right. But for now, Gavin couldn't let it go.
I just want to keep Ewan safe, like I failed to do the last time.
Kerr clapped him on the shoulder, then rose and stretched to the sky with a noisy yawn.
It's been a long couple of days. I shall sleep well tonight, whether it's on the hard ground or in a field of flowers. 'Tis the same thing, is it not? I cannot imagine the flowers will be any softer once you've flattened the life out of them. Mayhap a patch of moss, then.
He reached into his saddlebag and tossed Gavin an apple, then took one for himself.
And you, brother, will you finally sleep?
Gavin knew why his foster brother was asking. All the family worried about his lack of sleep the last few years, e'er since Ewan was taken. Before that, even, when the marriage he'd had such high hopes for had withered and died. The Crystal he thought he'd married, a giving woman who loved him and shared common interests, who enjoyed his touch, hadn't existed. Instead, she'd wanted them to live separate lives and had encouraged him to find his pleasure elsewhere. Gavin had been devastated and furious. He'd been brought up with loving parents, whose only sorrow had been their lack of bairns after Gavin was born. They'd weathered several miscarriages and even a stillborn. When Isabel had finally come along, healthy and squalling, 10 years later, it had been a true blessing. And he'd seen the love that his foster father, Gregor, had for his wife, Kelly. He'd never stopped loving her, even after she was lost to him during childbirth, but he'd sworn he would take their marriage vows to his grave. Gavin had wanted, and expected, that same happiness with Crystal. She had certainly played the part in the beginning, pretending to love him until after their wedding night. When she'd birthed Ewan, she'd finally been honest with him. If Gavin hadn't been Laird, she would never have married him. And now that she'd given him a son, she would not continue their physical intimacy. She'd trapped him with lies and false intentions, and in so doing had destroyed all Gavin's dreams of a loving, supportive union. He thought back to what Kerr had asked him, and shook his head.
I do not think sleep will come so easily. Maybe once we're in the keep and I know he's safe. Do you think we've been followed?
Kerr asked.
Nay, it would take the McIntyres at least a day to organise a search. So something else is bothering you then? Deirdre? Aye, I'm worried about her too. It seems an unfair punishment to take her child from her when all she's done is love him.
Gavin rounded on him.
My child!
Care's eyes widened at his outburst before they narrowed on him.
No one's saying he's not your child, Gavin. But you cannot deny that she loves him as a mother should, and he loves her right back. To separate them could cause irreparable harm to both. I do not know what the answer is, but I do know that we shouldn't rush into making a decision. 'Tis no we making the decision, Care. It falls on my shoulders alone. I am Ewan's father and his laird. 'Twill be my cross to bear. Aye, 'tis a burden for sure, and it will only get heavier if you do not allow us to help you carry it.
Care spoke the truth, and Gavin remembered saying something similar to Callum's wife, Maggie, last summer. But in this instance, he didn't see any possible compromise, and certainly no happy ending.
Why hasn't she had other children?
He asked, flinging his half-eaten apple into the woods angrily.
They've been married for 7 years. Surely a woman as young and fertile as her would nae be barren.
Care's brow rose.
There's 10 years between you and Isabel. You of all people should know that conception is not always guaranteed. Besides, it may be him and not her at fault. Aye, 'tis just, if she had other bairns, she might not feel the loss of Ewan so acutely. I've thought the same thing.
Care sighed.
No matter what choices are made, good people will be hurt.
Gavin bit his tongue just before he blurted out,
Good people dinna run off with other people's bairns.
Deirdre and Ewan came out of the woods just then, and Gavin found himself scowling at Deirdre. She blanched and took a step back. Ewan looked up and saw Gavin's dark, twisted face and the way he was glaring at Ewan's mother. He quickly grabbed her hand and tugged her away in another direction, looking over his shoulder fearfully at his da.
God's blood,
Gavin muttered, anger wanting to explode from between his clenched teeth.
He'll ne'er abide you hurting her,
Care said. Gavin rounded on his brother, ready to smash his fist in his face. His head felt tight, hot, and every muscle tensed for action. If they were attacked right now, he would happily wade into 100 enemy warriors.
Is he watching?
He asked, barely reining in the need to shove his foster brother into the creek behind him.
Aye. Take a walk, Gavin. Make sure your head's right before you come back, or you may lose your son forever this time.
Gavin met his brother's gaze, saw the steel there, but also the concern and the compassion. He was in trouble. If there was one thing Care knew well, it was a lad's need to protect his mother, and the hatred that formed in his breast if he failed. Deirdre could not stay in Ewan's life, but how could Gavin get her out? Chapter 5. When they crossed the border onto McKinnon land several days later, with Deirdre and Ewan riding in front of him, Gavin felt an upswelling of exhilaration and joy.
My son is home.
He whistled to the men he knew were hidden in the trees and on the ground patrolling his border. A young, agile warrior dropped to the trail in front of them and ran alongside Gavin's horse.
Finn!
Gavin cried out, a smile splitting his face.
Well met, lad. And you, laird, you're home early. We weren't expecting you for...
Finn's eyes widened as he took in Ewan.
Is that... Aye, Finn,
Gavin laughed.
Let everyone know that Ewan is back.
Finn let out an excited holler and punched his fist in the air. Other yells and whoops went up around them, and more men dropped down from the trees or appeared to spring up from the ground. A huge warrior with a bushy beard that rivalled Clyde's rose up from where he was hidden in a wee gully.
Laird!
He yelled, leaves and twigs falling from his plaid as he hurried forward.
You found your son, just like you said you would. Our wee Ewan returned to us at last. And look at him, so big and braw. Have you fought off any dragons on your trip, lad?
Gavin slowed Thor to a walk, so Ewan could respond to the big warrior, Artair, who was a favourite of Gavin's.
"Aye,"
Ewan said.
"I fighted 100 dragons, and they had giants on their backs."
The men all laughed, Artair's booming chuckle drowning them out. Finn slapped him on the shoulder.
"Were they as big as this giant here?"
he asked. Ewan's mouth dropped open.
"You're a giant. Was your ma a giant too?"
"She surely was,"
Artair said.
"as wide as me and as tall as your horse."
"My ma isn't a giant."
Ewan turned to look up at Deirdre, and Gavin tensed.
"Are you, ma?"
"Nay, Ewan," she said softly. "I'm not a giant." The men around them quieted, giving her curious looks. They knew Deirdre was not Ewan's mother. Gavin urged his horse forward and whistled ahead to Clyde. The battle-hardened warrior twisted in his saddle and peered at Gavin.
"Aye, Laird. Send Seamus and Lorne to the castle, so my sister knows we're coming. Have her prepare the nursery." "Aye, and tell her I'm with them,"
Kerr yelled from behind him.
"She'll want to use that mirror of hers to look pretty for me."
The men laughed at the jest. They all knew the only thing Isabel used her mirror for was to blind unwary folk. And she needed no primping to look pretty. Isabel was considered a beauty throughout the Highlands. Gavin wanted her to marry Kerr, the only man he knew who could handle her stubborn nature without crushing it. But Isabel was dead set against him. Neither of them knew exactly why, as she'd been sweet on him when she was younger. Kerr had his work cut out for him, but if there was one person Gavin knew who was more determined than Isabel, it was his foster brother. It was almost dark by the time they passed the village, not too far from the castle. Ewan was asleep in Deirdre's arms, and she had gotten more and more tense the closer they drew to Gavin's home. Aye, truth be told, Gavin had too. He'd thought long and hard about what to do with her, and he'd decided he needed to separate her from Ewan as much as possible until he could send her home, starting with night-time when Ewan wanted to sleep snuggled against her.
And who wouldn't want to sleep in her arms?
She had the kind of beauty and manner that drew you in and wouldn't let go. Like stepping into a hot pool, warm, lush, soothing, and all-consuming. But he suspected that beneath the luxuriant depths were unseen bubbles of hot mud and simmering geysers, ready to explode at the right provocation. Like when Kerr had pulled her onto his horse, or Ewan had almost been trampled by Thor. She was a married woman, and would be lady of her clan some day, if he didn't kill her husband first. But it didn't stop his men from sneaking glances at her whenever they thought they were unobserved. Everyone except Kerr, who had taken wholeheartedly to being her cousin. It helped that he had eyes only for Isabel. They passed the cathedral that was being built about halfway between the village and his castle on the loch. Deirdre straightened in the saddle as they rode by, shifting Ewan so he stayed sleeping as she turned her head to see its outline against the moonlit sky. "What's that?" she asked, her voice picking up in wonder.
"My mother's dream," he said.
"A cathedral?"
"Technically, 'tis only a church. Cathedrals are the seat of the bishop, as I'm sure you know. I suspect my mother believed that if she built the grandest church in the area, the bishop would follow. She commissioned work on it a few years before she died. It will not be finished for many years."
"Oh, how wonderful," she sighed.
"Are you devout, then?"
he asked. "No more than most, but I've seen drawings of the great cathedrals in Rome and Paris. They are a sight to behold."
"Maybe one day you'll be able to see them in person."
"Maybe, but I'd travel in a wagon. I'm done with horses."
"'Tis because you haven't ridden on your own, galloping to freedom. The first time you do that, you'll ne'er want to ride in a wagon again."
"I'd end up broken on the ground. If you weren't holding me up, I'd fall."
"Nay, you're stronger than you think."
Maybe,
she said quietly. She settled against him again. Everyone seemed subdued now that the initial jubilation was over, including Care, who'd kept up a lively banter most of the way there. The lights at the castle were ablaze, and as they neared, he saw the portcullis was open. He whistled again, softly, and this time Clyde rode back to them.
"Laird, ride ahead and tell them to keep quiet,"
Gavin said.
"I dinna want to wake the bairn."
He meant to start how he intended to go. Ewan in the nursery at night, Deirdre in a guest chamber. His nursemaid would be there if he awoke, and she could put the child back to sleep, or call Gavin if she needed help. Gavin still hadn't slept much, even though he'd gotten his son back. Maybe that would change once Ewan was safe in the castle nursery. He knew there would be much talk about Ewan and speculation about Deirdre, and once Gavin knew the truth, he would tell his clan what had happened. They deserved to know, if they were going to war against the McIntyres and their allies. That list included the McCalls, Deirdre's birth clan, although she didn't seem to have anything to do with them. But for now, he just wanted to get them into the castle without any upset. After they passed under the portcullis, the iron grille shut behind them. When they stepped into the bailey, it was filled with whispering people craning to see Gavin's sleeping lad. Their faces lit up with happiness, many cheeks wet with tears. Highlanders were a stoic lot, but in this instance the floodgates had opened. Ewan, the wee lad they all loved, had been returned to them. Gavin's own emotions surged, and he raised a silent hand of greeting and thanks to his clan as he rode through the crowd, mostly castle folk, and warriors not on patrol at this time of night. On the other side of the crowded clearing, his home loomed. Mackinnon Castle was large and impressive, even to his own eyes. They were a prosperous clan, with good management the last few decades, due to the guidance of a smart, honest steward, Gregor MacLeod's guidance, and a father who'd listened to both. As he neared the steps leading up to the great hall, Gavin's eyes fell on his sister Isabel. She stood halfway down the stairs, one hand pressed over her heart, the other covering her mouth, and her face crumpled with tearful disbelief and happiness. Her bright blonde hair hung loose down her back, and he heard Deirdre suck in an awed breath. At the same time Care, who rode beside him, sighed. Aye, Isabel was a sight to behold. Tall and willowy, with Gavin's blue-green eyes and the face of an angel. Not that she behaved like one. Nay, as much as she loved him, and he suspected loved Care as well, she could be downright disagreeable, fighting with them over every wee thing, although Care did seem to go out of his way to rile her, on purpose. She raced down the stairs, eyes jumping from him to Deirdre to Ewan. "Is it really him?" she asked, her voice shaking. Gavin turned Thor just enough so that she could see Ewan clearly, sound asleep on Deirdre's shoulder. Isabel moved between the two horses and lifted her hand to stroke her nephew's hair. A sound escaped her throat, halfway between a sigh and a sob, and she leaned back against Care's horse, with tears streaming down her face. Care lowered his hand to her shoulder and squeezed. She raised her hand and grasped his fingers.
"And this is Deirdre McIntyre,"
Care said.
"She's my cousin. She's had Ewan all this time. Made sure he was safe, happy and loved. She ne'er knew he was stolen."
Care raised his eyes to Deirdre. They brimmed with sympathy.
"Did you, love?"
Her body shuddered in his arms as she shook her head. Gavin didn't want to see her face, didn't want to see the heartbreak there. He slipped off of Thor and then lifted Deirdre down. Ewan made a soft sighing sound, but he kept sleeping.
"I'll take him,"
Gavin said.
"You've been holding him for a while. He must be heavy."
"Nay, I do not want to disturb him,"
she said. her arms tightening around him. She was delaying the inevitable. Gavin slipped his hands under Ewan's arms and pulled him from her embrace. Deirdre let out a heart-rending sob, but Gavin turned away. He settled Ewan on his shoulder and walked up the stairs to the great hall, Isabel on his heels. He looked down toward the bailey once they were at the top. Down below, Care had wrapped one huge arm around Deirdre, who had collapsed against him. Care spoke into her ear as he guided her toward the stairs. Gavin wondered what his foster brother was saying.
"Gavin, what's going on?"
Isabel asked as she stepped up beside him. "I have Ewan back. That's what's going on." He pushed open the heavy door that led into the great hall and waited for Isabel to walk through.
"But that woman
is not Ewan's mother. She did not birth him, and she kept him from me after meeting me at the spring gathering. I am grateful for her care of him the last 2.5 years, but she'll be returning home soon, compensated for her trouble." Isabel stood at the door, unmoving, and Gavin's agitation increased as Deirdre neared.
"I do not think giving her gold will ease her pain,"
Isabel said.
"She's heartbroken."
"Aye, so was I for more than 2 years. At least she'll know where he is, and that he's happy and safe. That's more than I had."
Isabel looked at him, her eyes pained.
"I love you, Gavin, but you've changed since Ewan was taken, since Crystal turned her back on your marriage, on you. You've become hard. 'Tis not a trait you want to pass on to your son. I hope now that he's back with you, with us, you can learn to feel again."
He rounded on her, his heart beating in anger, his words clipped.
"I feel, Isabel. I felt naught but pain since Ewan was taken. Deirdre canna stay. She has a home and a husband, whom I will most likely kill, and I will ne'er let my son leave without me again. I'm taking Ewan to the nursery before everyone starts yelling. If you want to help, do your best to keep Care calm. His bellows will reach right up to the nursery and wake my son."
Gavin grunted, almost a growl, and stepped through the heavy wooden door. He'd thought walking into his home with his child in his arms would give him comfort, but he just felt worse. After having Deirdre in front of him for so many hours, learning her scent, hearing her voice, feeling the weight and warmth of her body against his, he just felt empty, almost bereft. So he hugged Ewan harder and strode across the great hall toward the dark stairwell entrance in the corner. A second stairwell was in the same spot at the other end of the room, the construction similar to Deirdre's keep, but on a larger scale, which was good, because it would feel even more familiar to Ewan. Fresh rushes crunched under his feet. Light blazed from every candle along the walls and in 2 large circular chandeliers that hung from the ceiling on chains that could be easily raised and lowered on pulleys. Opposite him, a fire burned in a huge hearth used for heating the great room and the castle. Racks sat in it to hold the iron pots of food that came in from the kitchens to feed the castle folk and the warriors who were not away or on watch. The benches and tables used during meals had been stacked neatly against one wall, ready to break the morning fast. A second smaller hearth, with a flowered wall hanging above the mantel, also had a fire burning in it. 3 chairs, with embroidered cushions on the seats, sat in front of the hearth, footstools tucked underneath. On a side table sat a tray laden with cups and a pitcher, of mead most likely, set out for the laird's friends and family. The ceiling rose several stories, and 2/3 of the way up, a narrow balcony encircled the hall, an access used by archers in defence of the castle. Small murder holes had been carved in the stone walls, allowing the men to shoot the encroaching enemy if they stormed the keep, but also to let in light and air during peaceful times. Gavin had just reached the stairwell entrance when Deirdre and Care entered the keep.
"Gavin!"
Care said, his voice raised, demanding. Gavin didn't stop. If he answered his foster brother, all he would do was wake Ewan, who would then want to be with Deirdre. Instead, he started up the circular stairwell. He heard Isabel say,
"Calm down, Care. You'll wake Ewan. Gavin's just taking him up to bed. Anag is up there, airing the room."
The stairwell was lit every few feet, but it was narrow and low, barely clearing his head. Harder for the enemy to get by you that way. He worried about scraping Ewan's knees on the stone as he continued upward, passing the next level with several bedchambers and the laird's solar, and up to the 4th level, where the nursery and additional bedchambers were located. When he stepped into the passageway, several burning candles in wall sconces chased away the darkness, and the nursery door stood open. Light blazed from within. Gavin stopped in his tracks, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion. His throat and chest tightened, and he could barely breathe. He hadn't seen the nursery door open in over 2 years. He walked forward slowly, his eyes hot, his skin tight, and this time not from anger, but from relief and happiness, and love. When he blinked, tears rolled down his cheeks and soaked into his short, scraggly beard. He turned into the chamber. The room was large, larger than the nursery at Deirdre's keep, with a canopied bed in the corner. The bed was covered in a light green quilt, embroidered with sword-wielding knights on horses, dogs by their sides as they fought a great scaly dragon. A soft wool rug covered the floor that Ewan used to play on, and a chair sat by the window. He used to stand on that chair to look outside and see what was going on in the bailey and in the fields beyond the castle. The shutters were open to let in the cool night air. Several chests carved with forest scenes, including fairies and imps, were pushed against the wall across from the bed. In another corner, a small table was the battleground for warriors whittled in soft stone. Ewan had been playing with them the morning he left with Crystal for the festival he'd disappeared from. The maids who had come in periodically to clean and dust the room had left the small figures exactly as they were. An older woman, her grey, streaked hair pinned back in a messy bun, and her shape as familiar to Gavin as his own mother's, crouched down on her hands and knees, searching for something beneath the bed. "Anag," he said softly, his voice breaking at the end. He breathed deeply to contain the emotion, but when his nursemaid, and Isabel's after him, then Ewan's for 2 few years, turned her head, it was a losing battle. She used the bed to help push herself up from the floor, her face crumpling into tears and smiles all at once. In her hand she clutched a carved wooden soldier that she'd pulled out from under the bed. She raised it to her mouth, forgetting it was there. When she felt it against her lips, she laughed and lowered it, then moved toward them, tears streaming down her cheeks and into her smiling mouth.
"I noticed it was missing the other day," she whispered, indicating the toy Highlander. "I searched everywhere but under the bed because my knee was too sore to bend down. When Isabel told me you'd found him..."
Her voice broke, and she couldn't continue. She'd reached them by now and stared at Ewan sleeping on Gavin's shoulder. She raised a hand and gently sifted Ewan's hair with her fingers.
"Oh, my sweet lad, you canna know how happy I am to see you."
She raised wet, joyful eyes to Gavin.
"I would know him anywhere. He's the spitting image of you at that age."
"Aye, and full of mischief and daring."
"We'll see about that,"
she said lovingly as she reached up. Gavin passed him over. Anag laid Ewan on her shoulder too, swaying back and forth and humming a low, calming lullaby. When his eyes fluttered open, she rubbed his back in soothing circles, and he closed them again with a sigh.
"He's well,"
she whispered.
"Aye. We found him in a keep on McIntyre land, happy and well cared for."
"They stole him?"
His mouth tightened, but he found himself not wanting to speak ill of Deirdre.
I dunna know what transpired when he was taken, but I believe the woman he lived with is innocent in this regard. She's treated him like a son, and he calls her mother.
Thanks be for that.
She pressed her lips to Ewan's hair and squeezed him a little closer.
The angels kept him safe.
An angel named Deirdre. He scowled at the thought. He couldn't help it.
You canna be bitter, Gavin,
she said.
It's over. Ewan is back and unhurt, and Crystal is gone.
He's the only pure and true thing she ever gave me.
And he makes all she put you through, the lies, the manipulations, the deceptions, worthwhile. For him, you would do it all over again.
Aye, he would bear any pain for his son, even the pain of losing him if he had to. It wasn't lost on him that the heartache he'd finally released would soon find a home in Deirdre. Deirdre sat on the finely carved and embroidered chair, shivering in front of the roaring fire. Care had wrapped his extra plaid around her, muttering something under his breath, prefaced by "bloody," no doubt, then asked Isabel, who'd been staring at her, wide-eyed and pale-faced, to bring Deirdre another. Isabel had jumped, looking guilt-stricken, and scurried from the room. It didn't matter. The only thing that could warm Deirdre now was her son in her arms. Gavin McKinnon had taken him into the keep and up the stairs, and he had no intention of returning him, no matter what Care McAllister said.
He's a good man. He will not hurt Ewan or you. He just needs time, Deirdre. No matter what happens, I will not allow him to separate the two of you.
Well, she couldn't allow herself to believe that. Isabel ran back over the rushes, carrying an armful of blankets. Her cheeks were wet, and when she saw Deirdre's gaze on her, she quickly wiped them dry. Deirdre lowered her eyes.
I'm sorry to bring such trouble into your home.
Her voice scraped past her raw throat, barely above a whisper. Isabel dropped the blankets on a chair.
You haven't brought trouble. You brought Ewan. Care told me what you did for him, how you nurtured him, loved him, and Gavin said he is grateful for the care you gave him.
She picked up a blanket and doubled it over before placing it on Deirdre's lap.
I do not know what the future holds, Deirdre, but I know that my brother is not a cruel man. I cannot believe that he would willingly cause you such pain.
Aye,
Care said from behind her, hands squeezing her shoulders.
Losing Ewan was a blow to him, to us all, as you more than anyone can imagine. One day Ewan was just gone, and we had no idea what had happened to him. Gavin was convinced Ewan was alive, and he ne'er gave up, but our search kept pointing us in false directions. 2.5 years of worry that he was hurt, sick, hungry, scared, lonely. It ate at all of us, but it ate at Gavin most of all.
Deirdre's stomach heaved at the thought. She would never have survived the agony of not knowing what had become of her son.
And what of Ewan's mother?
She asked.
She died of the pestilence,
Isabel said.
Gavin had had reports of plague near the gathering place, and had told her it wasn't safe, but she ne'er listened. When it became clear she planned to take Ewan with her, he forbade it. She waited until he was gone, and then did it anyway.
Deirdre sucked in a sharp breath. The sick feeling of agony in her stomach turned to a burning outrage in her chest.
My sweet boy could have died.
I see how you feel, Care said. 'Tis how Gavin felt too, but 100 times worse. The rage, the hate he felt toward Crystal festered and grew in those 2 years. I do not wish ill on any living being, but if anyone deserved to be struck down by the pestilence, it was her.
If she was so awful, why did he marry her?
Deirdre asked. She'd had no choice in her nuptials, but surely a laird as powerful as Gavin McKinnon could make his own choices.
"Because I didn't know,"
Gavin said, stepping out from the bottom of the stairwell and crossing toward them.
"As far as I knew, we had a joyful, exciting courtship. I thought we would be happy together, but she ne'er once showed me who she truly was, or how she really felt about things until after our marriage. She pretended to be someone else to catch my interest, and I fell for every soft look and helpless murmur."
"And that's what you wanted in a wife?" she asked. "Someone soft and helpless?"
He stared at her blankly.
"Nay."
"But you just said—"
"I know what I said."
Deirdre dropped her eyes. What was she doing? Aggravating him? Questioning him? She needed to appeal to that good nature that his sister and Care swore he had. But the idea of this crystal woman taking advantage of him being drawn in by such tactics, or of him failing to understand his own self, scraped down her spine like a dull knife. She kept her eyes on the blankets next to her, knowing she should say nothing more on the matter, but her mouth opened of its own accord and words spilled out.
"'Tis difficult sometimes to see people as they truly are, if they don't wish you to see them, and sometimes 'tis difficult to be who you truly are, for fear of dislike or censure, or even humiliation. And sometimes just because of our circumstances. But sometimes what we are drawn to is an idea of a person, of how they will complete the picture we've created of ourselves, and not the real person. It may be that she did show you who she truly was, and you didn't want to see it."
Gavin stared at her, a muscle jumping in his jaw, and her heart sank. What was it about this man that made her open her mouth when for years she'd kept it shut? Maybe he felt familiar to her because of Ewan, or because they both loved him. Whatever it was, she had to block it from her heart, her mind, and say nothing else that might upset him.
"Ewan will sleep in the nursery from now on,"
Gavin said stiffly.
"He has his nursemaid Annick with him, and she will soothe him at night until he no longer wakens."
Deirdre jumped from her chair, her heart squeezing till she couldn't breathe. The blankets that covered her tumbled to the floor.
"Nay, you canna! Is your heart truly so cold?"
So much for that vow of silence.
"My heart is warm, Deirdre, and it's bleeding for my son, but—"
"You have no idea what that will do to him."
"He'll cry, possibly even scream because things are different here, and he's not with you. But eventually he'll stop. I do not want him associating his home here with you."
"You think he's just going to forget me? I'm sure you wish it were so, but he will remember."
"Aye, but if he gets used to sleeping with you here, it'll make it that much harder when you—"
"When I what, Gavin? At least have the stones to say it."
He stepped forward, his face grim, but she didn't retreat or drop her eyes even 1 inch.
"When you leave, Deirdre, and my stones are big enough and hard enough to say anything to anyone when it comes to my son, to do what I think is right."
"For you, maybe. Not for Ewan."
"I'll tell you what was right for Ewan, that his own mother had loved him, but that ne'er happened, and that his father had been able to keep him safe, but that ne'er happened either, and that some monster ne'er targeted a child in order to control McKinnon wealth and land. But the devil take them, that did happen. Now I have to choose what's right, what will happen. And I'm telling you, Deirdre, you canna stay, even if I wanted you to, which I don't. Our clans may soon be at war, and until I know better, you are my prisoner. Your husband, your father, even your brother, may soon be bloody heaps on the battlefield, cleaved in two by my sword."
She stepped closer to him, one hand pressed against her stomach, the other pressed against his linen shirt and over his heart.
"Please, You think you have all the answers, Gavin McKinnon, but you doona. Your son is terrified of the dark. He's afraid to be left alone.
And now he has Annig to help him with those fears.
Do you think we didn't try for years to help him? The nursemaids chastised me for letting him sleep with me, but I was the only one who could soothe him, the only one who could make him feel safe.
I will make him feel safe, Deirdre. I am his father.
So you keep telling me, over and over, and I do care. We're not a couple of dogs pissing o'er our territory. He's a wee lad that needs both of us. He is happy and well-adjusted in the day, Gavin, but he cannot abide being alone in the dark. Think about what might have happened to him when he was taken. Were his needs met? Was he tended to at night?
Gavin's face clouded over, turned dark and forbidding. He removed her hand from his body, then stepped away.
Nay, I will not speculate. I'll bring your husband before me, and I'll demand answers.
He whistled abruptly, then called out,
Clyde!
The big, tough-looking man who'd ridden with them from her keep came forward. Other than Gavin and Care, he was the one the others had turned to for instruction. She hadn't noticed he'd been keeping guard near the door. She scanned the great hall and saw others on guard, one by each stairwell entrance and more up on the balcony. Care stepped forward and raised a hand to waylay Clyde.
Send your men away, Gavin. Send them all away. We need to talk, as family. Nay, he'll accompany Deirdre to her room. Isabel, too, if she so desires, but I'll keep a guard on her. My keep, my decision.
Isabel pushed between her brother and Care McAllister, a hand on each man's chest, trying to hold them apart.
Care, let Clyde show her upstairs. As much as I would like to accompany Deirdre to her room, I would stay for this family talk. Gavin is right. It is his decision, and Deirdre isn't a family.
She is to me,
Care said. Gavin threw his hands up in the air. He no longer looked like a heartless, indomitable laird, but a man who just wanted to kick his brother's arse.
God's blood! You're so full of shite. You've known the lass for only 2 days. I claim her, Gavin. She is blood to me, and I claim her. If you hurt her, you not only hurt me, but the rest of the lads, and Gregor too. And just how do my actions against Deirdre affect Darach, Lachlan, Callum, and Gregor? The same way it would if I did something to hurt Isabel.
Gavin pressed close, and Isabel seemed in danger of being squashed between them.
Isabel is my sister. I was there when she was born. And you want to marry her for Christ's sake?
He flung a hand in Deirdre's direction.
She's just a cousin who is, 4 times removed. You ne'er even knew she existed. It doesn't matter. Aye, it does. You should be on my side in this. I am on your side.
Deirdre's heart pounded like a tree knocking against the keep's wall in a gale. She watched the men, foster brothers, friends, at the edge of a precipice. At any moment, one might draw his sword and a life would be taken. If not one of theirs, then maybe Isabel's, who stood so bravely between them. Surely this was the end of their friendship, their alliance, and all because of her.
Please stop. I will go with Clyde,
Deirdre said into the sudden silence.
You canna come to blows o'er this. Aye, they can, Isabel said, and maybe they should. Nay, 'tis bad enough what is happening with you, and I will not have a death on my hands too.
She grasped Isabel's arm and pulled her away from the men, who had since straightened and were looking at her a little bemusedly.
Come with me now, before you get hurt.
Isabel's brow furrowed, and she gently stopped her.
Do na worry, Deirdre. This isn't the first time they fought, and it willna be the last. 'Tis how it is in our family. You'll see that as the days go by.
She looked up at her brother.
Isn't that right, Gavin?
He scowled at her and moved to a side table by the hearth to pour a cup of mead for himself.
I'm not planning to keep her locked up, if that's what you're asking.
He tipped back his head and took a long swig, and Deirdre found herself watching the muscles move in his throat. She was fighting a strange urge to bite down on that hard-looking bump, whether in desire or anger she couldn't tell, when an ear-splitting scream sounded from upstairs. Chapter 6. Gavin spewed the last swallow of mead back into his cup, hurriedly dropped it on the tray and raced toward the stairs. Care and Isabel trailed after him, concern etched on their faces. Ewan. Deirdre arrived at the stairs before him, her skirts hiked up and looking ready to sprint upward, despite not knowing where the nursery was located. He wrapped his hand around her upper arm, making sure his fingers didn't dig into her soft flesh. "No," he said. She turned frantic eyes to him.
"But it's Ewan."
"I know who it is, and Annig is up there with him. She'll calm him and get him back to bed."
"You do not understand. It's too much for him."
Ewan wailed again, and Deirdre looked like she might burst from her skin in her desperation to get to him.
"Maybe if he knew her beforehand, it would work, or if the keep wasn't new to him," she continued. "But the last thing he'll remember is being on your horse in my arms, riding through the forest. That's too much change for a bairn, too quickly."
"I'll go,"
Gavin said. He signalled Clyde, who rushed forward surprisingly quickly for such a burly man. Gavin handed Deirdre over to him.
"I'll come too,"
Care said.
"He likes me. I can make him laugh."
"And me,"
Isabel said.
"Nay, just Care. Isabel, go with Deirdre and Clyde. Please, help get her settled. I do not want any more new faces."
"But maybe he'll remember me."
Isabel lifted her chin stubbornly.
"We used to play together all the time. I was like a mother to him, when Crystal was so distant."
"He didn't remember me, Isabel. He was too young when he was taken to remember any of us."
Gavin grasped her shoulders, directing her toward the other staircase at the opposite end of the hall. Clyde followed her, leading Deirdre. She resisted, and he wrapped his arm around her shoulders to keep her moving. The man was built like a mountain. She had to go with him or she'd be flattened. She looked over her shoulder at Gavin, her eyes pleading.
"He'll think I've abandoned him."
"Nay, I'll explain that you're sleeping in your chamber. He's 4 years old. He'll settle down eventually, like he did when you were at the gathering."
Gavin couldn't bear to look at her desperate, heartbroken face any more. He stepped through the stairwell entrance and quickly climbed upward, Care on his heels. Ewan's sobs increased in volume as they neared the nursery. His son sat on his bed, no longer in his plaid, but still wearing his long, travel-stained linen shirt, with his back in the corner and his knees pulled up. A candle burned on the bedside table, and the fire still crackled in the hearth. Annig sat beside him, with the same carved warrior in her hand that she'd held earlier. Aye, his lad was kicking up a storm, scared and upset, but angry too, and desperate, same as Deirdre. When Annig tried to give him the toy warrior, he kicked it away.
"Where's my mother?"
"Ewan, stop yelling,"
Gavin said from the doorway.
"Deirdre is downstairs in her bedchamber, sleeping. She's very tired. You'll wake her up."
The boy's face crumpled, and he started sobbing as soon as he saw Gavin. Annig turned her head to him, relief evident in her face. "'Tis good you're here. I canna settle him." Ewan crawled over the bed and ran toward Gavin. Heart swelling, Gavin leaned down to swoop his son into his arms, to love him and comfort him. But Ewan dodged past him and out the door.
"Ewan,"
he said sternly.
"Whoa, what do I have here?"
Care's voice boomed behind him. Gavin turned to see his foster-brother picking up a squirming Ewan. Care sniffed loudly, then said,
Is it a rabbit? I hope so. I'm terribly hungry.
He gnawed on Ewan's arm, but instead of laughing, the boy yelled,
"Put me down!"
Care ignored him.
Well, it canna be a rabbit. Rabbits canna talk.
He lifted Ewan higher in the air and sniffed his tummy.
Are you a badger, then? Badgers can talk.
"No, they canna."
Ewan began to giggle.
"I'm a boy."
A boy? Lads canna talk. Only lasses.
"They can too. Even better than lasses."
Gooder.
Care corrected him. Ewan scrunched up his face in confusion.
"What?"
Boys talk even gooder than lasses.
Gavin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Just what he needed. Deirdre getting after him for ruining Ewan's grammar on top of everything else. He reached for Ewan, and Care handed him over.
Boys do not talk better than lasses,
Gavin said.
but they definitely talk better than uncles. And bears.
"Bears canna talk either,"
Ewan said.
I know several bears who can talk, beginning with the bear behind you.
Ewan looked over his shoulder as Gavin walked with him back to bed. When he giggled, Gavin could only assume Care had done something funny.
Ewan, I'm sorry I wasn't here when you woke. It must have been frightening to be in a place you didn't know, with no one you remembered.
He stopped in front of Anag, who'd risen from the bed and faced them with a smile on her face.
This is Anag. She used to take care of you before you lived with Deirdre. She also took care of me and Aunt Isabel when we were bairns.
"Who is Aunt Isabel?"
She's my sister. You'll meet her in the morning. You used to play with her all the time when you lived here before.
"How come I canna remember her?"
You were a wee bairn when you left. You hadn't yet turned 2.
Ewan looked around the room, his eyes lighting on the carved toy warriors with interest.
"Did I play with those?"
Aye, you did. They were your favourite.
"I have some at home that old Mungo made for me. Mamma and I take them outside, and we play with them in the woods. Did Ma and I play with these ones too when we were here?"
Gavin took a moment to answer.
Nay, Deirdre ne'er played with them. She didn't live with you when you used to live here.
"Where did she live?"
At her keep. You didn't know her then.
Ewan quieted, his eyes growing troubled.
"But she's my mother."
Gavin sat on the bed with him, then laid him down.
This is your home, Ewan. We've been waiting for you to come back, and we're all so happy to see you again. Your mother, your real mother.
He searched for the words, but they wouldn't come. How could he tell this little boy, his son, that his mother wasn't actually his mother? He'd be confused and even more anxious. Ewan rolled away from him onto his side, working the quilt between his fingers. The embroidered dragon moved back and forth like it was roaring, something he'd done as a bairn too.
Maybe he did remember. Maybe he'll slip into his old life and be happy, without Deirdre.
Ewan sat up and looked at the low table with his set of toy warriors on it, then crawled across the bed toward it. Gavin turned to watch him, but stayed sitting, wanting him to explore the room on his own without any pressure. Care moved away from the door toward the window and opened the shutter to let in some cool night air. Ewan picked up the smallest Highland warrior, which had always been his favourite, and jumped it across the table, making crashing sounds with his mouth every time the warrior landed. Anag came over to him and picked up another warrior.
"Are we fighting someone then, laddie?"
she asked. He looked up at her.
"Aye, we're fighting the McKinnons. My dragon's going to slay their laird."
Quiet descended on the room, other than the crackling fire, a quiet that was as noisy as the middle of a real battlefield. Anag straightened and caught Gavin's eye, her gaze filled with concern and pity. The pressure built again, his chest too tight for all the emotions that careened through him. Ewan continued to walk around the table, jumping and crashing his smaller warrior into the other warriors, knocking them over. He stopped and looked over his shoulder at Gavin.
"Mamma's sleeping,"
he said. Then, without warning, he bolted for the open door, his wee legs flying under his loose linen shirt.
"Ewan!"
Gavin shouted as he jumped from the bed to catch him. But at the same time, Anik stepped between him and the door, her back to Gavin, and he almost knocked her over. He steadied her, then darted around just as Care passed him, and they smashed shoulders.
"God's blood! Bloody thorns!"
They yelled at the same time.
"Do not curse in front of the bairn."
Anig shook her long finger at them.
"The bairn isna here,"
Care said.
"By now he's halfway back to Deirdre's keep."
"Mama!"
Ewan cried out in the distance. Gavin cursed again, this time under his breath as he ran out the door. He just saw Ewan's white shirt disappear down the stairs at the other end of the hall. Fear propelled him now. What if the lad fell? Deirdre would give him that look again, the same one she gave him when Ewan tumbled off his horse and Thor almost stepped on him.
"Why weren't you watching him?"
Ewan yelled again as Gavin ducked his head and ran down the stairs. He could hear Care, even bigger than him, bringing up the rear. His size made it difficult to move quickly in the confined space.
"Mama!"
And this time he heard a desperate-sounding Deirdre yell back,
"Ewan!"
Devil be damned, she knows.
"Ewan, I'm here, sweetling."
He reached the next landing and looked down the lit passageway. Evan tore along the hall toward a surprised-looking Clyde. He stood guard outside one of the rooms, his legs spread for better balance, one arm anchored across the opening, like he was trying to keep someone inside. The door was open, and Gavin could see Deirdre, her long black hair loose and flowing over her shoulders, her fair skin glowing in the candlelight, peeking around Clyde's huge shoulder.
"Ewan!"
She yelled again when she saw the lad.
"Mama!"
His son darted straight at the big warrior, who looked as concerned as Gavin had ever seen him, and Gavin almost laughed. Clyde could face down a trained warrior with a huge battle-axe, or a wild, rampaging boar single-handed, but send a 4-year-old in a nightshirt running at him, and he looked like he'd seen the hounds of hell. Gavin slowed, waiting for Clyde to scoop up Ewan or to hold him in place. But Ewan feinted left, then right, darted between Clyde's legs and disappeared into Deirdre's room.
"Where'd he go?"
Clyde asked, whipping his head around. Gavin sighed.
"Through your legs." "Nay, I'd have—"
He looked behind him and shook his head.
"My daughter's ne'er moved so fast at that age."
Gavin stood in front of him and signalled for him to step aside. When Clyde moved, Gavin walked through the doorway and found his son in Deirdre's arms, his legs wrapped around her waist and his arms around her neck. She'd retreated to the farthest corner in the room and stared at Gavin with pleading, yet also defiant eyes.
"They told me you were sleeping, but you're still dressed,"
Ewan said to her.
"Aye, laddie, I was just about to get ready for bed. Gavin, your da, knew that I was sleepy." "Why is he my da? I thought that da was my da." "So did I, sweetling, but you ne'er saw your other da much, and he didn't play with you like Gavin does. And Gavin also has Thor." "Aye, and he said I can get my own horse too. It'll be a grand place to live, dinna you think?"
Gavin had moved slowly toward them and stopped in the middle of the chamber, waiting for his son's answer, praying he'd say yes.
"Aye, but I want to sleep with you. I dinna like it upstairs."
Deirdre's gaze clashed with his. She'd said encouraging things to Ewan about Gavin and his new home, and even called him Da, for which he was grateful. But in this she stayed quiet. He would have to tear his son from Deirdre's arms. Deirdre's eyes drifted open, her lids heavy and body leaden. A sunlit bedchamber came into view, the carved wooden door across from her, a beautiful standing wardrobe in the corner, and a wooden chest beside it. She lay on a canopied bed under a heavy quilt, still wearing her long white linen shift from the last few days, dirty and wrinkled from the road. The air was cool, the fire having gone out some time after she'd handed a sleeping Ewan to Gavin last night, when he'd returned her son to the nursery in the wee hours of the morning for the third time. Nay, that wasn't right. Ewan had come down a fourth time, and she and Gavin had sat quietly with him in front of the fire as they waited for him to fall asleep, in a strange kind of camaraderie. Ewan had wanted to sleep with her in her bed, of course, and had whined and cried to do so, but she'd seen the stubborn no in Gavin's eyes. Sitting in the chair had seemed like a reasonable compromise. Next time, maybe she would walk Ewan back up to the nursery herself, if there was a next time. She looked toward the chairs grouped in front of the cold fire and realized she had no memory of handing her son to Gavin that last time, or crawling into the bed. Was I too tired to remember? Or did Gavin lift me up, just like he did Ewan, and lay me down here? A shiver ran over her, and she sat up. Ewan! A creaking sound startled her as more light poured into the room. She turned her head, expecting to find her son on a chair playing with the shutters. Isabel stood there instead, tall and willowy, her long blonde hair hanging in soft curls to her hips. She'd just opened the wooden coverings over the window. She turned to face Deirdre, her skirt swishing and a smile lighting up her face. Deirdre couldn't help staring. She was by far the most beautiful woman Deirdre had ever seen, even more so than Deirdre's mother and sisters, and her eyes were the same startling blue-green as Ewan's and Gavin's. How did I miss that last night? In comparison, Deirdre hadn't even washed off the dirt of the trail or the smell of Thor. Embarrassment crashed over her. He's well, Isabel said. He broke his fast with Gavin and Care, and now they're outside in the bailey, kicking around a ball. That was a favourite sport of Gavin's when he was younger. Isabel moved to a side table and poured some mead from a pitcher into a cup. Gavin had all kinds of toys made for Ewan when he first disappeared, thinking he'd find him right away. But then winter came upon us, making travel more difficult, and all our leads turned out to be false. 'Twas a desperate, worrying time. I'm sure it was, Deirdre said faintly. Isabel placed the filled cup on a tray beside a steaming bowl of oats and an apple and carried it toward her. Deirdre pulled the quilt up higher, trying to hide behind it. Isabel would surely take one look at her dirty face, smell the horse on her, then pinch her nose, make a face, and leave. Gavin lost himself in whiskey for a while, but fortunately, with the help of Gregor and his foster brothers, he stopped drinking so much. Care especially stayed close, keeping an eye on him, which was both a blessing and a curse. She sat down on the side of the bed beside Deirdre. I know he's your cousin, but he's a most annoying man. Deirdre scooted a little farther away and tried to smooth her tangled hair with her fingers. He is annoying. He took my hairbrush, and I only just met him, cousin or not. He took it? Isabel asked indignantly. Aye. He pulled it from my bag and tossed it on the steps of my keep. He said I could have it only if I told him what was running through my mind. Well, I hope you told him in great colourful detail. A frown marred Isabel's beautiful face. Nay, I didn't want to aggravate him. Oh, that one likes to be aggravated. The louder he gets, the happier he is. 'Tis when he's quiet that you have to worry. He wasn't quiet last night, and he and Gavin almost came to blows, and you right in the middle of them.
I was worried they would strike you. Strike me? Nay, although they'd yell at me, no doubt. And they've both threatened to lock me in my bedchamber from time to time. But the consequences for that would be to the heavens and back. Consequences? You mean from you? Deirdre asked. Aye. Who did you think I meant? I don't know, but? Well, surely they're bigger than you, and stronger. Aye, but I'm meaner.
Isabel grinned wickedly.
I'd strike when they'd least expect it, and I'm very creative. No one wants to be on my bad side.
Deirdre gazed at her, unable to comprehend exactly what Isabel was saying.
So you would take your revenge, deliberately hurt them or bother them in some way, and they would allow it?
Confusion replaced Isabel's grin, a feeling Deirdre could understand.
Well, yes. Except, what do you mean, allow it?
Heat prickled Deirdre's chest and rose up her cheeks. She had to force the words out.
I cannot imagine that they wouldn't beat you for disobeying them.
Isabel's eyes grew wide. She clasped Deirdre's hand, the only part of her body that had been thoroughly washed since she'd left her keep days ago.
Is that what happened to you? Did your husband beat you to keep you in line?
Deirdre's brows shot up.
Nay, Lewis would ne'er hurt a fly. He's a kind, gentle soul, and I thank the saints every day that I was sent to him. His father, then? I've heard he's a cruel man.
Deirdre squirmed, wishing she'd never started this inane conversation, especially as she hardly knew Isabel.
I met his father when we were married, but not since then.
She tugged her hand free of Isabel's grasp, grabbed her food tray, and began spooning the oatmeal into her mouth, without tasting it, without thought, something she hadn't done for years. Her mother's voice sounded sharply in her head. Shove the food in a little faster, Deirdre. It'll go to your chest and your hips that much quicker. She closed her eyes and forced the spoon down. When she opened them, she saw realization had dawned on Isabel's face.
'Twas your family, then? I'm so sorry. Do not be sorry for me. I haven't seen my family in 7 years, other than my brother, when he came to visit. But Lewis said something or did something, and Boyd left the next day. I was glad to see the back of him. He's a degenerate.
Deirdre slowly put the bowl back on the tray and took a deep breath. Isabel stared at her, her mouth opening and closing several times, obviously wanting to talk about it. Finally, she said,
"It's a lovely day. Maybe we could take you into the loch for a picnic later on. He used to love going there when he was younger. I used to toddle in the water with him, and Gavin would put him on his shoulders and cross right to the island that lies a little way out." "Aye, that sounds lovely."
Deirdre sounded stilted, even to her own ears.
"Ewan loves getting wet, and getting me wet along with him. How long have you had him, then?"
Isabel asked, looking her right in the eye. Deirdre wanted to look away, to claim that she was Ewan's birth mother, but Isabel didn't even blink, and the weight of her expectations held Deirdre in place. Tears gathered and slowly ran down her face. Aye, there was to be a reckoning. She couldn't protect anyone any more, let alone herself or her son.
2 years last fall, she whispered. "Did Lewis bring him home to you?" "Aye. And what did he say?"
Her throat had tightened, and the muscles in her face jerked in response to her grief, knowing that with this one conversation she was relinquishing her son. The corners of her mouth pulled downward, and her chin quivered.
"That Ewan was his bastard, and I was to raise him as my own. And he told you the bairn's name was Ewan. You didn't give him that name yourself." "Nay. He came to me as Ewan. Do you remember exactly when that was?"
She nodded jerkily.
The 15th day of September. I didn't know his exact age or day of birth, and neither did Lewis. So I decided his birthday would be the day he was given to me. He's 4 now, isn't he? Aye. And his birthday is November 1st, All Saints' Day. You didn't find it odd that your husband knew not the day of his son's birth? He said he wasn't there when Ewan was born, and that Ewan's mother had recently died. I was to be his mother now, so it was my decision.
She covered her mouth with her hand to hold back the sobs that erupted from deep within her, but she'd been holding in so much for so long, and the pain of it curled her over.
And I was just so happy to have a bairn, to love and be loved. He curled right into my arms, and he's been there e'er since.
Isabel wrapped her arm around Deirdre's back and pulled her close.
Oh, love, do not cry. Something will be arranged. I do not know what exactly, but none of us will take Ewan away from you.
Deirdre sat up, both hands now pressed tight against her mouth. She tried to slow her breathing, to swallow her sobs. Finally, she lowered her hands. Isabel's cheeks were wet too, and it somehow made it easier to know someone else felt her pain. That had never happened to her before.
You're a kind woman, Isabel, and I thank you for your help, and for cares as well, no matter how annoying he might be. But 'tis Gavin's decision, and he'll do what he thinks best for Ewan, as is his right. Aye, but do not despair, Deirdre. You've only just arrived, and soon Gregor and the rest of Gavin's foster brothers will be here, and none of them will want to see you separated from Ewan either.
She nodded and forced a smile, but her hope waned with every passing moment. Isabel brushed a strand of hair back from Deirdre's cheek and tucked it behind her ear.
That's the smile. None of my brother's foster family will be able to resist that, whether they're married or not. So tragic and beautiful.
Deirdre's eyes jumped to Isabel's, expecting to see mockery and scorn, but Isabel's face held none of that. If anything, she looked a little envious. Nay, that couldn't be right. She had nothing to be envious of. Deirdre didn't even have her son. She heard a laugh outside and recognized it immediately. Ewan, and then she heard someone else laugh, a man. She didn't know who it was, but when she turned to Isabel, a beaming smile had lit up her face.
That's Gavin, Isabel said. I haven't heard him laugh like that since Ewan was taken.
She hugged Deirdre tightly, and Deirdre could do nothing to shield herself. She had nowhere to hide her soft, rounded body.
Thank God for you, Deirdre McIntyre. You've brought my nephew and my brother back to me.
Isabel jumped up with a grin and strode to the door.
I'm sure you'll be wanting a bath and a hairbrush. I'll send some of the lasses up with a tub and some steaming hot water. You deserve it after all you've been through. And I'll see what I can do about getting some new shifts and dresses for you. I'd give you some of mine, but unfortunately I do not have your curves. God must have thought it a grand jest to bless me with the body of a 14-year-old lad. A jest on my future husband, too.
She stopped at the door and looked back at Deirdre, who felt like her eyes might pop out of their sockets. How could Isabel say that? Deirdre would kill to be as long and lean as she was, and as Deirdre's mother and sisters were.
"'Tis a shame you're already married," Isabel continued. "I cannot imagine my brother would be able to resist you for long otherwise. 'Tis a heady combination."
Deirdre scrunched up her brow, confused.
"Surely you're a daft lass, Isabel McKinnon. I do not understand a word you just said. What combination are you talking about?"
Isabel laughed and shook her head.
"You haven't any idea, do you?" "About what?"
Now she was just annoyed. She threw back the covers and rose from the bed, frowning at the blonde beauty.
About you, sweetling. Look at you. The face of an angel, the body of a siren, and the heart of a saint, with a wee bit of the devil thrown in too, I think. And you love my brother's son to the ends of the earth and back. How could any man resist that? Gavin may kill your thieving husband for taking Ewan, but in a corner of his heart he may also kill him for you.
Chapter 7.
Did you sleep last night?
Care asked. Gavin glanced up from where he leaned, his forearms on the top rail of the corral that penned in the 5 baby goats and 1 baby Ewan. The mother had sickened when the kids were too young to care for themselves, and they'd been brought into the stable to keep warm and safe. Now they were thriving, just like his son. Aye, the similarities weren't lost on Gavin.
Not much. I returned Ewan to the nursery 4 times.
Care's brows raised.
He escaped that often?
Nay,
I didn't try to stop him from leaving after the first time. He'd wake. Sometimes we'd talk for a while, even play for a bit, but then he'd always run for Deirdre. And what did she do?
He shrugged.
She was waiting for him when he came down, and she held him by the fire until he fell asleep. I suppose she couldn't sleep either. She didn't break her fast this morning, so she must have slept eventually.
Gavin rolled his neck on his shoulders. He didn't want to talk about this with Care.
The last time Ewan came down, she fell asleep holding him. In the chair? That couldn't have been comfortable. I transferred her to the bed after I put Ewan down. 'Twas not. She weighs no more than a lass.
Care slowly turned his head to look at him. Gavin refused to look back. After a moment, Care returned his attention to Ewan playing with the baby goats, but his fingers tapped on the wooden post. Gavin knew it was only a matter of time before Care brought it up again, and he didn't want to share that time spent with Deirdre, in front of the fire as she held his son, with anyone. The castle had been quiet, everyone but the guards asleep, and the time with her had been intimate, peaceful, and that had bothered him. Deirdre's life was anything but peaceful right now. He'd come into her keep during the dark of night and shredded her existence to pieces, and it would only get worse once he'd sent her away and gone to war with her clans. She'd have no one, no husband, no child, no means of support if the McIntyres cut her off or the McCalls refused to take her back. He'd do his best to take care of her physical needs, and Care too, by the sounds of it, but she would lose all the wealth and status she'd had as the next lady of Clan McIntyre, and he knew how important that was to a woman like her, a woman bred to be a laird's wife, with few other skills. Isabel would deny it, but it was no different with her. Gavin hadn't even thought about it until meeting his foster brother's wives, until he'd seen how Amber, and Maggie in particular, had bucked tradition and could take care of themselves. Caitlin, too, with her knowledge of animals and farming. He sighed.
Do you think we should teach Isabel how to fight?
Care's mouth flattened.
Nay. I'm not talking about daggers or a bow like Maggie wields, but if she had some skill in self-defence, like Amber, she would be safer. Why are we talking about Isabel when you're thinking about Deirdre?
Now it was Gavin's turn to flatten his mouth.
I am not thinking of Deirdre. Aye, you are. And how could you not? She's a lovely lass, and you have the power to break her or save her. That's about as basic as it gets for a man.
Gavin huffed in exasperation.
You've been in the sun for too long. Your brain has been cooked like a steaming pile of oats, mushy and stuck together like glue. Nay, I just do not romanticize things the way you do. My feelings for her are not romantic. In that we agree. They're mostly angry. But deep down you feel the pull toward her, whether she's married or not. The only pull I feel is the need to get her out of Ewan's life. You weren't there at the gathering, Care. You didn't see the fear and panic in her eyes. She knew what I'd lost, and still couldn't get away fast enough to go back and hide Ewan from me. Aye, Gavin. Fear and panic. Listen to your own words. You said that you were rude to her, and you behaved aggressively. I did not. You used crude, cruel words by your own admission, and I can only assume that your tone was the same. She had the right to protect her son. Not from me, she didn't. And he's my son. And how was she to know that? She only had to look at my face, in my eyes, and she would know. Nay, I meant how was she to know that she didn't need to protect Ewan from you? You were harsh and unkind. What kind of mother would she be if she let that kind of man anywhere near her son? Are you saying I'm unfit to be Ewan's father? I'm saying that you have a well of rage within you, and you have ever since you married Crystal, that you haven't let go. Unless you can accept what happened and move on, your son will either be corrupted by it, as you have been, or he will grow to hate you for it, as I did my father. Let it go, Gavin, and find a way to keep Deirdre in his life, instead of punishing her. Punishing them both. I am nothing like your father. Nay, you're not. But you're also not like your old self either, or your father, or Gregor. The blood pounded in Gavin's veins. That tight, hot feeling invaded his chest, throbbed in his temples, and burned his ears. He'd spent all last night and this morning taking care of his son, playing with him, and then Care gives him a lecture about being a better man. She took my son. She ran from me. Someone else took your son. She loved and protected him, from others as well as from you. Gavin's lips pulled back from his teeth in an angry grimace as he turned on Care, just as Ewan called out, "Mama!" and ran toward him. His son reached his arms up for him, wanting to get out of the pen. Schooling his expression, Gavin lifted Ewan from the enclosure. The lad immediately squirmed to get down, but Gavin held him tight as he turned around to see Deirdre and Isabel descending the stairs from the keep. Care let out a low whistle, then moved forward. Isabel saw him coming and glowered. He held his hands out to the sides and continued walking. "Keep frowning, dearling. It just makes it that much sweeter when I finally make you smile." Deirdre's lips tipped up proportionately to how much Isabel's brow furrowed. They were opposite in every way. Small and curved versus tall and slender. Dark and fair-skinned versus blonde and tanned. Soft grey eyes that drew you in versus sea-green eyes that startled you with their vividness. Gavin understood why his sister was a renowned beauty, but it was Deirdre's long, dark locks and fair skin that he couldn't stop wanting to touch, and the rest of her, despite his seething anger at her actions. Aye, his fingers itched to caress the lush curves of her body. His hands wanted to palm that rounded arse as he— "I want Mama!" Ewan screamed in his ear, shattering not only Gavin's fantasy, but quite possibly his eardrum as well, and he realised how tightly he'd been squeezing his son. "Aye, lad, so do I," he said gruffly. He put him on the ground, and his son ran across the bailey to Deirdre. But it wasn't the happy, excited yells of a lad who'd had a fun morning with his da and uncle. No, Ewan was sobbing and crying out for her. Deirdre reached down and swept him into her embrace, coming to his rescue once again. Ewan wrapped her up tight, arms around her shoulders, legs around her waist, and tucked his face into the crook of her neck. Gavin looked back at the goats, trying to determine what the trouble might have been. Had one of the goats butted or bitten him? Or maybe some hay had lodged in his eye.
He'd noticed Ewan had been rubbing them for quite some time. He looked back at the four of them. Care and Isabel had gathered around Deirdre to help soothe Ewan. Gavin stood apart, his feet rooted to the spot, feeling like an outsider in his own castle, in his own family. No matter what he did, how much time he spent with his son, Ewan kept returning to Deirdre for comfort. He shoved his fingers through his spiky hair, a bit longer than usual by now, and this time, when he fisted his hand and yanked upward, he got just enough purchase on the strands to feel a bite of pain. It felt good. He turned on his heel and started walking, not sure where he was going. He ended up in the stable in front of Thor's stall. The stallion huffed and tossed his head, sensing Gavin's mood, but then he dropped his muzzle and snuffled his rider's shoulder. Gavin leaned into Thor's soft cheek for just a moment before he opened the stall, readied the horse, and swung into the saddle. He pressed his heels into Thor's flanks and leaned forward. The horse sprang into a run. Groomsmen jumped back as he exited the stables and crossed the bailey toward the portcullis.
"Gavin!"
Care yelled from behind him. He didn't answer, and he heard Care whistle to send men after him. Gavin crossed under the iron gate and wheeled around on the other side of the castle wall. Thor raised up on two legs, front hooves slashing the air, a reflection of his master's agitation.
"Close the portcullis,
Gavin ordered the guard stationed there.
and tell Clyde not to open it until he canna see Thor's backside, no matter what Laird McAllister threatens." "Aye, Laird,"
the man said, just before the portcullis dropped down with a rattle and a bang. Gavin turned Thor and raced across the open fields toward the tree line in the distance. Gavin spent all day evading capture by Care and his men. He'd ridden long and hard along creek beds and game trails, even leading Thor by the reins up the side of a rocky mountain. He'd allowed them to get close on several occasions, and hid silently as he watched them go by. One of those times, Care had stopped and looked around, surely recognizing it was a good place for Gavin to stay close, yet unseen. He'd gone to the spot Gavin had originally chosen and looked under the brush. But Gavin had moved somewhere else that was harder to access. He held his breath as Care looked right at him, or rather at his current hiding spot. His foster brother rubbed the back of his neck in exasperation.
"Come on out, you wee shite, and quit being a bloody ablach. The lad was just tired from being up most of the night. Bairns need their mothers when they're exhausted."
Gavin set his jaw at that and remained hidden.
"She is not his mother."
Care and his men left, and when Gavin was sure they'd moved on, he came out, brushed himself off, then pulled Thor from his hiding spot.
"You're a good lad,"
he said, rubbing the soft fur on his nose up and down. He wandered aimlessly for a while, then stopped on a sloping meadow. Letting go of the reins, he flopped down onto the grass, his arms and legs spreading out as he stared up at the blue sky. The sun was warm above him, but the grass was cool. Opposites, just like his conflicting emotions. He was grateful for Deirdre, yet he was angry with her as well. He felt protective toward her, but he also wanted to tear Ewan out of her arms. He wanted her gone, yet he wanted her.
"Aye, at least I finally admitted that to myself."
A soft whistle sounded in the trees. One of his men checking on him. He whistled back.
"I'm well."
It was a lie. He sat up, his arms on his knees, and looked out across his land. He knew he was being an idiot, running and hiding from Care, but he'd needed to escape, needed the physical exertion and exhilaration of staying one step ahead of his foster brother to calm the chaos in his body and his mind. It was the next best thing to fighting Care, fighting anyone, and beat escaping into the bottom of whiskey-filled cups. He'd thought that when he got Ewan back, life would be perfect. that having his son in his arms would magically make everything good again. But here Gavin was, feeling like the hole inside him had grown so big that even Ewan couldn't fill it. And most of the time, Ewan didn't care to. No, he had Deirdre now, leaving Gavin feeling upended and enraged. At Crystal, who had tricked him, at the people who had kidnapped his son, at Deirdre for stealing the lad's affection away from him. She was an impostor who'd taken Gavin's place in Ewan's life for 2.5 years, time Gavin could never get back. She'd replaced him.
Nay, I will na have it. I am the boy's family, not her. Laird McKinnon.
Gavin stiffened, even though he recognised Finn's voice immediately. The fact that someone had been able to sneak up on him unawares, especially his own man, who wouldn't have been trying to keep his presence hidden, increased Gavin's agitation. Finn could have put a knife in his back, and he wouldn't have noticed a thing until too late. He turned, and the tall, skinny lad smiled at him uncertainly.
I whistled, but you ne'er whistled back. Someone's here.
Who? Gavin asked, rising to his feet.
A messenger from Lewis McIntyre.
Where is he?
At the border by McGilly Creek. We knew you were out here and came to fetch you, rather than escorting him to the castle. 'Twill not take us long to get there.
Gavin whistled for Thor, who was grazing at the edge of the clearing. The stallion lifted his head, ears pricked forward, and trotted swiftly toward him.
Does my foster brother know he's here? Or my sister? Nay, but we can send a runner to find Laird McAllister and alert the castle. 'Twill not be necessary,
Gavin said quickly. Thor arrived at his side, and Gavin mounted the stallion.
'Tis a McKinnon matter. I do not want anyone else to know.
Finn's brows rose in surprise.
Aye, Laird. I'll spread the word.
Gavin urged Thor onto the path toward the border, anticipation thrumming in his veins. He hadn't thought the McIntyres would respond this fast, although Finn had said it was a message from Lewis McIntyre and not his father, someone who had followed behind them from Deirdre's keep, perhaps. When he reached the border crossing by McGilly's Creek, he saw a lean lad, around Finn's age, standing beside an old horse that looked ready to drop. The mare's sides heaved, and her head drooped nearly to the ground. The lad rubbed her neck, but he hadn't led her to the creek. Too nervous to move, perhaps. The 3 McKinnon warriors who guarded him weren't menacing, but they looked battle-hardened and ready to fight. Gavin whistled as he dismounted, and when one of his men ran forward, he said,
"Take the mare for a drink and bring water for me and the lad. He looks ready to fall down. And take Thor too. The mare will feel better if he's there." "Aye, Laird."
They approached the lad, who looked even more nervous than before. When the guard reached for the mare's reins, the lad shook his head.
"Nay, I'll keep her." "She's done in, lad," Gavin said. "He's just going to water the horses at the creek, and Thor is good with the females, no matter their age. He calms them."
He reluctantly gave up the reins, and Gavin indicated for them to move under the shade of a sprawling tree.
"I'm Gavin McKinnon, Laird of Clan McKinnon. You have a message from McIntyre?" "I'm Tommy Laird. The message is from the son, Lewis, not from Laird McIntyre. Master Lewis has asked to speak to you privately. His father isn't here yet, but once he is, the opportunity will be lost. And Master Lewis asked you to bring along his wife, Lady McIntyre. He said she is innocent, and he wishes for her safe return." "What about my son? He ne'er mentioned Ewan."
The lad blanched and swallowed.
"He said naught about the lad, only that he wanted to talk with you before his father arrived. He's at a shepherd's hut on Campbell land. I can take you and Lady McIntyre there as soon as you're ready."
Gavin peered at him, and determined the lad was not attempting to deceive him. The question was whether Lewis McIntyre told the truth or not.
"Were you at the keep, Tommy, when I arrived with my men to take back Ewan?" "Aye, Laird."
His voice shook, and Gavin almost felt sorry for the lad.
You made good time. Did you leave right after we did to find Lewis?"
"Maybe an hour after. Master McIntyre was at a place along the way, so we didn't lose any time coming here."
A place?
What was Lewis McIntyre doing when he wasn't with his wife? The lad nodded, but didn't add anything further, and Gavin didn't intend to force him.
"Were there any other men there? Guards?"
he asked. The lad shook his head this time.
"Nay,
but we stopped and picked up old Ailig and Colin McIntyre on the way."
"So, if what you say is true,
Lewis McIntyre is waiting to speak to me. A man who kidnapped his wife and a lad he claimed was his child, with only 2 other men to help him should he need it. Is this something you'll swear to?" The lad rubbed a shaking hand across his brow. "'Twas how it was when I left, Laird. I do not think Master McIntyre intends to deceive you. He's just concerned for his wife and wants her back. Our keep has naught to do with Laird McIntyre and the castle folk, and whate'er happened with your son, Lady McIntyre is as innocent of any wrongdoing as her husband says. She's a kind, generous woman." Gavin nodded and clapped a hand on the lad's shoulder to reassure him.
"I believe you, Tommy, and you have naught to worry about. Rest here until I return."
"Thank you, Laird." Gavin passed the approaching guard on his way back to Thor. He took the water the warrior held out and drank thirstily. When he was done, he wiped his arm across his mouth.
"It looks like we'll have another beautiful day tomorrow."
"A good day for travelling."
"Are you going somewhere, Laird?"
"Maybe." He handed back the cup.
"Take care of the lad and put him at ease. The mare, too. They'll need to be well rested for tomorrow, just in case. And keep some of your men here tonight."
Gavin's mind drifted back to last fall and the attack on Callum's land by an unknown force of 20 men. Seasoned warriors, but not good enough to take down Callum, Gavin, and 4 of their men. Still, it was only due to good fortune that Callum's wife, Maggie, hadn't been killed.
"And gather at least 10 men, including a marksman, just in case." "Aye, Laird, I'll gather our best, just in case."
Gavin pushed Thor hard on the way home. He wanted to beat Care back to the castle so he wouldn't have to ride with him and answer any questions or talk about his rage. Aye, maybe he wasn't like his old self any more, but too much had happened for him to remain the same, and as far as he knew, his father had never gone through anything like Gavin had suffered with Crystal and Ewan. But even more importantly, he didn't want to talk to Care about Lewis McIntyre's request for a meeting, or Deirdre's return. At least not until he knew what he planned to do. He was fair certain if he did choose to return Deirdre, he'd have to do it behind his foster brother's back. Isabel's too. He shoved a hand through his hair and tugged, welcoming the sharp pain. He was a third of the way into the clearing around Castle McKinnon when thundering hooves sounded behind him. He didn't turn around. He knew who it was, and he sighed.
"You have leaves in your hair,"
Care said as he reined in his big black stallion.
"From hiding in the brush and watching you stomping through the forest, looking for me like a wee lad of 10. Not that I was worried. You couldn't find your arse with a... Oh, wait. Of course you could. 'Tis the size of a... I knew you were there. I was just giving you time to run off your wee sulk," Care threw back at him. "I wasn't running. I was evading." "Oh, aye. Well, evade this."
Care's fist punched Gavin's shoulder, just as Gavin kicked his foot into the back of Care's thigh. They both fought to keep seated in their saddles, and when Gavin urged Thor into a gallop, Care accelerated right beside him. They raced neck and neck toward the portcullis, their bodies bent low over their mounts, their hands and feet trying to push the other rider off course. At the last moment, Gavin took advantage of a rise in the path on his side and directed Thor to leap forward and land just far enough in front of Care to knock his stallion sideways, so Gavin crossed under the portcullis first. His men and some of the castle folk had been watching the race and cheered his triumph. He laughed, his blood pumping through his veins, exhilaration pouring through his body, and he did a little victory lap around the bailey.
"Clan Mackinnon!"
he yelled, and his men returned the cry.
"Clan Mackinnon!"
When he neared the keep, he caught sight of Isabel sitting on the top stair, laughing. Deirdre and Ewan stood on the grass below. Deirdre held the round leather bag that Gavin and Ewan had been kicking around the bailey earlier. Deirdre's other hand crossed over Ewan's body and held him tight against her legs, even though the lad struggled to get free, to get to his da. Anger burned through Gavin, turning his exhilaration to ash. He hadn't told her not to play with the ball, but still it infuriated him. That was his and Ewan's game. And then, to top it off, she kept his son by her side. Care reined in beside him.
"She's just holding the lad back from the horses. You do not want him running under their hoofs again, do you?"
Gavin clenched his jaw, and then forced himself to release the tight muscles to smile.
"Nay, of course not."
He turned Thor toward the stables, and Care fell in beside him.
"I was thinking perhaps tomorrow we could have a family outing at the loch. Spend all day there. You and Isabel could go ahead with Ewan. 'Twill be good for you to have some time alone with her, and it will give me time to talk to Deirdre without everyone around. 'Tis time we cleared the air, and for me to take her needs into consideration, so I have a better understanding how to move forward from here."
Care glanced at him, his brows raised.
"Aye, a family excursion would be nice, and I always welcome time alone with Isabel."
Gavin nodded and looked up at the sky, but his mind was elsewhere, making plans, and he repeated the words he'd said earlier after speaking to Lewis McIntyre's messenger.
"It looks like we'll have another beautiful day tomorrow. A good day for the loch."
Chapter 8. Deirdre woke the next morning with dread twisting her stomach. Gavin Mackinnon had let Ewan sleep with her last night. Why? He'd been gone all day yesterday, and then disappeared into his solar as soon as he'd returned home. He didn't even appear for the evening meal, nor when Ewan ran down to her room in the middle of the night. She'd sat up with her son at first, waiting for Gavin to appear and take him back up to the nursery. In a strange way, she'd missed him, missed the intimacy that had been woven between them the night before, as they'd sat together in front of the fire, waiting for Ewan to fall asleep. And before that, when she'd sat all day cushioned against his body on top of Thor, his arms encircling her and Ewan, keeping them safe. She pulled her son close to her body under the covers and pressed her nose to his hair, inhaling deeply. He smelled like Ewan, like her wee lad, and tears sprang to her eyes. "Is this the last time I'll hold him in my arms? Is that why Gavin didn't come for him last night?" Ewan squirmed, and she realized she was squeezing him too tight. She kissed his head and whispered, "I'm sorry." Her voice sounded thick and broken.
"It's all right, Mama,"
Ewan slurred sleepily. He wrapped his arms around her neck and pressed his soft, rounded cheek to hers. "I love you, sweetling, so much," she said into his ear, her voice hitching. The tears flowed freely now. "No matter what happens, ne'er forget that. I am your mother, and you'll be mine to the edges of the earth and back. Hold on to that forever."
"Aye, Mama, I love you too."
Ewan snuggled into her, and she turned her face into the pillow to muffle the sounds of her sobs. A soft knock at the door broke the quiet. "This is it." Ewan sat up, rubbing his eyes.
"Someone's here."
The door opened quietly, and Anag pushed her grey head around the edge. When she saw Ewan watching her, she smiled brightly and came in. Deirdre sat up too, pulling the covers up over her linen shift and letting her hair fall forward to hide her wet face.
"It's time to get ready, lad," the nursemaid said.
You have a busy day today." Ewan had played toy warriors with Anag before bed last night, and had fallen under her spell, just like everyone had reassured Deirdre that he would.
"What are we doing?"
he asked, as he pushed back the quilt and crawled out of the bed.
"We're all going to the loch. We'll be able to play in the water, and even have our midday meal there. We can take your warriors too, if you like, and set them up on the rocks and in the forest."
Ewan let out an exuberant whoop as he jumped up and down in his white linen shirt, his bare feet dancing, and his blonde hair flopping over his brow. A smile split his face, making those blue-green eyes sparkle like the afternoon sunlight shining on the sea. Deirdre would remember him looking like this forever.
"Is Mama coming too?"
he asked. "Nay," Gavin's deeper voice intoned from the doorway. Deirdre gasped in surprise as Gavin pushed her bedroom door open wide. She pulled the covers up to her chin and couldn't help searching his face. For what, she didn't know. For some sign of compassion and pity, perhaps, or regret. But he gave nothing away. "Just Aunt Isabel and Uncle Care, and Anag, of course," he continued as he stepped inside. "And I wouldn't be surprised if some of the lads from the village will be there on a lovely day like today." Ewan looked at Gavin, then over to her, then back to Gavin, trying to decide what to do. She could see his conflict. He really wanted to go, but he also wanted to stay with Deirdre, and she hated that he'd been put in this position. Finally, he walked around to Deirdre's side of the bed.
"What will you do when I'm gone?"
he asked. She reached under his arms and lifted him into her lap, using her hair to screen them in again.
"I dunno know, but I want you to promise me that you'll do your very best to have fun today. And you must promise me one other thing. Can you guess what it is?"
"Nay."
"Promise that you'll always remember how much I love you. No matter what happens or what anyone else says, you are loved. By me, by your da, by Anag, Aunt Isabel and Uncle Care, by all the people who knew you before you came to our wee keep, and by all the people there who knew you, me most of all. You are a bright, shining star, Ewan, a gift to me and everyone else who's ever known you."
She held him tight, her voice muffled in his hair.
"You bring love and laughter wherever you go, dearling. Thank you for that."
"I like it when you laugh,"
he said.
"I like it when you laugh too."
She pressed her face to his hair, trying to wipe away her tears, then lifted him off her lap and guided him toward the door.
"Go now. Have a fun day playing in the water. Just dunna go in too far, and dunna forget to tell the adults you're going in."
"Aye, Mama."
He walked toward Gavin, then stopped halfway and turned around. His bottom lip trembled.
"Mama, can I get a dog?"
A laugh puffed out from her lips, despite the pain that threatened to break her in two. Her son had been asking her for a dog every week for the last year. She'd always said, maybe, knowing the housekeeper would quite possibly lose her mind if a dog came to live with them in the keep. Now she looked him straight in the eye and said,
"Yes, Ewan, you can have a dog. Your da will get a puppy for you from the first available litter."
She raised her chin and looked Gavin straight in the eye.
"Isn't that right, Laird McKinnon? You will give your son a puppy as soon as possible. The pup will bring you in great comfort and distraction in the days to come."
He stared back at her, looking so grim she almost shivered. The shadows around his eyes had grown even darker, as if he hadn't slept at all last night, and the planes of his face were hard and unforgiving. And yet he was still a braw man. She'd been rendered breathless by it at times when she'd seen him laugh, like yesterday when he'd raced into the bailey on his horse. Aye, she could imagine that he'd once been as braw as Isabel was bonny, before his marriage, and before he was filled with disillusionment, before Ewan was taken, and before he was ravaged by despair.
"Aye, Deirdre,"
he said, then looked at Ewan.
"My son will have a pup as soon as the litter at the miller's is ready to be sold. 2 males, I think, to keep you safe."
Ewan whooped again, louder this time, and with even more exuberance.
"Can I really? You're not just saying that, like when Mamma always says, maybe."
"Aye, you have my word."
"Not 2 males," she said forcefully. "A male and a female. Boys need a woman's love to feel safe too."
Gavin swung his eyes back to Deirdre. She didn't dare blink, refused to blink, and for the first time he dropped his eyes from hers. As he should. As much as he was hurting her by taking her son away, in taking Ewan's mother away, he was damaging his son for years to come.
"Shame on you."
He looked up, almost as if he'd heard her words, and she finally saw the guilt etched on his face. So that was it, then. He was taking her away. "Go," she said, knowing she couldn't hold in her despair for much longer, and the last thing she wanted was a traumatic scene in front of Ewan. If she thought giving in to her emotions in front of him would do any good, for him and for her, she would yell and scream, despite what had been drilled into her when she was growing up. But she could see Gavin's mind was made up. Her leaving, her separation from her son, was inevitable, and she needed to make the transition as easy as possible for him. Anag grasped Ewan's hand and led him toward the door. He stopped at the doorway and looked back at her, an adoring smile on his face.
"I love you, Mama."
She smiled back tremulously.
"I love you too, Ewan. I'll see you again as soon as I can."
He left with a skip and a hop, no doubt thinking about puppies and fun times at the loch. Gavin stood just inside her room, his arms hanging stiffly by his side.
"I realise this must come as a shock to—"
Deirdre threw back the covers and marched toward him, no longer hiding her agony or concerned about her state of undress. His eyes widened as she planted her hands on his chest. She shoved him backward until he stepped across the threshold to her room into the passageway.
"You're a monster,"
she said, then closed the door in his face and slid the bar across. The sun was warm on Deirdre's bent head. She'd been back on the saddle in front of Gavin now for about 3 hours, and surrounded by 15 of his men, including Tommy, a stable hand from her keep, and the 3 other warriors that she'd travelled with before, Clyde, Lorne and Seamus. She didn't know exactly where they were going, but they'd met up with the warriors near a creek, and Tommy told her they were on their way to meet Lewis, a half-day's ride away on Campbell land. She'd only been able to nod in response and give him a forced smile, her cheeks wet and eyes red. Tommy had reached up and squeezed her hand in comfort, but Gavin had urged Thor forward, breaking the connection between them.
"He cannot even allow me that small bit of solace."
She'd held herself stiffly in the saddle the entire way, refusing to lean back against the man who had taken her son without any apology or thought of compromise. He didn't want to accept that things had changed, and he refused to consider how to make things work among the 3 of them, to find a way to keep Deirdre in Ewan's life. He wanted to go back to the way things were, not how it was now. He was set on doing what was best for him, not Ewan, and in doing so, he was hurting his son, and killing her.
"Deirdre,"
he said, his voice devoid of emotion. She couldn't answer. Her throat was too tight, her sorrow too thick.
"I know you probably do not want to talk to me."
She emphatically shook her head.
"If there was some way—"
"Do not lie to yourself,"
she croaked.
"If you wanted what was best for your son, you would have tried to find a way."
"He needs to look to me. It's confusing for him to have us both there."
"You had 2 fathers. You do not seem confused by it."
"It's different. He's younger, and you're a laird's daughter."
"I'm his mother,"
Nay, you're not. Deirdre, I think...
I do not care what you think. Stop talking to me.
Gavin's arms stiffened around her. Well, what had he expected? Did he want her forgiveness or understanding? She wouldn't give it to him. He was a selfish blackheart, the newest addition to the list of too many people who had hurt her. She didn't care what he felt. Nay, she didn't care about anything at all any more. A black cloud had descended upon her, leaving her feeling empty and almost numb to the pain that had eviscerated her earlier. She knew she cried, because her cheeks were wet, but the agony of loss no longer sliced through her. When she'd lost Ewan, she'd lost hope. She'd lost feeling. She'd lost the will to live. Her survival no longer concerned her, nor did appeasing Gavin, because she was dead inside. Time passed in a blur. Seconds became minutes. Minutes became hours.
"Laird McKinnon,"
she heard Tommy say, and she glanced up slowly to see the lad had moved his horse closer.
"Is there a reason we're going so slow? If it's because of my mare, I assure you the rest yesterday did her a world of good, and she can go faster. At this rate, we will not arrive to meet Lewis until after dark. Not that it matters to him. He'll wait, but you'll end up returning in the night."
The fog cutting Deirdre off from reality lifted a little, and she realised they were moving slowly, not nearly as fast as when they'd left. Maybe Thor was injured. Nay, he didn't seem to be limping, and he tossed his head a few times, as if in protest to being restrained. It must be Gavin, then. She looked down and saw the muscles in his arms bulging and the reins held taut.
"'Tis not because of your mare, Tommy,"
he said, his voice rough. He brought Thor to a stop, and everyone fell into defensive positions. Deirdre slowly glanced around the glade, wondering if... Were they turning back? She whipped her head around and looked at Gavin over her shoulder, hope bursting like a shard of light through the darkness that had enshrouded her. Gavin's face was stony, his jaw rock-hard. A tiny muscle twitched above his eye.
"'Tis only a rest,"
he said. Disappointment crashed through her, and a sob broke from her lips. She had to get down, to get away. She wouldn't travel one step farther from Ewan. She threw herself off Thor, and Gavin barely grabbed her arm in time to stop her from falling. As soon as her feet touched the ground, she yanked her arm free of his grasp.
"Deirdre, wait!"
he commanded, but she didn't turn around. She just put one foot in front of the other. She couldn't quite see where she was going, through the haze of tears and the curtain of her hair swooping forward across her cheeks, but she had a general sense of direction. Anywhere away from him. She blinked, clearing her vision for a moment, and followed a trail leading into the tree line. A whistle sounded, but she paid little attention to it. Her concentration was fixed on steadying her legs and not falling down. The ground veered sharply upward once she was in the trees, and she kept going, her breath wheezing in and out of her tight lungs and throat. She grew light-headed from lack of air, and black dots danced in front of her eyes, but she kept pushing herself forward. Her foot caught in a root, and she tumbled to the ground, her hand landing on a sharp rock and cutting her palm. The pain, real physical pain, felt good, and she smashed her hand down on the rock again just to feel more. A loud sob burst from her throat. She stood, lifted her skirts, her old skirts from her old home, and ran. She'd made up her mind that morning. If she couldn't keep Ewan, she wouldn't keep anything to remind her of Clan McKinnon. Nothing but the toy horse Ewan had given to her when she went to the gathering, so she wouldn't be so lonely. How many days ago was that? It seemed like 100, but it had been only a week at the most. Just when she thought she might drop to the ground, her legs trembling and knees weak, the path became level once more. She found herself in another small clearing, a cliff rising on her right and curving around in front of her, and a rocky drop-off on her left. She crept toward the edge, her breath still labouring in her chest, her face wet, and blood trickling down her fingers. She stopped and looked down into a deep, sheer gorge. The only way to go from there was back along the trail she'd just climbed up. Nay, she wouldn't return that way. Back to Gavin and the looming despair and emptiness he'd brought upon her. Back to being unloved, alone and childless. She placed her toes right on the very edge, her skirts blowing in the breeze that swept up the cliff. Pebbles loosed from where she stood and fell silently down to the bottom. She waited to hear the tiny pings as the pebbles hit, but the sound never came. She needed something bigger and heavier to throw over the edge, something that would crash and break loud enough that she could feel it. She thought of the sharp rock she'd fallen on during her climb, how good the physical pain had felt to her aching soul, how good it might feel right now. She leaned forward and curled her toes over the edge. Gavin dropped Thor's reins at the edge of the clearing and stepped into the trees. He needed privacy. His head and heart were chaotic, confused messes, and there was no way he could lead his men right now. His hands shook, his breath whooshed noisily in and out of his lungs, and that muscle twitched over his left eye again. What was wrong with him? He'd kept it together better than this after his son had been kidnapped, and now that he had Ewan back and Deirdre leaving his life, he was coming apart, the last 5 years crashing in on him all at once. Every fibre of his being was yelling at him to turn around, to return Deirdre to Ewan, to keep her safe, for the sake of his son, but in some confusing way, for him too. He'd stopped the ride because he couldn't continue forward. To see Lewis, to see her husband, he didn't want to give her up, but he also didn't want to keep her. Did he? He shuddered, and a wave of longing mixed with confusion surged from his chest, making him gasp, long and pain-filled. Mindlessly, he slammed his fist against a tree. Once, and again. The skin on his knuckles tore open, but the sting was minimal compared to the discomfort of the teeth-breaking clench of his jaw and the tightening pressure in his head. He slumped against the scratchy bark, breathed deeply, regularly, forced his heart to slow and his muscles to relax.
Care was right. I am broken.
Instead of focusing on the joy of getting Ewan back, of moving into the future with his son, he'd refused to let go of the past, and the anger and pain were tearing him apart. He felt like he was suffocating from the inside out. A monster, Deirdre had called him, and she was also right. She'd saved Ewan, and now Gavin was taking him away, taking her from his son. Crystal wasn't Ewan's mother. She'd given birth to him, and then shown no interest in him thereafter. He'd thought at first it had to do with the sadness some women felt after giving birth, but she'd been happy and relieved. She'd done her duty, she'd said. He had an heir. She would not abide him in her bed, nor Ewan at her breast. Whereas Deirdre was devastated by the separation. She was losing her son, a child of her heart. Aye, no matter who gave birth to him, Deirdre was Ewan's mother. Finally, Ewan had a ma. An involuntary sigh, one of acceptance and relief, released from his chest, and the pressure eased. He peered in the direction he'd seen her and her guards disappear into the woods. Urgency struck him like a fist. Find her, tell her, beg for her forgiveness. He strode forward quickly, parallel to the edge of the clearing. The ground began to rise about the time he came across his man Lorne.
Laird,
the warrior said, acknowledging him.
tell Clyde to pick 2 men to continue on with Tommy.
Gavin said.
The rest of us are heading back.
He searched the woods, but didn't see Deirdre.
Where is Lady McIntyre? She followed the trail up, Seamus's father ahead. He knows this land well. He says the trail leads to a cliff, and there is no other way for her to come down. We gave her some privacy to calm herself. She's upset.
Dread began as a whisper in Gavin's gut, then rapidly escalated. He found himself sprinting up the trail, his heart racing even faster than before, his ears straining for any sound, sobs, a scream, or, God forbid, a sickening thud. Her name pulsed on his tongue like a living thing. He wanted to yell out,
"Deirdre!"
But what if he startled her and she panicked and she...
God, please, let her still be there.
Seamus must have heard him coming and had raised his weapon just in case. He lowered it as Gavin tore past.
"Laird! Stay here!"
Gavin yelled as he crested the rise. Moments later, he burst into the clearing. He scanned the top of the cliff, but it was empty. No one was there. He raced forward.
"Deirdre! Oh, dear God! Nay!"
He reached the edge, dropped to his knees and peered into the gorge, looking for her broken body. Despair burned his guts and scraped at his chest like a poison inside of him.
"Deirdre!"
He'd done this. He'd as good as pushed her over, cut out her heart and left her with nothing to live for. Then, from across the clearing, "Gavin!" He whipped his head around so fast that his hand slipped off the edge of the cliff. Pebbles dropped down and pinged on the rocks below. He righted himself as Deirdre gasped and raced toward him. Pushing up, he tried to stand, but his knees wobbled and he stumbled. "Get back from the edge!" She grabbed his arm and tugged him away from the precipice.
She's afraid. For me. After all I've done.
When she stopped and finally looked at him, he stared at her face. Her eyes were dark pools of anguish, so ravaged by her despair and grief. Pain he'd caused, yet she was afraid he'd be hurt. This woman, whom he'd just eviscerated, had wanted to save him. He tried to speak, but could only manage a whispered croak. He swallowed and tried again.
"I thought—"
Her eyes widened, and she shook her head.
"I would ne'er do that when Ewan is alive. Aye, it crossed my mind, but not for more than a moment. What if he needed me and I was gone? As long as he is in this world, I will be too."
"Even though you thought you might ne'er see him again?"
His chest and throat tightened again at the sacrifice she'd made for his son. Her face crumpled, and she stepped away from him. He moved toward her, wanting to comfort her, to tell her all would be well, that he would do his best to keep her and Ewan together.
"Deirdre!"
She held a hand out to him and took a deep breath to steady herself.
"Nay, listen, please."
She lifted her skirts and knelt on the grass in front of him in supplication.
"Laird McKinnon—"
"It's Gavin,"
he said hoarsely.
"You've used my name before."
He stood there dumbly. He knew he was the one who should be on his knees, asking forgiveness from her. She quickly raised her eyes to his, then dropped them again.
"Gavin, I ask you, no, I beg you, do not separate me from Ewan."
She spoke in a rush now.
"You're right, I'm not his mother, but he loves me like I am, and I love him like a son. If you care about him, and I know you do, you'll want him to be happy and feel safe. If I just disappear from his life, he'll feel abandoned and unloved, and that will stay with him forever."
He grasped her hands and tried to lift her up, but she pulled down.
"Nay, I'm not done. I know you said it was impossible for me to stay because of who I am, a laird's daughter, another laird's daughter-in-law, but none of that matters to me. I do not have to be Deirdre McIntyre. I can take another name, be anyone you want me to be. You can tell Lewis and my family that I died. Tell them I jumped here today, that I was unstable, and I almost took you with me when you attempted to save me."
He tried to lift her again, wanting to comfort her in his arms, but she misunderstood and panicked, talking faster and louder, almost fighting him in her desperation.
"Please, I'm smart and educated. I can continue teaching you, or I can be another nursemaid for him. I can help Anik. We'll say I'm her niece or goddaughter or something."
Deirdre, hush. You do not have to do any of that. I cannot tell everyone you died, and I do not—
"Yes, you can. I do not mind. I want you to. If you're worried people will recognise me, set me up on a farm or in another village. Just bring Ewan to visit me, please. Even once a month. I cannot bear for him to think I've left him behind," she wailed.
Gavin bent to clasp her upper arms and lift her up to standing this time. He wrapped his arms around her and tucked her tightly to him as she sobbed into his chest.
"Do not take him away, please. Do not take him away."
"I promise, Deirdre," he said. "We're turning around. You'll be back with him tonight. I will not take him away from you again, but you will stay with him as Deirdre McIntyre, his mother, not his tutor or his nursemaid. I'll keep you with him as long as I can, and for as long as you want to stay. It will not be my choice to separate the two of you."
She'd stopped talking, looked up at him, and listened, eyes searching his face for signs that he spoke truthfully.
"Verily," she whispered.
"Aye. Do you remember what I told you when we left your keep?"
She shook her head, and he didn't blame her. How could she remember anything when she'd been consumed with fear that her son would be taken away from her?
"I said I would ne'er lie to you, that you would nae always like what I had to say, but I would always be truthful."
Her lips trembled, and his eyes were drawn down to them, lush, red, and wet from her tears. His arms tightened around her, and he was suddenly aware of how she felt against him. Soft and curved, her flesh yielded against the hard planes and bulges of his muscles. She stepped back, and he almost groaned at the loss of her warmth. If she had been his, he would want her against him always.
"So we can leave now, then? You'll take me back to you and—"
He could see she couldn't quite believe it. Believe him, and he clasped her hand and squeezed.
"Aye."
She smiled, those red lips trembling, her eyes filled with relief and joy.
"Thank you, Laird McKinnon. Thank you."
"Gavin," he said, insisting again. Then he lifted her hand and bestowed a brief, chaste kiss to the soft spot between her thumb and first finger.
"And I do not deserve your thanks. 'Tis me who is grateful. Thank you, Deirdre, for loving my son, our son, and for saving him. I ne'er should have separated you. I'm sorry. I promise to do better from now on, to be a better man, a better father to Ewan, and a better friend to you. Please forgive me."
She nodded jerkily, and a sob broke free. She pressed her lips together. He longed to press his there too, to kiss the tears that ran down her face, to feel her mouth tremble against his. Turning away before he did something he'd regret, Gavin led her across the clearing toward the trailhead. He whistled to let Seamus know they were coming. They were going home. When they reached the bottom of the trail and entered the clearing, his men had already mounted their horses and were waiting for them, Clyde at his usual place in the front. Tommy hurried toward them, tugging his mare behind him.
"Laird, the men told me you're heading back." "Aye, Tommy. I'll send 2 of my men with you, but I need to return Lady Deirdre to our son immediately. Tell Master Lewis I have complete faith in my men. He's to tell them everything he would have told me, especially how he came to have Ewan."
"But Master Lewis—"
Deirdre tugged her hand free from his and grasped Tommy's arm.
"Nay, Tommy, I do not want to go back. Ewan is staying with the McKinnons, and I want to stay with him. Lewis gave him to me, saying he was my son and I was to raise him. He'll understand why I choose to remain with him now."
"But he's your husband."
"Aye, and he'll also understand when I say I know he will na miss me. I've enjoyed our games of chess and his companionship on many long nights. He's a good man, but that will ne'er replace my son's love."
Tommy continued to look concerned and confused.
"You're certain?"
She nodded.
"Tell him he has my eternal gratitude for taking such good care of the young lass who came into his keeping 7 years ago, and for giving Ewan McKinnon to me. I do not know what happened, but I know in my heart he would ne'er have stolen him, and I thank him for my son's life. I hope to see him again some day soon."
Tommy dipped his head in acknowledgement.
"Be well, my lady."
"And you, Tommy."
The lad turned the mare in the direction they'd been heading originally, followed by 2 of Gavin's warriors. Another man brought Thor over, and Gavin took the reins.
"Are you ready, lass?"
She nodded.
"Will we be home before dark? I would like to tuck my son in."
"Yes, and I'll tuck him in with you. 'Tis good for him to know we are on the same side."
He looked at the sun in the sky.
"We'll be home in just a few hours."
"Surely it took longer than that to get here. Will we take a different route back?"
"Nay, but in my heart I didn't want to take you to Lewis, no matter what my head said was the right choice, so our pace slowed as we drew closer. Now that we're on our way back to Ewan, and I've decided to keep you with us, my head and heart are aligned. We may run the entire way back."
Her brow raised.
"I love my son, and I'm overjoyed you've changed your mind. But when it comes to running all the way home, my heart and my backside are not aligned. 'Tis all right if we put you into bed a wee bit later, so that I can still walk up the stairs when we get there."
He grinned, and he felt the joy of it all the way down to his toes. When she grinned back, he couldn't help the laugh that burst from the very centre of him. It wasn't just his heart and head that had finally aligned. Deirdre had set his soul free too. Chapter 9. The castle came into view in the dimming light. Elation pushed up from Gavin's chest, causing him to suck in a loud, rough breath of air. He was home. Deirdre was home. Their son was waiting for them. It felt like they were almost a family. She turned her head and looked at him over her shoulder from her seat in the saddle.
"Are you well?"
"Aye, lass, very well."
He felt awash in happiness, and even the prospect of facing down care didn't daunt him. It was a penalty he'd gladly pay for lying to his foster brother and Isabel, and for trying to separate Deirdre from his son. It's not like care would kill him. Not on purpose, anyway. Deirdre turned her head forward again and leaned against him. He wanted to wrap his arms around her middle and rest his cheek on her hair, inhale her scent, but he couldn't do that to her, or to himself. He was drawn to her in so many ways, but he couldn't act on his feelings. She'd chosen their son over her husband, but she was still married to Lewis, who she claimed was a good man, as did Care. For her sake, he would withhold judgment until he knew the truth about Ewan's kidnapping. Not only would it besmirch his honour to make advances of that nature toward a married woman, but she might feel unsafe. In her eyes, her position in the castle was dependent on his goodwill. She might worry that if she didn't reciprocate his amorous feelings, he'd separate her from Ewan again. He was in a powerful position over her. He must never forget that. They passed the half-built cathedral, and Deirdre's eyes stayed on it as they rode by. He liked that she was interested in so many different things. architecture and mathematics, as well as other topics he'd heard her talking to Ewan about. As she'd said earlier, she was smart and educated.
"What sort of subjects did you study?"
he asked. She paused before answering, and he imagined that wee furrow forming in her brow as she tried to understand his meaning. It made him smile.
"You mean when I was a lass?"
"Aye, I know you studied mathematics, but what else?"
"Language, music, history, art, and geometry. That was my favourite. My tutor gifted me with his geometry set when I left my clan to marry Lewis. I used it to teach Ewan. I'm sad I left it behind."
"We'll get you another one, lass."
"Thank you."
"'Tis similar to my education," he said. "But we also learned about war, of course, and politics, and how to manage our lands and resources for the good of the clan."
"And from everything I hear, you've done well."
"Aye, we've been prosperous. My father did not have a head for trade or commerce, but he listened well to those who did. Men he trusted, including Gregor MacLeod. I understand more than he did, but I still listen."
"'Tis the sign of a good leader." Her voice picked up. "My tutor read much of Thucydides' history of the Peloponnesian War to me. I was fascinated by Thucydides' account of the conflict between the Spartans and the Athenians."
"We studied it as well. He did a fair job recording the battle, for sure."
"A fair job? But it was wonderful, and from both sides."
Her enthusiasm and indignation amused him.
"Aye, I only meant he's an Athenian. He will be biased in his account, aye? 'Tis human nature."
"I do not think so. He writes from an objective point of view. His descriptions are detached from emotion and judgment."
"And still you loved it. Do you speak Greek, then?"
"Nay, only Latin, English, and French. And Gaelic, of course. Verily, I do not have an ear for language. I could learn the grammatical rules and the words, but I always had a hard time comprehending what my tutor was saying."
"We had to learn all those and more, and Gregor made sure we understood. If we didn't and made a strategic mistake in our war games because of it, we got a dunking in the loch. Then we had to run around the castle wall several times."
He smiled just thinking about it. She gasped.
"Oh, that sounds awful."
"Aye, it was, especially if I brought my fellow warriors down with me. They ne'er let me forget it. Care still brings up a mistake I made once on the coldest day of the year. That dip in the loch was the worst ever. We were all shivering and blue when we got home."
"But you could have died."
"Nay, Gregor kept a keen eye on us, and we watched out for each other. It made us stronger and faster, and 'twas a better punishment than cleaning out the chamber pots, which we were also forced to do on several occasions. But those transgressions usually involved Gregor's ishgeber. He kept the good whisky locked up tight."
He grinned in remembrance.
"We found the key."
Deirdre looked over her shoulder again and laughed. The sound made him catch his breath. The way her face lit up made him lose it all over again. The sooner they arrived at the keep, the better, before she suspected that the hard lump pressing into her arse was anything more than just his sporran.
"Will Ewan be fostered with Gregor, then?"
"Aye, I hope so, but not for several years. And my foster brothers do not have children yet, although Darach's wife, Caitlin, is pregnant, and Lachlan and Callum are both recently married. But Gregor may have other lads in mind for fosters, other alliances he once formed."
"Did you e'er see your family once you went to live there?"
She sounded worried, and he had to smile, a mother already missing her son.
"Aye, we went home during the harvest to help, and our families were welcome to visit any time. We still gathered together regularly. You will see Ewan grow up, Deirdre. Do not worry."
They'd reached the portcullis, and the horses trotted under it, just as the sun was setting. He peered toward the stairs of the keep, looking for Care and Isabel. Sure enough, the door at the top of the stairs flew open, and Isabel ran out. She stopped halfway down, her long blonde hair still visible in the dying sun, her hands clenching her skirts anxiously. Regret washed through him like a storm. Aye, he'd hurt more people than just Deirdre today. It was tempting to go to the stables first, to delay the inevitable, but he directed Thor straight toward the stairs. The door at the top opened again, and Care came out. His face was shuttered, his fists clenched, and his mouth shut. Aye, there was to be a reckoning. He sighed.
"Promise me something."
"Anything,"
Deirdre said.
"When we dismount, you will take Isabel with you up to the nursery, and you will shut the door. Care and I need to discuss what happened. He's upset."
"But he looks so calm."
"That's the problem. If he were yelling at me, I would tell you not to worry."
"So you're saying I should be worried?"
"Nay, I just meant Care will not hurt me, Deirdre. Not much, anyway. And God's truth, I deserve it. But I do not want Isabel in the way. Care and I have to work it out, or it will drive a wedge between us. Understand?"
"And you canna work it out with words?"
"Nay."
"But you're all so educated."
"What does that have to do with anything? Educated men canna fight. Thucydides was a historian and a general. We're warriors, Deirdre. Nothing will clear the air better than a hard-fought tussle."
She made an exasperated sound, and he suspected she also rolled her eyes. It made him want to nip her ear, then lick it, see if she was still rolling her eyes after that. He whistled, and a stable hand ran to meet them at the bottom of the stairs. Gavin dismounted and handed over the reins, then reached behind him and unstrapped his sword, which he also gave to the young groom.
"When you're done with Thor, deliver the sword to my bedchamber."
The lad's eyes grew round, and he sagged under the weight as he took the heavy broadsword.
"Aye, laird, would you have me take it to the blacksmith and sharpen it first?"
"Nay, that will na be necessary."
He reached up to help Deirdre dismount, and she slid easily into his arms. Her trust warmed him, and gave him more strength to face Care's wrath and Isabel's condemnation. When Thor was led away, he kept his arm around Deirdre, not letting go until Isabel lifted her skirts and ran the rest of the way down the stairs. She'd been crying, her eyes red. He released Deirdre, thinking his sister intended to hug her new friend, but instead she sprang into Gavin's arms and squeezed tight. He barely caught her in time to steady her.
"You're back,"
she whispered into his ear, and he knew she meant the old Gavin had returned.
"You would ne'er have come home with her unless you felt her heart breaking, unless you opened your heart again and chose to share Ewan with her."
He slowly returned her embrace, then squeezed even harder as emotion filled him.
"Aye, Izzy, I'm back."
His throat tightened, and his voice came out sounding rough and raw.
"And I'm sorry I've put you through such hell the last few years, e'er since Ewan was taken."
"Nay, e'er since you married Crystal. But that doesn't matter any more."
She lifted her head from where she'd tucked it against his neck and smiled.
"We're whole again."
Then she reached across and grasped Deirdre's hand, drew her closer.
"Thanks to you."
"Aye, Deirdre. Thank you,"
he said.
"And remember your promise."
"What promise?"
Isabel asked.
"That I'd tuck Ewan in before he fell asleep,"
Deirdre said.
"Will you come with me, Isabel?" "I'd like to, but Care has turned quiet. I'm afraid he'll kill Gavin." "He willna," Deirdre said. "I'll make him promise me, and then we'll leave them to talk. They're educated, civilised men. They don't need to resort to violence."
She marched toward Care, her gaze focused on him. Isabel's eyes widened, then she hurried to catch up. Gavin saw Care's gaze shift to Deirdre, then back to him, then quickly back to Deirdre when she stopped right in front of him. Care's lips barely moved as he responded to whatever she said. Gavin wanted to hear, and he mounted the stairs. Could it be that Care McAllister had finally met his match in his cousin? This small, soft bundle of goodness whom no one wanted to disappoint. He edged closer, and when Care's eyes shifted to his again, Gavin's brow rose. His foster brother, who was easily twice Deirdre's size, looked unnerved. Care never looked unnerved by anyone. Finally, he heard him say,
"I promise not to kill him, cousin, and I will na yell at him either. And he is a delicate flower."
"What?" Gavin said, his ire rising, and Care smirked. Isabel tugged Deirdre past Care and into the keep. Gavin kept climbing the stairs, glaring at Care, who dropped his smirk and glared back.
"I am laird here," Gavin said. "'Tis my land, my castle, my keep, and my son. You dinna get to tell me what to do. The only one I need apologise to is Deirdre, which I've done."
He smacked shoulders with Care as he walked past, and whistled sharply to his men as soon as he entered the keep, ordering them to leave. God alone knew what he and Care had just started, and Deirdre may think she'd averted a fight by getting Care to promise not to yell, but the reality was just the opposite. Care shouting was the least of his worries. The men all scrambled to get out, knowing what was brewing. Gavin moved toward the small hearth, Care hot on his heels.
"Where's your sword?"
Care demanded. Gavin rounded on him.
"Not here, so you canna draw yours. You get one punch because I lied to you. After that, I punch back. 2 punches. You lied to me and to Isabel. You made her cry. Nay, looking at your ugly arse face made her cry. And she's forgiven me, so you canna use her. Your son has been sick with worry. I lost count of how many times I had to pretend to be a bear to distract him."
Gavin huffed out a surprised laugh, then forced a frown.
"You're so full of shite. You liked it. Being a bear is as natural to you as breathing."
Care started to yell, but Gavin pointed his finger to the ceiling. Care glanced at the stairs to make sure the women weren't coming down. When he swung his head back, he also swung his big, meaty fist and caught Gavin by surprise, smashing into his chin. Gavin stumbled back and tripped over a stool in front of the fire, landing hard on his arse and his elbows. Care jumped and landed hard on him. He shoved him down, and Gavin's head smashed against the rushes on the stone floor, which cushioned the blow. Another blow hit his shoulder, which made 2 punches, and Gavin started to fight back. He grabbed a handful of twigs from the kindling pile beside the fire and shoved the scratchy ends into Care's face. His foster brother reared up and spat out some of the offending pieces that jammed into his mouth. Gavin took advantage and smashed his forehead into Care's nose.
"God's blood!"
Care yelled, rising and stumbling backward, his hand over his nose.
"That hurt, you donkey-loving Blackheart!"
Gavin fell back to the rushes, one hand rubbing his jaw.
"I said 1 punch. You took 2.
He pointed to the blood running through Care's fingers that held his nose.
"That's on you."
Care sat down heavily on one of the chairs and tilted his head back.
"Well, get your arse over here and fix it."
Gavin pushed up from the floor, wincing as he put weight on his shoulder. He crossed to Care, and on the way saw the young stable hand from earlier frozen in place at the door, watching them. He had Gavin's broadsword in his hands. Gavin sighed and held out his hand for it.
"Thank you, lad,"
he said, as the boy rushed over and gave the sword to him.
"'Tis just a wee dust-up between brothers, aye. You can tell everyone that I won." "He did not!"
Care bellowed.
"Hush, or you'll have the women down on us."
Then Gavin looked at the lad and mouthed, "I won," as he pointed to his chest. The lad grinned and ran to the door, letting it slam behind him. Gavin laid the sword and scabbard across a chair and leaned over Care. Care dropped his hands, his fists clenched by his sides.
"Do it,"
Care said.
"I do not want it to heal broken."
Gavin gently explored the bridge of Care's nose with his fingers and felt where the cartilage needed to be aligned.
"A dirty fight,"
Care grumbled.
"First you shove twigs in my mouth, and then you headbutt me. And who swung first without any warning? 'Twas you. What's the point of fighting if you warn someone for— Ah!"
Care yelled as Gavin squeezed hard and adjusted the cartilage back into place.
"There you go. No warning. Just how you like it."
Gavin wiped his fingers on his plaid, moved his sword, and slumped in the chair beside Care.
"I would ne'er have gone for your face, except you went for mine first."
Care grunted, then sighed. He would be a frightening sight to those who didn't know him, his long dark hair hanging loose around his massive shoulders, several days' growth on his square jaw, and blood smeared under his nose.
"So, tell me what happened after you lied to Isabel and me, and had us take you into the loch. Where were you going?"
"To meet Lewis." Care whipped his head toward him.
"God's blood! The McIntyres are here already?"
"Nay, just Lewis. He sent a messenger and asked to meet before his father and Deirdre's brother arrived."
"I cannot believe you didn't tell me."
It was Gavin's turn to sigh.
"Me neither. I was just so angry."
"Aye."
"Out of control."
"Aye."
"Foolish and idiotic."
Gavin ground his jaw, forgetting the hit he'd taken to his face, and then winced at the pain.
"Lewis was waiting for us on Campbell Land. He asked that I return Deirdre. He said she was innocent of stealing Ewan. You talked to him?"
"Nay, I sent 2 of my men instead. I do not know if he'll speak to them." He lifted his hand to rub his chest, trying to ease the tightness.
"I couldna go through with it. I couldna separate Deirdre from Ewan, from our son."
His heart began to pound as he remembered his desperate run up the trail.
She went off on her own when we stopped. I'd already decided to turn around, but I hadn't told her yet. She was devastated, grieving, and the guards hung back to give her some privacy, but they left her in a clearing with a cliff on one side. I thought—
Care's eyes widened.
"Did she?"
"Nay,
but when I first got there and glanced around the glade, I didn't see her. I was peering over the edge, looking for her body on the rocks below, when she called my name. She'd been on the other side of the clearing. I couldn't believe it. I was so happy to see her. While I was trying to find words to speak, she began begging to stay with Ewan. She offered to sacrifice everything for him. Her name, her position as lady and as his mother, just to stay near him." "You didn't agree to that?"
He shook his head.
"She will live with us as Deirdre McIntyre, and raise Ewan as long as I can keep them together. A lifetime, hopefully."
He clenched his hand in a fist and struck the middle of his chest, shame washing through him in waves.
While I was wallowing in my anger and need for vengeance, she was planning to give up everything. I almost destroyed the person my son loves most in the world because I refused to let go of past hurts."
Care reached across and squeezed his shoulder.
"But you've done so now."
"Aye.
Ewan is our son. We'll raise him together as his mother and father, and hopefully she'll teach me how to be a better man in the process." "You already know that, Gavin. You've just forgotten."
He let out a long puff of air.
"I hope so. And in the meantime, we'll continue to prepare for war. I still need the truth as to why Ewan was taken in the first place, and by whom. It could be as simple as a small boy wandering off at the wrong time. But if there's more to it than that, we need to know. Gregor and the lads will be here soon. They may have more information from their spies in other keeps. Do you remember any mention of the McIntyres or McCalls in the information we already have?
Gavin knew Kerr referred to the parchments Callum's wife, Maggie, had given them at the end of summer last year. Detailed notes that she'd taken through several months of spying on her cousin, Irvin Sinclair. They all believed a conspiracy existed, targeting their 6 clans, but they didn't know who was leading it.
Nay, there's no mention of them. I reread the papers last night. But if Ewan was targeted to keep me doing someone's bidding, we need to make sure all our loved ones are kept safe. Aye.
Kerr tapped his fingers against his leg.
What I do not understand is why they put Ewan in Lewis's keep, where we could easily find him. It doesn't make sense. Maybe we should head out to speak to Lewis in the morning anyway. He may have some answers. Nay, he will have moved on, and we do not have his messenger to show us the route. All I know is he was holed up in a shepherd's hut on Campbell Land, half a day's ride away. That could be anywhere. We'll wait for my men to return, and then decide what to do.
Kerr rose, wincing at the movement, making Gavin wish he'd avoided his face after all.
Aye, you're right, and we do not want to be caught out with too few men when war is upon us.
Agreed, Gavin said. He watched as his brother yawned and then winced again.
Are you heading to bed? Eventually. I want to check on Isabel and Deirdre first. You should try and sleep too. You may have an easier time of it now that you've made the right decision about Deirdre.
He was halfway to the stairs when Gavin stopped him.
Kerr.
His foster brother turned.
Aye.
Gavin had to clear his throat before speaking.
Thank you. You ne'er once doubted me these past few years, when I insisted Ewan was alive, and you stood by me when I drank too much and cursed the world and everyone in it, when I was cruel and ne'er smiled for months on end. You have my gratitude and my love, as a friend and a brother. You make me sound like a bloody saint. Saint Kerr. Tell your sister that, and insist she marry me right away. I think she'll dry up and blow away all alone, just to spite us both.
Deirdre lay on her bed, her mind whirling over the events of the day. She still couldn't believe that they'd turned around and Gavin had brought her back to Ewan, to stay at Clan McKinnon as long as she wanted. She'd raced to the nursery upon their return, hoping her son might still be awake, but he was fast asleep. Isabel had hung back by the door, and Anag had quietly retreated to give Deirdre time alone with him. Crawling up on the bed, she'd covered his face with kisses and whispered words of love to him. She'd tried to stay strong, to swallow her sobs, but they'd shuddered past her lips anyway. Ewan had turned sleepily toward her, wrapping his arms around her neck. She would never go back, even if her family and her husband's family demanded her return. She and Ewan were safe here. Gavin had promised. She turned over on her own bed and dragged the covers across her shoulder. Relief and gratitude poured through her, but guilt rose as well. The idea that she'd be the cause of a war among the clans left her stomach in knots, although the fight with the McIntyres was most likely inevitable, whether she was involved or not. Not that she thought Lewis was guilty of abducting Ewan, but his father was a controlling, frightening man. Deirdre would not be at all surprised to find out he'd been part of the kidnapping. When she thought about what might have happened to Ewan during that ordeal, how closely he'd come to dying from the plague or the mistreatment he might have received from his kidnappers, she couldn't help shuddering. She remembered how dirty he'd been when Lewis had first brought him to her, how thin his body, and how terrifying his nightmares. It put his fear of the dark and being left alone at night into a whole new perspective. What had made him so afraid? It was all too much for her to think about, when she couldn't change any of it. All she could do now was concentrate on caring for her son and healing him with love and hugs, and maybe healing his father too. Aye, she found herself wanting to take care of Gavin, no matter what had gone on before between them. What woman wouldn't want to? He was a braw man, a strong, fair leader, with a powerful body and handsome face. He might look hard and unforgiving at times, but she'd also seen him laughing with care and overcome with emotion to see his son alive, to see her alive. That thought also sent a shudder through her. For a few seconds before she'd called out his name, Gavin had believed she'd jumped from the cliff, and he'd been devastated. She had mattered to him. Then, on the ride back to the keep, he'd pulled her tight against his body and between his legs. She'd felt the occasional tremor running through his muscles, the pounding of his heart against her back, as if he relived those moments when he'd thought she'd died. It was a wondrous realization that after all they'd been through, he cared about what happened to her. She turned over on her other side and fluffed up the pillow. She should have been asleep by now. She was exhausted, but she was also wound up, feeling restless and needy, alone. Even though she was back with her son, had been loudly claimed as cousin by Care, had a new friend in Isabel, who made her laugh despite being a wee bit batty, and had been accepted by Gavin. Despite her new-found family, she still wanted something more, something she couldn't quite name. Her body pulsed, a deep ache in the centre of her belly that she knew well. Desire, but also loneliness. She'd felt it as a girl, ignored and unloved by her parents and siblings. Then as a young woman, mostly forgotten by her husband and left childless. Until Ewan, until he'd swept like a whirlwind into her days and sprawled across her bed like a growing weed at night. But some nights, like tonight, the ache couldn't be assuaged. She wanted more than just her son in her arms. She also wanted his father. She huffed out a frustrated breath and threw back the quilt. The heat poured off her body, despite the coolness of the room, the fires long since burned down to embers. It was usually around now that Ewan woke up and ran into her chamber. She closed her eyes and counted down, waiting for him to call out for her, waiting to see if Gavin would stop him along the way and take him back to the nursery. And would it be such a bad thing if he did? She was sure other fathers got up in the night and comforted their children so their mothers could sleep, although those parents were probably sleeping in the same bed. Naked, maybe, from loving each other earlier in the night, or a bairn between them, suckling at its mother's breast. She sighed this time and let an image develop in her mind. She and Gavin under the quilts, facing each other as she nursed their child. Her breasts would be even bigger than they were now, ripe and full. Would he like how they looked, how they felt? She pulled the quilt back up to her shoulders to cover herself and ran her hands over her breasts, cupping them through her linen shift. She felt the weight of them, heavy in her palms, felt their warmth and softness. The urge rose to touch herself further, but she resisted at first. That twinge of guilt always accompanied her need for release, for self-care and love. She breathed deeply, trying to move past the craving, but it didn't help. With a breathy moan, she gave in and unfastened the tie at her neck, loosening her chemise. Closing her eyes, she slipped her hands under the soft material. Her nipples had hardened into protruding nubs. She trailed her fingers over them, imagining they were Gavin's fingers, gentle but rough at the same time, causing heat to bloom in her belly, and lower. She stroked her breasts rhythmically, squeezing and pinching, pretending Gavin had moved their sleeping bairn to its cradle and returned to their bed. He stretched out over her body and wedged his hips between her welcoming legs, a slow burn in his eyes, a tender smile on his lips. The weight of his body pressed down on the apex of her thighs where she needed it most. Smothering her groan, she pulled her knees up and spread them. Slipping one hand down her quivering belly, she parted the damp curls that guarded her sex and stroked her fingers through the slick folds. If only they were his fingers, circling and gliding, his mouth on her breasts, sucking and licking, even biting the soft, sensitive undersides. She neared release faster than ever before, picturing him rising over her body, lifting her hips with one big hand and pushing inside her. Her breath quickened, the image in her head so real, the two of them twined together, their breath mingling, their bodies undulating, that she would swear she felt his mouth crushing hers, his hands kneading her breasts, his hips rocking against her mound, maybe making another bairn for her to love. Her hips jerked up to the rhythm of her fingers as her other hand strummed her nipples. Faster, harder. She bit her lip and turned her head into the pillow to muffle her moans. She'd never reached the pinnacle this quickly, and almost regretted how soon the waves swamped her, wanting to stay lost in her fantasy for a while longer. Instead, she floated back down to earth, her body languid, her lids heavy as her breathing eased. And just in time.
"Mama!"
she heard Ewan call. She sat up and listened for a heavy tread in the hallway, or the door to Gavin's solar opening and closing. Isabel had let her know that Gavin rarely slept more than a few hours a night. Maybe now that Ewan was safe, and he could see that their son was happy, he would be able to sleep through the night.
"Mama!"
Ewan cried again, closer this time. Rising from her bed, she quickly moved to her washstand, dipped her hands in the water-filled basin, dried them, and then hurried to the door. She peeked her head out, looking for Gavin, but all she saw was Ewan barrelling down the dim passageway toward her. With his white nightshirt glowing in the candlelight, he resembled a wee ghost. "I'm here, sweetling," she said, stepping out and scooping him up when he reached her. He curled into her immediately and went limp. She peered into the shadows again, searching for Gavin. When he didn't appear, she retreated, shut the door, and leaned against it. Is he leaning on his door, thinking about me the same way I'm thinking about him? About Ewan? Does he miss us? Maybe he used to hold Ewan at night, and he'd like to do it again. It didn't seem fair that she got all the nighttime cuddles. If they were truly parenting him together, then shouldn't he get this time with their son too? At the moment, Ewan wanted only her, but that could change. It should change. Gavin waited for a moment in the dark at the top of the stairs, his eyes glued to Deirdre's closed door. He took several long, deep breaths as he tried to calm his racing heart and slow the pounding of his blood through his veins. By all that was holy, he had never in his life seen anything more arousing than what he'd just witnessed. Deirdre stepping into the hallway in the candlelight, wearing her linen shift, her cheeks flushed, and her eyelids heavy like she'd been asleep, her long hair tousled and hanging free. The tie at the top of her chemise hung loose, exposing the valley between her breasts, the outline of them, high and full, revealed by the soft light behind her. And if that wasn't stirring enough, her nipples had pressed hard and erect against the soft material, causing his mouth to water just thinking about them. How would they taste? How would they feel on my tongue? And then she'd turned away from him, toward their son, who was running along the passageway from the opposite direction. She'd reached down for him, and Gavin had had to clench his teeth to hold back a groan at the feast that had been laid out in front of him, the thin material clinging to her arse, dipping into her cleft and moulding against the rounded globes, her small waist, usually hidden by the folds of her plaid over her arised, indented like an hourglass. The curve of hips he could hold on to with his hands. For a moment, he'd even imagined he'd seen the outline of her sex, swollen and damp against the flimsy chemise. She'd been backlit when she straightened, and he'd almost felt like he was gazing at her naked. God's blood! Why couldn't he lay her down and— Nay, he could not. Not ever. She was married and under his protection. She'd saved the life of his son. So he'd covered his eyes, but not before she'd turned and peered into the shadows, looking right at him for a moment, his son in her arms, and her lips gently pressed to his hair. The Virgin, the Mother, and the Siren all rolled into one, and he couldn't ever let on that he thought of her in such a way. This was her home now. He never wanted her to leave it. She'd turned and retreated into her room, and he'd sagged with disappointment and relief against the cool stone wall. He'd been sitting in front of the hearth in the great hall when he'd first heard Ewan call for her. He'd moved up the stairs quickly and quietly, ready to help if Deirdre didn't appear. But she'd stuck her head out the door after Ewan's second yell, making sure the hall was empty before she stepped out, making him a pervert in the shadows. But by then it was too late. Who else might have been watching from the shadows? Who might have seen her? A surge of protectiveness washed through him, and he marched to the other end of the passageway just to be safe. No one was there. When he passed her door on the way back to his chamber, he slowed, listening for any sound. He leaned his forehead on the wood and imagined that she was just on the other side, listening for him. No thump or rustle emerged to give him a hint. Sighing, he straightened and walked to his own door. It opened and closed with a creak that he usually didn't notice, but now sounded as loud as clashing swords. He wondered if tonight would be the night he would sleep, as Care had suggested. Probably not. Tiredness shrouded him like a cloak, but he was also edgy and restless, and so damn aroused that every step he took hurt, as his engorged cock bounced and swayed behind his sporran. He'd definitely have to take care of that to have any hope of sleeping. He reached behind him to unstrap his broadsword and realized he'd left it downstairs. He couldn't remember the last time he'd done that. No matter. He'd just go get it in case Ewan found it there in the morning. His son had a penchant for knives, and most likely Gavin's broadsword would be the biggest and sharpest knife he'd ever seen, or remembered seeing. Gavin opened the door and glanced down to adjust his sporran over his jutting plaid, just in case anyone was downstairs. He stepped toward the hall and looked up in the same motion, stopping abruptly. Deirdre stood just inches away, holding a sleeping Ewan. Her clenched hand was raised in front of her, as if she was preparing to knock. She gasped, those soft grey eyes widening and her cheeks flushing, and she was so damned lovely that everything inside of him stilled for a moment to take her in. She'd wrapped a plaid around her shoulders and over Ewan, but he stood so close that he could feel the heat of her body radiating into his skin. She took an awkward step backward, and he quickly grasped her arms to steady her. Ewan protested sleepily, and she raised a finger to her lips, then indicated that she wanted to come in. He raised a brow, and other parts of his body too. She wanted into his bedchamber. He stepped back into the room without thinking, and she walked past him. "Are you going to bed?" she whispered. He had to swallow before answering. Still, he could manage only a grunt and a nod. "Do you want to sleep with Ewan?" she asked. "'Tis not fair that I always get to hold him at night. By the time he wakes it will be light, and at that point he should be more curious than afraid that you're beside him instead of me. I think it will work." Again, she'd put her own needs and desires aside for someone else. He reached for his son, suddenly wanting to do exactly as Deirdre suggested. He'd often slept with Ewan when he was a bairn, and in need of comfort, his soft, warm body a wee lump on Gavin's bare chest. His eyes began stinging, and he blinked to clear his vision, lifting his sleeping son onto his shoulder and closing his eyes. He opened them when he heard Deirdre move, and saw she'd stepped away from him and back toward the door. Her hair gleamed in the candlelight, a swathe of silky black all the way down to her wool-covered arse. But now he knew what was under that blanket, and couldn't look away. She turned at the door, and he glanced up to meet her gaze, which was a wee bit forlorn, and made him feel guilty. He considered returning Ewan to her, based on that alone, but she must have read his intention, and she crossed her arms firmly over her chest, her mouth setting mulishly. He stopped, squeezing Ewan a little tighter.
"Thank you. It means a lot to me."
She nodded and stepped over the threshold into the passageway.
"I'll keep bringing him to you until he's used to it. He should adjust to sleeping with you in no time. Until we can break him of the habit, of course, and he stays in the nursery."
Gavin smiled. There was no chance she actually desired to break their son of the habit entirely. Neither did he. Not yet.
"Of course."
He wanted to pull her back inside. He even shifted Ewan in his arms without thinking, so he could reach out for her. He grasped the door instead.
"Good night, Deirdre."
Then, because he didn't trust himself, he shut it and dragged the heavy bar through the loops and secured it. Best for Ewan that way, too. But it felt wrong. Almost as if he was locking Ewan in with him and Deirdre out. And God knew he loved his son. But what he truly wanted was to have Deirdre in beside them, which could be a problem when your son's mother was married to someone else. Chapter 10.
"Stop going so fast!"
Deirdre yelled. Gavin looked up at her, sitting on Thor's back, and grinned. He kept striding around the bailey, tugging the stallion's lead to make him go faster. Every time she yelled at him, Gavin's cock hardened a little more. Sweet, angelic Deirdre, losing her temper and showing all the fire she had buried deep inside, was a sight to behold. Frightened, timid Deirdre, gaining her confidence and feeling safe enough to express how she really felt, was a sight to hold close to his heart. She hadn't averted her gaze from his once since she'd started hollering. Deciding to wake Deirdre up early the next morning and teach her how to ride had been an impulsive idea, but it was good for Ewan too. Gavin looked over at his son, laughing and squirming excitedly on the back of Cair's stallion, which Cair led in much the same way Gavin was leading Thor. The lad had no fear of being on the back of a horse, and was a natural rider. His mother, however—
"Ewan, sit still!"
Deirdre shouted at him.
"I canna. I want him to go faster. Ree!"
the boy said, leaning forward and repeating the word he'd heard Gavin say to make Thor gallop. The horse ignored him, of course. He was trained to respond to Cair's commands alone, just like Thor would respond only to Gavin. Cair, however, could follow orders. He picked up the pace, making Gavin grin and Ewan whoop with delight. A couple of prime Highland lairds and warriors, leading highly trained warhorses around the bailey, with naught but a bairn and a frightened woman on their backs. Gregor would love every minute of it.
"Gavin, stop him! Now!"
Deirdre shouted. More blood pooled in his groin, and he grinned.
"Aye, sweetling, whate'er you want."
He broke into a jog across the bailey, making Thor increase his speed as they headed toward Cair and Ewan. Deirdre shrieked and grabbed onto Thor's mane. If she fell, Gavin would be there to catch her and squeeze all those soft curves against his body. Lusty images from last night played in his head. Deirdre in her flimsy white chemise, picking up Ewan in the passageway, the candles backlighting the dips and swells of her body. But in his mind's eye, when she looked into the shadows this time, she saw him and beckoned him forward with a sultry smile, her breasts swaying against her linen shift, her eyes promising a night filled with—
"Gavin!"
she screeched. His fantasy shattered, and he saw she was leaning too far to the left, her eyes wide and her breath coming in panicked gasps. One of her feet had come out of the stirrup. How had that happened? And why hadn't she put it back in? He slowed Thor and anchored a hand on her waist to push her upright again. His fingers just brushed the underside of her breast, and when she was properly seated, he let go only reluctantly. God's blood, he didn't want to. He wanted to touch her in the same way Darach and Lachlan touched their wives, the same way Callum had touched Maggie when he was courting her. Aye, Callum had always had his hands on Maggie, even before they'd been married. They'd even slept together every night. The difference being, of course, that Maggie had been Callum's betrothed, and Deirdre was already married to someone else. Anger and denial clamped down like a vice in Gavin's chest. He scrubbed a hand over his jaw, scraping his fingers across the bristles. She was not his. He grabbed her foot and placed it firmly in the stirrup. "Dinna take your foot out again! What did I tell you?" She glowered at him, and that lush, kissable mouth flattened into a straight line. "Deirdre," he commanded.
"If I take my feet out of the stirrups, I'll lose control."
She repeated his words begrudgingly. "Aye, and what just happened?" She threw her hand in the air and gesticulated wildly.
"You started running across the bailey, that's what happened."
She started to slip again, and he pushed her back upright. "So you thought taking your foot out of the stirrup would make it better?"
"Nay, I dunna know what happened. Suddenly my feet were just out."
"Feet?" He looked around Thor and saw her other foot dangling free. "God's blood! Well, why haven't you put it back in?"
"Dinna yell at me, Gavin McKinnon."
"I'm not the one who's yelling."
"Mama,"
Ewan asked, sounding concerned. He had that uncertain look on his face that always gutted Gavin. Deirdre paused, then forced a smile on her face and lightened her tone.
"I'm well, dearling, just becoming acquainted with this sweet horse." "Then why are you yelling at Da?"
The tightness in Gavin's chest loosened, and he suddenly felt like his heart had expanded too much for his chest to contain it. For the first time ever, Ewan had called him Da. Even this morning, when he'd woken up beside Gavin and they'd ended up wrestling on the bed, Ewan had never addressed him. And as a young lad toddling around the bailey, before he'd been taken, Ewan had been slow to speak and had communicated mostly by pointing and grunting. He'd said An mostly, short for Anag, and up, never Da, and he'd certainly never called Crystal Mama, like when he called for Deirdre. Gavin walked Thor over to Ewan, dropped the reins and reached for his son.
"Nay, Da, I want to keep riding,"
Ewan protested. Gavin pulled him down and squeezed him tight. "You will, but you'll ride Thor instead. And your mother's only yelling because she's frightened. She needs you with her on Thor to feel safe." He placed Ewan in front of an alarmed-looking Deirdre, then looped the reins over Thor's head and handed them to his son. Thor would follow Gavin's direction, no matter who held the reins.
"Gavin,"
Deirdre protested.
"I dunna think—"
"Just keep your feet in the stirrups, Deirdre. Clench with your thighs and stay seated. Otherwise you'll fall and bring our son down with you."
"I canna do it."
"Aye, you can. You'll do anything to keep Ewan safe." Care snorted, and Gavin flashed him a grin. 'Twas genius to manipulate Deirdre this way, for all the right reasons, of course. She would find a way to keep her balance, if it meant saving her son. He whistled for his customary guard and strode toward the portcullis. Thor's breath puffed on his shoulder as he followed obediently. Ewan leaned forward, shook the reins, and said,
"Ree!"
Deirdre let out a distressed moan and mumbled something under her breath. Before he'd gotten to know her better, Gavin would have assumed she was praying for assistance. Now he knew she was probably cursing him in multiple languages. That also made him hard.
"Where are you going?"
Care asked.
"I want to go to the forest. Ree! Ree!"
Ewan chanted again.
"We're not going anywhere,"
Deirdre said.
"One more time around the bailey and that's it. Turn around, Gavin."
Gavin didn't turn around.
"Down to the cathedral,"
he told Care.
"Do you want to come?" "Not bloody likely,"
Care said.
"Not bloody likely,"
Ewan repeated.
"Ewan,"
Deirdre said.
"we dinna speak like foul-mouthed dogs. But Uncle Care did, and he will ne'er do so again, or Aunt Isabel will find a way to correct his behaviour, and I'm assured he wouldna like that."
Care clamped his hand over his heart.
"Och, dinna tell Isabel. I'll be a good dog."
Then he barked twice and panted with his tongue hanging out of his mouth. Ewan burst into laughter, shaking the saddle.
"Sit still,"
Deirdre shrieked. Care barked some more, then veered off toward the stables.
"I'm going to go find Isabel and beg for a treat."
"'Twill be good practice for you, cousin,"
Deirdre shot back.
"but do not expect more than a pat on the head."
Gavin snorted as he led Thor under the portcullis. 6 of his men, including Clyde, waiting in the field beyond to group loosely around them. He liked this Deirdre, who wasn't afraid to best a man as big and powerful as Care. As smart as she was, she could probably best Gavin too, and maybe even Callum, the smartest of all his foster brothers. Aye, the thought of that, Deirdre besting every single one of them, hardened him even further, which made the walk across the field toward the cathedral, situated halfway between castle and the village, more than a little trying. Ewan chattered the whole way there, and Deirdre muttered under her breath and gasped as Ewan flung himself this way and that. She shrieked once when her foot came out of the stirrup and then nearly fell trying to get it back in. Her muttering increased in volume and intensity after that, as did the glares she shot at Gavin. He was focusing on Ewan, who looked like he was trying to climb up Thor's neck, when Deirdre gasped again, and not from fright this time, but from wonder. He looked back to see her staring wide-eyed at the cathedral. It just looked like a half-finished stone church to him, albeit on a much grander scale.
"Who's the master builder?"
she asked, her tone almost reverent.
"A mason by the name of Kinnaid O'Rourke, an Irishman. Our old mason Archie was retired and living in Edinburgh when my mother convinced him to come work for us. He died at the end of last summer, after falling from one of the scaffolds."
Deirdre's eyes widened.
"Archibald Cameron?"
"Aye. Did you know him?"
"I knew of him."
She sighed.
"Unfortunately, a fall like that is not uncommon for a master builder, and if they do not die from the impact, they may lose the use of their legs. Had he been with the cathedral since the beginning?"
"Aye. After he died, Master O'Rourke came to visit, not knowing, of course, about the accident. He's an old apprentice of Archie's, and he was saddened to see his mentor's work unfinished and languishing."
"So you gave him the job?"
"Not at first, but after I read some of the letters between him and Archie, I knew it's what Archie would have wanted, and I don't know when I would have had time to search out a new master builder."
They came to a stop in front of 3 steps that led to a door under an archway. His men spread out around the entrance.
"Ewan, look!"
Deirdre said excitedly, pointing up to where the McKinnon family crest was carved on the middle stone of the archway.
That's called the capstone. It's the very last stone to be placed when you build an arch of any size, and when it goes in, it locks all the other stones in place, so they stay up on their own. If the capstone comes loose, the whole structure will collapse.
She hugged Ewan, her fear of being in the saddle apparently forgotten in her excitement over the cathedral.
Can you imagine how loud that would be? A great big crash.
She made a crashing noise, and Ewan copied her, and she didn't even protest when he shook his arms and body. Instead, her eyes scanned the rest of the building. Stone walls halfway built on one side, a vaulted roof towering upward at the far end.
I know it doesn't look like much, because this arch here is small, but some arches in the great cathedrals soar as high as the tallest trees you've ever seen, even taller. And all this because of this wee stone at the top.
Higher than a mountain?
Ewan asked. Higher than some mountains for certain. Think about the blocks you build castles with in your chamber, and how hard it would be to get them to stay up in an arch like this.
Ewan squinted at the doorway in front of him, and then farther up to the arch towering 6 or 7 stories at the end of the building.
I could do it.
Gavin huffed out a pleased laugh.
Aye, you could with the right tools, that's for certain, Deirdre said. You'd need a compass, a set square, a plumb line.
What's a plumb line?
It's a ruler with a string attached that has a weight tied to the bottom. When the ruler is level, the string hangs down in a straight line. The mason uses it to measure if the rocks are in alignment. Maybe someday your da will take you to some of the cathedrals we have here in Scotland.
Maybe we can take your mother as well,
Gavin said. Her eyes jumped to his, filled with hope. Aye, she looked hopeful and pleased. Suddenly, his first priority was to take both of them to see the cathedrals as soon as Ewan was old enough. Maybe someday they'd even cross to the mainland to see the great churches of Europe.
And do you know how they build cathedrals, Ewan? Deirdre asked.
With stone. I can see it right there.
He pointed to the wall.
Aye, but they use geometry and arithmetic to know where to place the stones and how big and what shape each stone should be, just like you do with me when we draw triangles and rectangles. All the measurements are very precise, or the building will not stay up.
He made the crashing sound again. Gavin suspected that was the only part of this lecture his son would remember.
Aye,
she said with a smile, her eyes still scanning the arched dome at the far end of the building.
Can we go inside?
Ewan asked, already scrambling down on his own. Gavin reached for him just as Deirdre realised her son was sliding off. She tensed, but Gavin wrapped his hands around the lad on his way down.
I've got him.
He put Ewan on the grass, then reached for her. She leaned on Gavin heavily, almost falling into him, and he had to step back to brace himself. He held her close for a moment, savouring the feel of her against him, before he set her down. She swayed, and then winced.
Are you well?
He asked.
A bit sore. 'Twas a difficult ride.
She shot him a sideways look, bordering on condemnation, and he grinned.
Not at the end. You seemed to forget you were on top of a horse when you had something else to occupy your mind.
She grunted in acknowledgement and moved up the steps toward the door.
It's so quiet here. I imagined the work on a cathedral would be loud and energetic, rocks being dumped and chiselled, cranes and pulleys winding up and down, men shouting to one another.
And crashes,
Ewan said. Aye, maybe they're having a rest.
She was right. Something here was wrong. The hairs on the back of Gavin's neck rose as he pulled her behind him. When was the last time he'd been down here to check on how things were progressing? In the new year, maybe, and only a few times before that. Had he sensed any problems then? Nay, but the cathedral had held little interest for him. He hadn't wanted to stay long, especially with the darkness that had overtaken him during the winter months. It had been difficult to search for Ewan then, and he hadn't had his foster brothers and Gregor to distract him like he had last summer. The cathedral had been his mother's project, and then Archie's. Now maybe Deirdre would take it over. He was just about to draw his sword when the door opened inward. A partially bald, middle-aged man, his shoulders straight and broad, and his chest muscular, stood in the opening. His ginger-coloured beard was scraggly, and he wore a dirty, saffron-coloured lena over leather trews. Beads of sweat dotted his upper lip, and his eyes darted between Gavin and his men behind him.
"Laird McKinnon," he said, with a hint of an Irish accent. "Master O'Rourke," Gavin replied. "We came for a visit, but we didn't hear any activity. The men are upstairs having their midday meal. Otherwise, the rock dust gets in their food. They'll be down shortly."
"'Tis a beautiful day. I would have thought you'd be outside,"
Deirdre said. She sounded shy, yet excited, and looked at O'Rourke with a sweet, expectant smile on her face. Gavin felt a kick in his heart. She looked so lovely. He expected to see an enamoured look on O'Rourke's face, but the man's mouth was slightly pinched, almost like he was annoyed.
"Not today," he said.
Gavin frowned when Deirdre lost her smile and dropped her eyes from the master builders. That would not do.
"This is Deirdre McIntyre,"
he said, his tone silk over steel.
"She is my son Ewan's mother. She will be living at the castle with us from now on, and I'm hoping to persuade her to be your contact there. She knows more about cathedrals and their construction than I ever will."
Deirdre gasped in surprise as O'Rourke's eyes widened.
"Gavin, I will do whatever I can to help you. But are you sure?" she asked. "Isn't there anyone else with more experience?"
"I agree, Laird," O'Rourke said. "I dunna think— Nay, I want Deirdre to do it. I cannot think of anyone else who is better qualified. She has a quick mind, a head for math, and a heart for cathedrals. You're fortunate to have her. She'll also be much more inclined to listen to you than I will."
Several heavy footsteps descended a staircase inside, likely the men returning to work, but O'Rourke still hadn't retreated to let them in. Gavin stepped directly toward the man, their eyes locking. After an almost imperceptible hesitation, O'Rourke backed away and dropped his gaze. Gavin reached out his hand for Ewan.
"Take my hand, son. 'Tis not safe to run or play in here."
"I da."
Ewan's small hand curled into his, and Gavin's heart squeezed at the feel of it. He looked up, taking a moment to breathe through the tightness in his chest. Deirdre met his gaze, and she smiled. She had to know exactly what he was feeling. They moved together into the half-built cathedral. Other than Master O'Rourke, Gavin didn't recognise any of the labourers, but then he hadn't paid attention before either. Several men were working at wooden benches, chipping at stones with chisels and other tools. Another man stirred a vat of mortar, then carried it to a far wall, with a pile of stones haphazardly dumped beside it. Several wheelbarrows were filled with bigger rocks that were waiting to be sized.
"I didn't see any oxen outside, or carts," Deirdre said. "How are you transporting the rock from the quarry? And I would have thought to see much more rock piled up after the fall and winter months."
"They're in the walls,"
O'Rourke said, his shoulders tense and his mouth pulling down at the corners. He did not look at Deirdre.
"Did you think we'd waste 6 months just sitting here? Laird McKinnon is paying us for our time. I wouldn't squander it."
"Oh, well, of course. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to imply otherwise. I just thought—"
"Thought what, Deirdre?"
Gavin encouraged.
"That the fall and winter months were used to stockpile more rocks while the mortar set, and the stone settled from the spring and summer's work."
Gavin looked over at O'Rourke. Had he made a mistake hiring the man? O'Rourke sighed.
She's right. I didn't want to say it because Archibald Cameron was my mentor, but when I inspected his work after I arrived, I was surprised to see he'd made little progress the previous year. The rocks in the wall had already settled, and the mortar was dry. We worked hard over the winter to try and catch up. Was he ill?
Gavin asked. It was possible. Gavin certainly hadn't been focused on much over the past 2.5 years, other than helping his brothers and getting his son back.
I do not know for certain, but I think so,
O'Rourke said.
Very few of his laymen were still here when I arrived. A few said he'd stopped making much sense when he spoke, and had taken to doing strange and dangerous things.
Deirdre pressed her hand to her mouth, her eyes filled with sadness.
He shouldn't have been climbing the scaffolds any longer.
She looked at the wooden supports that stretched up the walls, holding up the rocks in the ceiling that had yet to be locked in place with a capstone.
'Tis dangerous enough for a younger man with a healthy mind and body. I cannot imagine what it must have been like for him.
He died doing what he loved, the mason said. Why didn't you tell me this before? Gavin asked. You were occupied elsewhere, Laird.
O'Rourke's eyes fell on Ewan, and the man smiled.
Now that your search has ended happily, you'll have more time. Even so, I would have liked a report. Send one immediately if anything else happens. Aye, Laird.
O'Rourke dipped his head respectfully. Ewan had been leaning against Gavin's leg, watching the master builder, when suddenly he asked,
Where's your plumb line?
O'Rourke stared at the lad blankly, then looked up at Gavin, his brows raised in question. He noticed the mason rarely looked at Deirdre. One of those men who thought women were of lower status than the oxen in the field, perhaps. It would do him good to have to work with Deirdre, so he could see how smart she was, and how capable. And if he refused, Gavin would find another mason, this time with Deirdre's help.
He asked about your plumb line, she said. We were talking about the tools a master builder used to build cathedrals. Rulers, compasses, plumb lines.
O'Rourke nodded stiffly.
It's upstairs with my other tools. I do not like to leave it lying around.
Gavin nodded.
I can understand that. In fact, I do not think I ever saw Master Archibald without his tools in his hands or hanging from his belt.
He looked at O'Rourke's empty hands and empty belt.
In the whole 10 years that I knew him.
O'Rourke raised his gaze and looked Gavin in the eye.
We're an unusual breed, master builders. Every one of us is different. The good thing is I am strong and healthy, and I can easily go upstairs to get my tools, where I left them beside my midday meal before I became aware you were here. Would you like me to bring my plumb line down for the lad to see?
Gavin was about to say yes, just to irk the man, who was getting on his bad side, when Deirdre spoke instead.
Nay, that willna be necessary. Instead, why dinna you give us a tour of the building, and Ewan can see all the different ways geometry has been used to build this cathedral.
Deirdre sat in front of her bedside table, having removed everything from the top of it and piling it on her bed. She'd then dragged over the chair that had been beside the fire to begin using the table as a desk. The steward had brought her parchments, ink, and a quill earlier, after Ewan had fallen asleep. Deirdre had been working ever since, despite the sputtering of her candle as the wax melted slowly into a puddle. She'd added more logs to the fire not long ago, but now the room was too hot. Braiding up her hair and wrapping it on top of her head helped, as did untying the neck of her chemise and pulling the material up over her knees. She was tempted to strip it right off, but just the idea made her nervous. What if someone caught her? And was it possible she wanted to be caught? By Gavin? That thought flustered and aroused her, and she had to go back and rework several minutes' worth of calculations because her mind kept wandering. With a sigh, she glanced at her candle. She was running out of time, and she wasn't even close to figuring out what was wrong with the cathedral. All she knew for certain was that something didn't seem right. It was obvious Master O'Rourke wouldn't help her. The only reason he'd even answered her questions was because Gavin was there. She sighed and wished she had her old geometry set with her, along with exact measurements from the cathedral. She could only guess at the dimensions of the building right now, since Master O'Rourke had said he didn't have the exact numbers and would have to look for them. That was something she'd found very odd. She'd imagined the master builder would have all those measurements in his head. Maybe it was different because he hadn't been the original builder. He'd said he would find the measurements and send them to the castle, but he hadn't done so yet. Obviously, he didn't like her. Whether that was because she was stepping on his toes, or because she was stepping on his toes and she was a woman, she didn't know. She wished she didn't care, but she did. Too many unhappy memories from her childhood. Too many fears making her feel insecure and unlovable. Then she heard her son yelling for her from down the hallway.
Mama!
And she smiled. Ewan made her feel secure in his love. She laid down her quill and crossed the room, chemise dropping back down around her legs, and her smile still on her face. Aye, she couldn't wait to hold her son. Just as she opened the door, it occurred to her Gavin might also be waiting for Ewan. She swiveled her head toward his chamber, located next to hers, and found him standing in the doorway, his shirt loosened and his hair mussed, looking right at her. She gasped, warmth flooding through her.
Mama!
Ewan yelled as he barreled into her from the other direction, wrapping his arms around her legs. "Careful," she said, as she turned to Ewan and bent over to pick him up. Gavin made an odd sound, almost as if he was in pain, and she swung toward him as she settled their son against her body. He'd propped one arm against the door jamb and leaned heavily against it, his face flushed in the candlelight, his eyes glittering under weighted lids. She froze. The only part of her moving was her racing heart. She tried to speak, but all that came out was a breathless squawk. She swallowed and tried again.
"Do you want him to sleep with you?"
she finally asked. He switched his gaze to Ewan and straightened from the door jamb, then shifted his sporran over the front of his plaid. Was he nervous?
"Nay, you can have him tonight,"
he said, his voice rough. He rubbed his hand over his cheek, drawing her eyes to his hard jaw and strong-looking face. His beard looked in need of a good trim, though. Ewan lifted his head from her shoulder and stretched his arms and body out toward Gavin.
I want to sleep with Da.
He almost fell, and Gavin moved closer as she tried to balance Ewan again.
Please, Mama.
Gavin stroked his hand over Ewan's head.
"Your mother wants—"
"I dunna mind. He can sleep with you if he prefers."
She shifted Ewan to pass him over, but before she could move him away from her body, Gavin slid his hands around his son's chest. The backs of his fingers and his knuckles brushed against her breasts, right across the straining, sensitive tips. A ripple of need crashed through her body, causing her stomach to clench, her breath to catch, and the muscles on the inside of her thighs to quiver. She pressed them together before she fell and lifted her eyes to his. He had stilled, almost like he was now frozen in place, and she could see the hectic, almost wild need in those blue-green eyes, the colour even richer, almost magical. Was that for her? Did Gavin McKinnon want her? He cleared his throat.
"I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take liberties."
He pulled Ewan the rest of the way into his arms and stepped back.
"Have a good sleep, Deirdre."
Then he disappeared into his room with her son. A moment later, she heard the bar slide across the door. She released the air that she'd been holding in a loud whoosh and sagged against the jamb. Did he actually say, "Have a good sleep"? She almost laughed. No way in hell will I be able to fall asleep now. Chapter 11.
Mama?
Ewan whispered into her ear. Deirdre opened her eyes slowly and stared into Ewan's bright blue-green gaze. She smiled and reached to pull her son into her embrace, his head on the pillow beside her as he snuggled in. She'd kicked off the covers in her sleep, and her shift had rucked up to her thighs. The room had finally cooled down after the fire she'd built last night, the breeze from the open window nice against her skin. If only it had been like this after she'd given Ewan to Gavin. When she'd come back into her room, the heat had been sweltering. She'd been tempted to strip and lay with her arms and legs spread on the bed, burning on the inside as well as out from the way Gavin had looked at her. She hadn't, because she hadn't wanted to bar the door in case Ewan wanted to come in during the night. Anyone else could have come in too, and maybe she'd been hoping someone would. She heard a sound and shifted her gaze to see her bedchamber door closing. Her heart jumped, and she sat up quickly, pulling the covers over Ewan and herself.
"Who was that?" she asked.
Da, he told me not to come in here, but I knew you'd be awake. I told him you ne'er barred your door. He didn't believe me."
Deirdre flushed hot again. So he'd seen her then, sleeping without covers, with her shift pulled up and the tie loosened at the top. She almost ran to bar the door now, but what was the point? She'd already been exposed. She wiped at her mouth, worried suddenly that she'd been drooling. How much of her body had he seen? She'd been on her side, so her breasts would have been squashed together and pushed out of her top. Embarrassment invaded every inch of her. She felt fleshy and ungainly. It was one thing to be completely covered by her shift in the hallway, another to be seen lying awkwardly on the bed.
"Dinna run, Deirdre! Everything jiggles!"
Her brother's jest reverberated in her head, alongside her sister's laughter. She'd been 12 when they'd taunted her that time, and she'd wanted to hide under the bed, hating everything about her awkward body. No one in her family looked like her. Her older sisters were all shaped like their mother, tall and slender. They'd made her try on their silk dresses in the European style, just so they could laugh when she tried to squeeze herself into the confining material. Her tutor and nursemaids said to pay them no mind, that they were being cruel only because they were jealous. A year later, her brother hadn't been laughing any more. Her stomach sickened just thinking about him. If there was anyone in this world she would happily wish dead, it was Boyd. A knock sounded at the door, and Isabel stuck her head in, then pushed all the way in when she saw they were awake.
"Gavin's headed to the stables already, but I'm starving, and Bonnie said she'll make a feast. Come eat with me."
Then she whispered,
"And I do not want to sit there alone with Care. He's been more annoying than usual. I swear, everything he says is intended to irritate me."
"What's annoying mean?"
Ewan asked her.
"It's when a wasp keeps buzzing around your head, but when you try to swat it away, it keeps coming back,"
Isabel explained. Deirdre bit her lip to stop from smiling. She had the feeling that would come back to haunt Isabel some day. Ewan had started jumping on the bed, and she grasped his arm to stop him.
"Go with Aunt Isabel. I'll be down as soon as I've washed up."
Ewan leapt to the ground, making the same crashing sound as yesterday when he landed. His new favourite sound, obviously. Then he stuck out his arms and ran for the door.
"Aunt Isabel, I'm a wasp! Try to swat me!"
Isabel held the door open wide for him so he could run through.
"Hurry,"
she said to Deirdre before she closed the door behind her. Deirdre could hear her chasing Ewan down the passageway. She would wager Isabel's body didn't jiggle as she ran. Nay, she was even slimmer than Deirdre's sisters and mother. But a few days ago she'd spoken enviously about Deirdre's curves and disparagingly about her own lack of them. Maybe neither she nor Isabel were correct. Didn't she try to teach Ewan that there was beauty in all the different shapes in nature? She'd challenged many of the other false beliefs her family had instilled in her. Maybe it was time she challenged this one too. Deirdre threw back the covers and rose from the bed, moving to stand where she had some space. Closing her eyes, she raised her arms out to the sides and tried to feel her body around her bones, not with her hands, just her mind, sinking down inside and feeling it. The muscles that moved her and allowed her to run with Ewan, the heart that let her love, and the mind that enabled her to think. She put her hands on her shoulders and was about to run her palms down the shape of her body and try not to hate everything about it when the door clicked. She let out a little shriek and opened her eyes.
"What are you doing?"
Isabel asked.
"I knew you'd be dawdling."
She looked closely at Deirdre.
"You look guilty. Were you exercising?"
"Why would I feel guilty about exercising?"
"Because I told you to hurry."
Isabel stepped closer, interest growing in her eyes.
"Is this what you do every morning? Your secret for—"
She waved her hand in a circular motion toward Deirdre.
"All that?"
"Nay."
"And I'm not exercising. I'm...
She didn't know how to put into words what she'd been doing, and a blush stole up her cheeks. Isabel stared at her, fascinated, and then her eyes grew round and she turned a fiery red.
"Lord have mercy,"
she said, and she ran to shut the door and slide the bar across.
"Don't you know to always bar the door before you do that?" "I wasn't doing that."
Deirdre's warm cheeks suddenly burned as hot as Isabel's face was red.
I was trying to love my body."
Her friend's eyebrows rose.
"'Tis the same thing, is it not?"
"I don't think so,
"But you should try it."
I should."
"Aye."
Deirdre felt her words bubble out as her excitement began to rise.
"I was told terrible things about my body by my mother and siblings when I was younger, cruel things that were meant to wound, that have ne'er gone away. And then you said that I was shaped like a siren, and even though that's a horrible thing to say, I would ne'er want to drown some poor unsuspecting sailor. You meant it as a compliment. You, who are everything I've always wanted to be, tall and slender and fair, and yet you speak about my shape with envy."
She rushed forward, took Isabel's hand and pulled her into the middle of the room, where Deirdre had stood alone just a moment before.
"And what is even more incredible to me is that you do not like your shape any more than I like mine. We envy each other, and how pointless is that? About as pointless as us standing in the middle of the room talking about it." "Aye, so let's do something about it." "Is this where we switch bodies?"
Isabel asked.
"Because I'm fairly certain that will no work."
"Nay, this is where we love ourselves, together. Close your eyes."
Deirdre did as she'd directed Isabel, and then thought about what to do next.
"We should run our hands over our bodies, and while we do it, think about how much we love them."
"We are to touch our own bodies and not each other's, correct?"
"Of course."
Her eyes flew open, and she could see Isabel's teasing grin as she made gentle fun. Deirdre couldn't help grinning back at her. She closed her eyes again.
"On the count of 3, then. 1, 2...
Deirdre,
Aye?"
I'll be at my feet before you even get over your breasts."
Deirdre snorted, tried to contain her amusement, but couldn't hold back the puff of laughter that burst from her chest, her very large chest.
"If only those poor sailors had known my breasts would float."
Isabel burst into laughter, and Deirdre followed right behind. She tried to catch her breath, but the more Isabel laughed, the more she laughed too. When Isabel leaned on the corner post of Deirdre's bed, then turned and collapsed backward on the mattress, her belly heaving, Deirdre did the same.
"Your own God-given raft,"
Isabel said.
"Did you know I canna swim?"
"Nay,
I start sinking right way and I panic. I'm so skinny I canna keep myself up. Have you tried moving your arms and legs? Oh, is that how it's done? How did I e'er survive without you? By not going in the water, apparently. Well, I will now that I know you can jump right in and save me.
She pointed to Deirdre's breasts, and they laughed again. It was a few minutes before they managed to calm down, but then one of them would snicker or giggle and set the other one off again. When a loud pounding at the door interrupted their hilarity, they quieted down to the occasional snort.
"What's going on in there?" Kerr demanded through the door. "God's blood! I can hear you all the way to the end of the passageway. Poor Ewan is the only one downstairs eating, and he's eyeing those bloody knives again."
We're having a glorious time in here without you. The knives!
Deirdre shrieked, cutting off whatever else Isabel had been about to say to annoy Kerr. As much as Kerr was guilty of saying things to irritate Isabel, Isabel was just as guilty of the same thing. She supposed that's what happened when two people who should be together weren't. If they couldn't love each other, then they would passionately fight each other. Deirdre jumped up and dragged Isabel to the door. When she opened it, she stayed hidden behind it, so Kerr wouldn't see her state of undress. He glanced inside curiously. "Go," she said to Isabel as she pushed her through the opening, "and look after Ewan while I dress."
Aye, but make sure you actually get dressed this time.
Isabel shook her finger in Deirdre's face, who glared at the offending digit.
Do you know what I do to tall, skinny lasses who shake their finger in my face? She asked. Toss them in the loch. Aye, and I do na jump in after them.
"You're both bloody batty this morning. What are you talking about?"
Kerr asked, his face creased in confusion.
About sirens, Isabel said, and drowning sailors.
She turned and headed toward the stairs.
Dinna get involved, Kerr, or she'll drag you in there too, and have you touching yourself in no time.
"What?"
he roared. Deirdre burst out laughing and quickly shut and barred the door. 'Twas Isabel's problem now, exactly how she wanted it, no matter what she might have said. Deirdre held her hand over her forehead, shading her eyes from the mid-morning sun, and peered toward the village. She, Gavin, Ewan, and their guard had just passed the cathedral, and she was hoping the settlement would be closer than she remembered. When it came into view, she sighed. They were only about halfway there. It wasn't that she didn't want to visit the centre of Clan McKinnon. It's just that she didn't want to ride there on the back of a horse, especially by herself. Her mount was a small, sedate mare this time, not nearly as tall as Gavin's ride, but the beast could still decide to take off at a gallop, with her on it, no matter that Gavin had assured her the female would stay close to Thor. Ewan was on a pony, which was good, as he'd already fallen off, twice. She'd wanted to get mad at Gavin for it, but their son had jumped up unhurt both times and climbed back onto his ride, who'd just stood there munching grass. Ewan had named him Horsey, and the placid pony didn't even twitch his ears when the lad jabbed a foot here, an elbow there, or generally bounced around, pretending a wave of warriors were attacking them. "Are you afraid Ewan's horse will run off?" she asked, noting the long lead between Horsey and Thor. It was the first time she'd spoken since they'd left the castle, other than to make embarrassing squawking sounds every time her mare adjusted her gait or even moved her head. The mare also snorted a lot, which scared Deirdre, but less than it used to, thanks to her long days travelling on Thor.
"First of all, he's a pony, not a horse," Gavin said, despite what our son decided to name him.
She couldn't see his face, but from his tone of voice she suspected he'd rolled his eyes.
"And second of all, the fear was not that he'd run off, but that he wouldn't move at all if we didn't make him."
Alarm raced through her.
"So you're forcing him? Will he get mad and try to bite Ewan?
This time it wasn't her horse that snorted. It was Gavin.
Aye, we're forcing him. He's fat and lazy, and likes to graze all day. And nay, he willna bite, even if Ewan sticks his hand in his mouth, which I wouldna be surprised to see him do.
Deirdre's eyes widened. Then she shouted,
Ewan, do not put your hands in horse's mouth.
Gavin did roll his eyes this time.
Well, if he hadn't thought of doing it before, he will now.
Deirdre bit her lip. He was right. So did she tell Ewan again to make it clear, or hope that, as was often the case, he hadn't really been listening to her? Gah, she said, undecided, then yelped when her mare tossed her head and sped up a wee bit to get closer to Thor. Gavin looked over at her, a little bemusedly.
I canna believe that for such a smart lass you were so uneducated about horses.
His criticism stung. Hurt whirled through her, stronger than the powerful urge to defend herself. Her jaw tightened, and she dropped her eyes instead.
"Och, lass, I'm sorry," Gavin said. "Dinna do that, please. 'Twas a thoughtless thing for me to say."
"Do what?" she asked, curiosity bringing her gaze up.
"Lower your eyes. I'd prefer you to yell at me and tell me I'm an insensitive ass than lose confidence in yourself."
Her cheeks bloomed with warmth, and now she wanted to drop her eyes again, but this time out of embarrassment. She did, for a moment, but then she looked directly at him and said, "You're an ass." And he smiled. It was his first real smile this morning, and her heart kicked.
"I know,"
he said.
"And just so you know, I'm not uneducated about horses. I've read books about them."
His eyes twinkled, and she knew he was laughing at her. But now it didn't feel like a slap in the face.
"Just so you know, sweetling, reading about horses does not mean you know anything about them. The only way you learn about horses is to ride them, care for them, and train them yourself."
"Is that why you have Ewan riding his own horse already?"
"It's a pony, not a horse, which you should have learned from at least one of your many books."
"So, a pony's not just a baby horse?"
Deirdre asked innocently. She already knew the answer, but it was worth asking, just to see the disbelieving look on his face.
"Nay, a pony is not a baby horse. A foal is a baby horse. A pony is a pony, just like a donkey is a donkey and a dog is a dog."
When she snickered, his eyes jumped to hers. He grinned and nodded his head.
"Well, at least your education taught you something."
They continued in silence for a few more minutes before he said,
"And why weren't you taught how to ride? Did your father not believe it was a suitable pastime for a lady?"
Her stomach clenched, and this time, when she dropped her eyes, she couldn't raise them for anything. This wound went too deep to be dismissed so easily, and she knew her face would show her pain, her humiliation, and reveal how young and scared and vulnerable she'd once been, how much she still was.
"Nay, my mother rode, and my sisters."
She didn't say anything else, hoping he'd just drop it. But he wouldn't be Gavin if he didn't keep on pushing her to her limit. She hadn't even noticed that he'd leaned across their horses until his fingers nudged up her chin.
"I willna judge you, Deirdre. You can tell me what happened."
She briefly shook her head and dislodged his fingers. He sat back with a concerned sigh.
"Aye, lass, another time. 'Tis important I speak to you about something else, anyway."
She jumped her gaze to his as alarm rang through her body.
"What is it?"
"Not to do with Ewan. Well, not in that way."
"Something I've done, then. If it has to do with care, Isabel and I were only teasing."
He glanced sideways at her.
"What did the two of you do?"
It would sound ridiculous and lewd, and most uncouth if she told him about this morning.
I cannot explain, and it was Isabel who said it anyway. You can ask her.
He grunted, and then ran his palm over his jaw.
This is about when Ewan calls for you at night. I think it would be better if...
Her brow creased in confusion. She had never seen Gavin so lost for words, or so flustered.
You dinna want Ewan to sleep with me at night any more. Is that it?
She would miss her son, and it would be a struggle for sure. But if this was something Gavin insisted on, she could make it work. He'd made so many adjustments for her. She could do this for him. Especially now, as Ewan was settled in his new home, and could sleep with Gavin or Annig if he needed a night-time cuddle.
Nay, that's not it. When he calls for you at night, I do not want you coming into the hall. 'Tis not safe. Stay in your room. Open the door wide enough to let him in, and no further, and then bar it behind you both. I will not always be there to protect you should something happen. I'll be on patrol some nights, or even away for months at a time. What if...
Her eyes widened.
What if what?
Castle McKinnon is large, Deirdre, and I want to think it's safe. But I've seen too many instances in my brother's keeps where their wives were put in danger because of treacherous or deluded men, and women. Barring your door and staying inside your chamber at night is the best way to keep safe.
She wanted to say, "But I'm not your wife," just to be able to say the words, "your wife," and to look in his eyes as she said them. Instead, she said,
"Well, what about Ewan when he comes to my chamber at night?"
Her imagination began to run wild as she thought about who might be lurking in the shadows.
I've thought about that, and I'm going to put some guards in the upper stories, which is why you should also stay in your room when you're not covered.
Oh, you mean in my shift? I'm sorry. It will not happen again. I didn't mean to offend anyone.
Deirdre, I wasn't offended. Not in the least, believe me.
There was something in his tone, a nuance she didn't understand. He was saying something more than just the words. He turned forward and clenched his jaw.
I wouldn't want anyone else in the hallway, a guard, a guest, or someone more sinister, to see you and think 'twas their right to take advantage. If that e'er happened, there would be blood to pay.
A chill shivered up her spine at the same time as warmth bloomed in her chest. Is this what it felt like to have a man care for you, protect you? Her husband certainly wasn't that man. She'd hardly ever seen him draw a sword, let alone use one, and her father barely seemed to know his youngest daughter existed. As for her brother, well, he was another story entirely. She decided that she liked it, the feeling of someone caring enough about her to protect her, someone strong enough to take down her enemies. It proved that she had value, if not to her family, then at least to Gavin McKinnon.
Does that shock you? He asked. That at my heart I'm a primitive man, maybe even part beast?
Ne'er a beast, Gavin McKinnon. A man who dispenses justice.
And how will you feel, Deirdre, when the justice I dispense is a sword in the belly of your father, or your brother, maybe even your husband?
She didn't answer right away, choosing her words carefully.
All I ask is that you do not kill anyone without proof or provocation, for their sake, but also for yours. I shall make it clear to my family that I will not leave Ewan's side, and Ewan is staying here. If they come for me, or for our son, I pray you'll protect us both.
Chapter 12. Deirdre tried to quell her panic as the villagers swarmed around their horses. Surely someone would bump the mare, or step on her hoof or something, and she would take off like a startled rabbit across the town square with Deirdre still on top. Gavin sat astride his mount, gathering the lead attached to Horsey, who was resisting being dragged closer.
"Stay calm, Deirdre,"
he said, sounding unconcerned.
"and keep your feet in the stirrups. The mare will not run unless Thor does, and I am in control of Thor."
Gavin wasn't even looking at her, but it was like he could see what was happening. She jammed her feet back in the bloody stirrups.
"I canna see Ewan."
She strained to look around Thor.
"I have him."
Gavin lifted a smiling Ewan into his arms.
"Say hello to your mother, son."
Mama,
Ewan shouted excitedly to her over Gavin's shoulder.
did you see me? I rided Horsey all the way here.
"Aye, you rode well, Ewan. Such a brave, strong lad, and you only fell off twice."
I didn't fall. The first time I was knocked off by a huge warrior with a sword just like Daz, but Horsey kicked him and knocked the black heart down so I could stick my sword in him.
He looked at her expectantly, his smile huge and eyes excited. Deirdre swallowed and forced herself to smile back.
"And the second time? What happened then?"
There was a giant, and he lifted a tree and throwed it at me.
She liked this story much better. Her smile turned into a grin.
"He threw it at you. What did you do next?"
He ran at me, and I was scared. But then Horsey got in front of him and tripped him, and then, when he was down on the ground, I sticked my sword in him."
Ewan lifted his hand and made stabbing motions and sounds with his imaginary sword. Her smile drooped. She caught Gavin's gaze and could see he'd bit his lip to keep from laughing.
"Stuck, Ewan," he said. "You stuck your sword in him."
Ewan did the stabbing motion again.
I stuck my sword in him again and again.
Deirdre nodded, feeling a wee bit faint. It had been a trying ride from the castle, and learning her son had spent the entire time imagining himself and Horsey stabbing other living things, multiple times no less, hadn't made her feel any better. The mare lurched forward without warning as Thor began to move, and Deirdre let out a wee shriek.
"Put your feet in the stirrups, Mamma,"
Ewan yelled. Bloody hell! How had they gotten out? She jabbed with her feet, but kept missing, and when the mare nickered and tossed her head, Deirdre froze and began to tip sideways.
"She's falling!"
Ewan yelled again. The horse stopped suddenly, and Gavin's hand reached out to steady her. But she was done. She'd had about as much of this as she could take. She was getting down. Grasping his arm with both hands, Deirdre slid from the mare. But now that she was on the ground, pressed between the big bodies of the two huge horses, she wished she was on top again. Fear tightened her throat until she could barely breathe.
"God almighty!"
Gavin exclaimed. He shifted Thor away from her, but the mare sidestepped to get closer to the stallion again, almost knocking Deirdre over. The only thing that kept her upright was Gavin's hand wrapped around her forearm. She looked up and saw him straining to keep her from falling, while keeping himself and Ewan seated on Thor. "What if Ewan falls down here? Let me go," she said, eyes wide with fright.
"Nay, you're not going anywhere, Deirdre."
He whistled, and a huge McKinnon warrior that she recognised from before was suddenly beside her. He slapped the mare on the rump, and she skittered away.
"Arter, lift her up,"
Gavin said to him.
"But stay down there in case she slides off again." "Aye, laird."
"Nay,"
Deirdre said.
"I do not want to come up. I'm happy down here now that I'm not being crushed to death."
Gavin sighed. He swung his leg over the saddle and easily jumped down beside her. Ewan whooped with delight when Gavin lifted him off the horse and sat Ewan on his shoulders.
"Ree, ree,"
he commanded his new mount. Gavin ignored him and handed the reins to Arter. The other warrior took both horses and the pony and led them away.
"Where are they going?"
Ewan asked.
"To have a drink. Something I think your mother could use right about now as well."
He held Ewan's feet in one hand and grasped Deirdre's hand in the other, and didn't let go as the growing crowd surged around them.
"Laird!"
People called out, and
"Look, there's Ewan!"
happy, excited faces smiled and pointed at her son, who looked excited, but also confused, and more than a wee bit overwhelmed. Aye, she understood that feeling. Gavin shook hands and kissed cheeks, and even kneeled in front of one 10-year-old lass who sobbed while she stared up at Ewan. Another huge man with a bushy beard stood behind her, his cheeks wet and his hands on her shoulders. From his muscular chest and arms and the leather apron he wore, Deirdre guessed he was the McKinnon blacksmith. Gavin gently wiped the girl's tears.
"'Tis all right, Rona. Ewan is back safe and sound, and look how big he's gotten. He can talk now and ride a pony. The two of you will be up to mischief in no time."
Rona reached her arms up to her friend, still crying, and Ewan leaned forward into her embrace. He patted her back.
"'Tis all right,"
he said, repeating Gavin's words.
"You'll be better in no time. 'Tis all right. I'm right here."
He obviously didn't understand what was going on, or why the girl was crying, so he continued with the words Deirdre usually said to soothe him when he was hurt or upset. She felt her own tears well up, in empathy for the young lass, who must have been an older playmate before Ewan was taken, but also pride in her son, who'd responded so lovingly to the girl's need for comfort. The lass stepped back after a few moments, and Gavin rose and walked toward a wagon at the side of the square. He lifted Ewan in first, helped Deirdre up, then climbed up beside them and faced the crowd. Many of them had raised their arms in the air and were cheering. Some were singing a song that sounded like one she'd heard growing up, but some of the words were different. A song of victory. She suddenly felt awkward, standing on display beside their laird. It wasn't like she was a McKinnon. Nay, she was a McIntyre, and a McCall before that. Two clans who might have been involved in Ewan's kidnapping. And if they had been, if it was her father or her husband who had done such a thing, she would never speak to them again. Ewan could have been killed. Cutting all ties with her father wouldn't be a hardship. She hadn't spoken to him since the day he sent her away to marry Laird McIntyre's son, and hardly ever before that. He hadn't even come to the wedding. Her husband, however, was another matter entirely. Lewis McIntyre was a companion and a friend, but he certainly didn't feel or act like a husband. He hadn't known what to do with a 15-year-old bride, and had thankfully been patient, thoughtful, and gentle with her.